Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. 1 Jonathan hates anime. Jonathan's body felt lethargic. He tried moving his limbs but wound up hitting an unfamiliar object. When he finally mustered the strength to open his eyes, Jonathan saw he was in darkness. He couldn't tell whether he was standing or if he was hanging. What he felt was the cold, hard surface of something. By the time Jonathan's vision adjusted to the darkness, he understood he was inside what felt and looked to be a cardboard box. Jonathan repositioned himself to stand up. When the cardboard box flapped open, a horrid stench permeated his nostrils. What the heck? Jonathan thought in confusion. His name is Jonathan Yuan and he was born in the States. Throughout his 25 years on Earth, he had lived an average, monotonous life. Sports, literature, technology and spirituality were the things Jonathan Yuan partook in. He had never been exceptionally talented at his interests, but his hard work mixed with faith and a perfectionist attitude made him above the average individual. If a high schooler could score 80 or higher on exams without studying, Jonathan could score at least a 60. But if Jonathan were to study, he could earn a perfect score. Growing up, Jonathan was entranced by the early morning and late-night, animated television shows broadcast in the States. If he wasn't spending time with friends or doing homework, he'd eagerly wait for his favorite shows to come on air. Even if it was twice a week, he'd recount every show and the time they'd broadcast them. Above all these shows, one show in particular captured Jonathan's interest. Ever since he was little, he would remember screaming alongside the characters as they raged into a Super Saiyan. But he was only an infant at the time, so the series would eventually stop airing as Jonathan grew into a more mature child. One with a developed mindset. The show that would inevitably stick with him for years on end, however, was Naruto. It wasn't until one particular episode aired on a Saturday night that Jonathan truly anticipated what the series had to offer. That episode was when Naruto Uzumaki, the main character of the series, first unleashed the power of the beast that resided inside of him. For the next 9 years, Jonathan kept up with the series, its comic books, officially known as manga in Japan, its video games, its novels and its audiobooks. Though Jonathan wasn't fully a nerd, he'd occasionally forget the series existed entirely if it wasn't for his peers watching it religiously. But like many who grew up and experienced change, Jonathan would soon despise not just Naruto but Japanese animation in general. No one understood why he developed this disposition towards it. If someone were to ask Jonathan a simple question like, "What's your favorite anime?" he would respond that he hates anime. No one truly understood why he did, nor did they question it. Why would they? Jonathan was the type to keep to himself. Because he had an open space where Japanese anime took up the majority of his time, Jonathan had been given a lot more free time. People often question Jonathan why he hated not just Japanese anime but even American cartoons, but they gradually accepted his decisions over time. They couldn't tell if it was for a religious reason or if he had gone mental. His shift was so astronomically unrelatable that the only person who didn't seem to care about what others thought was Jonathan himself. He liked the idea that people tried prying into his business to figure out who he was, but he'd eventually get so bored of those people that he wound up discarding them due to their inferiority. To Jonathan, if someone didn't understand or accept that he didn't like something that they did, he would look them straight in the eye and say, "You're too boring." Jonathan Yuan wholeheartedly liked people, but he was disgusted when they lacked understanding or displayed rude behavior that was intolerable. Over the years, even after Naruto's manga officially ended, Jonathan focused on more practical things like his major in psychology and strengthening his body. It wasn't until one night after drinking a little wine with his friends, he began to feel nauseous. He had always been able to handle his portions, but tonight he felt as though he was on the verge of passing out. "My guy, you're not looking so hot," said one of Jonathan's closest peers. Jonathan tried to produce words but couldn't focus enough to even utter a sound. His eyelids slowly closed as the world around him became pitch black. The last thing he heard was someone scream, "Yo, call an ambulance." Walking out of a grotesque alleyway, Jonathan looked around lividly. "What happened last night?" Jonathan questioned. He quickly denied the thought of a hangover or death from alcohol poisoning. As he wasn't the type to get drunk. Jonathan could tell it was early morning because of the bright blue light refracting off the buildings. He looked at the ground and saw that he was wearing slippers. But they weren't any slippers he'd been familiar with. When Jonathan looked at his limbs, he noticed his stature had severely decreased. He knew he hadn't died, but he didn't refute the idea he was simply having a lucid dream. Jonathan decided to take a stroll as opposed to standing idly still. Not even a couple of paces away from that alleyway, and he felt a sharp pain atop his head engulf his senses. "Oh my gosh! Are you okay?" screamed a woman. Jonathan heard the sound come from above, but all he could think of now was that excruciating pain he felt on his head. His eyes were locked on the ground where he saw what looked like a broken vase with soil scattered everywhere. Jonathan then looked up and saw a woman covering her mouth in disbelief. "Excuse me. Are you okay?" an unknown voice asked. Jonathan stopped focusing on the stinging sensation he felt. It wasn't the fact someone dropped a whole flower vase on his head, it was the notion of how real it felt. Jonathan had begun to understand he was neither dead nor dreaming. Before he could make sense of things, a strange liquid ran down his face. "You're bleeding," the same person announced. A man, who looked several feet taller to Jonathan, and had wider shoulders, approached him with a rag. He pressed the rag over Jonathan's bleeding area, saying, "This might sting a little but I promise it'll help." Jonathan had an odd look about his face. He was still in pain, yes, but this feeling of unfamiliarity was new. "You can calm down," the man said. "I'll take you to the hospital and we'll call your parents." "Parents?" Jonathan repeated inwardly. His thoughts were consumed by the fact that neither his friends nor his parents were aware of his whereabouts. It didn't take long for Jonathan to collect his thoughts and stabilize himself. "What's your name?" the man asked. The man's voice was gentle, soothing and had no sense of malice or hate. Jonathan raised his head and with cold eyes, he looked at the man and answered, "Isn't it polite to introduce yourself first?" The man was taken aback at Jonathan's slick remark. Quickly, he apologized, rubbing his head. "You're right. How silly of me. My name is Namikaze. Namikaze, Minato." Jonathan was not the least bit surprised. Even though it had been years since he had heard that name, the man's face he witnessed approach him was more than enough evidence for Jonathan to know what had happened to him. And how could he not know who was in front of him? Minato Namikaze was the father of this world's main character. Though he wasn't in fact several feet taller nor had he had broad shoulders, his stature had looked that way from Jonathan's perspective. Asking Minato Namikaze for his name was only to ensure his suspicions were correct. Most people would either shudder in fear or start fanboying at the figure in front of them. But Jonathan was different. His eyes squinted at that name. Not in disbelief but in disgust. "You need to be taken to the hospital before that wound opens back up," urged Minato. The woman who had mistakenly dropped the vase shouted apologetically while Minato tried to calm down her boisterousness. Without waiting any further, Minato lifted Jonathan up with his forearms and they both disappeared instantaneously from the scene. Before Jonathan knew it, he was lying on a stretcher. He tried his best to collect his thoughts. Of all the important characters in this world, the world of Naruto Uzumaki, by chance Jonathan had met one of the most domineering ones. He was no longer a fan of the Naruto franchise. As Jonathan had long since stopped reading shonen manga magazines and built a stagnant wall against all of Masashi Kishimoto's work. Of all the anime franchises that existed on Earth, to Jonathan, Naruto and its successor, Naruto Shippuden, were the worst of all time. "How did I get here and how do I leave?" he thought to himself. One could easily tell by looking at Jonathan that he didn't want to be here. Not this hospital room, not this world. He didn't want to be trapped in a place he hated so passionately. Despite knowing almost everything about the world of Naruto, he had a home, friends, family, and a life he was most pleased with. Jonathan looked out the window and witnessed the sun rise. He rubbed his hand across where he had been struck earlier. Blood appeared over his now nimble, soft palms. He stared at it for an unknown amount of time. Those who didn't know love couldn't bear to understand what Jonathan was feeling. Unlike most people, he enjoyed his life on Earth. And he knew he hadn't died, meaning, if he was still alive on Earth, there was a way for him to return. A lot of people would be envious to be in Jonathan's shoes, drooling at the thought of living in a fantasy world where they could have an opportunity to start all over and be somebody. But Jonathan was already someone on Earth. He felt like he had life there. In this world, however, he felt no life here. How could someone who never understood life on Earth understand what someone like Jonathan felt? They could not. Jonathan knew that clearly. For him to return, though, he hadn't the slightest idea. He knew much about the ninja world. Far more than anyone who's ever engaged in the series. But the only things related to traveling dimensions were techniques that had near unattainable requirements to perform for a regular guy like Jonathan. As far as Jonathan was concerned, he still had a life on Earth, and he was willing to do whatever it took to return. I'll do anything to get back. Even if I have to slaughter everyone in this godforsaken world. Jonathan clenched his hand into a fist, determined to try and survive no matter what. The door to his room opened. Walking in was an unrecognizable woman wearing a nurse's uniform. Following behind her was none other than Minato Namikaze. With Jonathan's mind into today's date full acceptance of his circumstances, he noted mentally that Minato was not wearing the signature cloak. This cloak is only worn by the head of the village. Also known as the Hokage. Because of that, Jonathan speculated Minato was likely still a Jonin, a high-ranking ninja. From what Jonathan knew about the ninja world, Minato Namikaze wouldn't become the fourth Hokage until he was 23. Just these small details were enough to tell Jonathan he had arrived in this world between the second and third Great Ninja Wars. Can you tell us what your name is? The nurse asked Jonathan. People like her are called medical ninjas, or medical nin for short, those who were proficient at performing healing techniques. Jonathan knew this to be true because of that accursed headband with a leaf symbol hanging across her neck. It was convenient for Jonathan that this world's people spoke English instead of Japanese. I'm sorry, Jonathan replied with a smile. I can't remember much. Jonathan was different than his peers. He grasped that situation far quicker than most people could have. Despite his cold, unperturbed attitude from before, he altered his tone and expression to give him a more innocent appearance. Inside, however, Jonathan would have gladly slit the nurse's throat. It's not that he was displaying the tendencies of a psychopath, it's that he felt threatened. Oh, poor thing, the nurse said in remorse. That race must have caused some head trauma. She approached Jonathan and asked if he could at least remember his parents' name. Hearing her ask about his parents made Jonathan feel livid inside. I don't remember if I even have any parents. I'm sorry, answered Jonathan in a sincere tone before lowering his eyes sorrowfully. Even if Jonathan were taking a lie detector test, he would be telling the truth. The only thing he knew was that he was now a boy of an unknown age who woke up in a cardboard box in the back of an alleyway. But he wasn't going to reveal information like that so lightly. Most people would have panicked, even considered themselves unfortunate that they hadn't started off with some special ability or weapon. But Jonathan was different. The fewer people who knew about him, the better. I can't even tell you how old I am or where I live. You mean you don't even know where you're from? Minato asked in bewilderment. No. Mix Jonathan's now childish appearance along with his sincerity and it would have been enough to fool even the great Hagoro Muatsutsuki, the ancestor of all ninja. The two looked at each other with saddened looks on their faces. They then stepped outside to talk privately. Jonathan contemplated inwardly, as far as I'm concerned, I have no identity, no background, and no bloodline. I could also assume that I'm homeless since I woke up in the back of an alley. If Jonathan was going to survive, he needed power and he needed it fast. Based on his height, Jonathan estimated he'd be around 4 or 5 years of age. This is good because most of the prodigies that influenced the ninja world started young. Very young. Like Kakashi Hatake who graduated the Leaf Village's Ninja Academy at the age of 5. But there were little chances of Jonathan accomplishing the same feats. As far as he knew, he had zero to no talent. And even if he wanted to attend the academy, he had no money to pay their costly tuition. But there was one place Jonathan knew he could go to start his foundation. The thought fueled Jonathan's ambitions as he lifted up his eyes. The door to Jonathan's room cracked open. Minato didn't follow as the medical nin walked in. I have some good news and some bad news. 14. What's the bad news? Jonathan asked, faking his concern. The bad news is that we couldn't find any information on you even without your amnesia. Oh. That means memory loss. Jonathan was joyful to know this highly reputable staff member known as a medical ninja actually thought he was dumb. Then what's the good news? Jonathan asked. The shinobi that was here earlier felt bad, so he decided to pay for your medical costs. He also said he would come visit you when he gets back. This was far from good news for Jonathan. He knew Minato's personality very well. He had a very humble heart and treated people with respect. Oh. Jonathan said, feigning his true thoughts. He then lowered his head to consider things. The medical nin mistook Jonathan's gesture as him feeling disappointed. She tried to comfort him with words, so Jonathan played along with a fake smile. You look hungry. I'll get you something to eat. I'll be right back. Wait. Jonathan announced before his caretaker left hurriedly. When will Minato be back? Jonathan needed to know this crucial information. The medical nin wasn't completely sure and estimated Minato would probably be back around dusk. Believing to have soothed Jonathan's anxiety, she left the room. Jonathan knew that if Minato, a jonin, were to investigate Jonathan any further, it would make him look too suspicious. He knew of Minato's capabilities, so he closed the blinds and checked around his clothes and skin to make sure there were no marks or seals. Minato's special ability was to mark any surface and then instantaneously teleport to that marked location. This is how Jonathan and him were able to traverse to the hospital so quickly. What makes his ability so deadly isn't that he could move at the speed of light, but that once he marks a target, that target stays marked. If Jonathan needed to become the strongest shinobi in this world, his plans required him to covertly operate with as little information on him as possible. And there was only one sure method for doing so as quickly as possible. Firstly, Jonathan needed to learn how to perform techniques. Secondly, he needed to strengthen his body to perfect this world's method of fighting known as taijutsu. Learning how to hone weapons also wouldn't be a bad choice, but countering them was more even of a necessity. Even though Jonathan had dropped the series years ago, his memory of some of the more important details was still intact. He had multiple locations he could traverse to in order to reach his goals. Any other timeline in this world might have been either too vague or too complicated for Jonathan to work with. In this era the main character had yet to be born and there were a lot of events that would more or less still need to occur beforehand. The ninja world is comprised of various methods of fighting. But the main method is performing jutsu, another word for skill or technique. To perform a jutsu, one needs to harness this substance called chakra. It can be found in organisms such as people or even plants. Jonathan considers it as some type of convoluted way Masashi Kishimoto made to mask as one's own form of energy. Those who can perfectly harness and manipulate chakra can become shinobi, another word for a male ninja. With chakra, one can essentially do anything in this world. They can use ganjutsu to create illusions or kenjutsu to amplify their weapons. There were a variety of ways a shinobi could fight in this world, but there was one main technique Jonathan had to absolutely acquire before he could enact his true plans. Jonathan returned to his bed after checking that Minato Namikaze hadn't left a mark on him. He reopened the blinds and unlocked the windows. A cool breeze blew into the room as Jonathan looked at where he was. To the far right, Jonathan could see the Hokage rock. This rock had all the faces of the heads of the village. Minato Namikaze's head had yet to be constructed, so Jonathan's deduction earlier was correct. Everything Jonathan had learned over the years of being a fan of Naruto was being shown to him like a theme park. Not a single detail was missed. Being on one of the top floors of the hospital, Jonathan could see even the kanji symbol for fire on the academy's building. Whether it was from playing in its virtual world in multiple video game titles or role-playing with his friend, Jonathan was quite familiar with his surroundings. But there was one place he had his thoughts set on. And being in this hospital was not one of them. Just as Jonathan was arranging his thoughts, he noticed a mirror by his bedside. Picking up the mirror, he wasn't at all astonished that his physical features remained the same. All except his eye color, which had become viridescent. Aside from that, he looked exactly like he did almost 20 years ago. Both his hair color and even his skin tone matched. Before he could figure out what this could mean, the door opened. Jonathan placed the mirror down before turning to see a new face wearing a regular nurse's uniform walk in with a rolling table. On it, there were bandages, other medical tools and soup. "Sorry for barging in. My name's Izumi," said the nurse. She looked like some medical intern from Earth. "Lady Taji got really busy and told me to bring this to your room." "Sorry to hear about your amnesia," Izumi addressed casually. Jonathan could only think that the reason a medical nin came to treat an average boy, who wasn't even a shinobi, was because Minato Namikaze personally brought that boy in. And that name? Taji. Jonathan remembered that name. but she wasn't present until the Shippuden arch. Jonathan began making his deductions. In this world, I'm no different than a side character at the moment. Most side characters in the franchise never had any significant roles to play. Is it this world filling those characters in, or is this world different from the one I watched back home? Jonathan kept his thoughts to himself as Ikitsumi patched up his head with new bandages. But how do I get back home? Jonathan asked himself. He knew that powerful techniques to traverse different dimensions existed. Yet, to perform things like that, he'd need to be equivalent to a main character. Or the main villain. Jonathan looked at Ikitsumi as she continued mending his injury. Seeing Jonathan, she gave him a warm smile with her eyes closed. Even if Jonathan was fast enough to slay this unknown nurse, he knew this wasn't some manhwa where the main character was gifted an overpowered system to help be his guide. Jonathan had no friends here, no family. He was alone. Every move he made would affect the story in some way, shape or form. If he decided to become an enemy of the world in order to return home, he'd not only accept that role, he'd be doing things on his own. As far as Jonathan understood, he was born only a few moments ago in a child's body that closely resembled his own. That did not mean he was at a disadvantage. Because he knew almost everyone and everything in this world, he had vast supremacy over most, if not all, people he would likely encounter. Jonathan knew this story well. He wasn't some cosplay fanatic who collected comic books. He was an average fan that had followed their series for 9 years. As long as he didn't obscure too many things, his knowledge of what should happen next would be one of his biggest weapons. The only issue is that he had stopped following the series more than 8 years ago. Jonathan's memories might be better than most individuals, but even the smallest of details he wouldn't be able to recall. He looked at his bowl of soup and recognized it as ramen. Back on Earth, Jonathan had only ever eaten ramen 3 times from Asian-style restaurants. Whether they were authentic or not, this would be his first time trying food not from another country but from another world. If I was able to come to this world, I'll be able to leave as well, Jonathan simultaneously thought to himself. He then grabbed his chopsticks and slowly ate his meal. Ikitsumi stared at Jonathan as he swallowed his noodles. It's good, Jonathan said after seeing Ikitsumi's eager look. Ikitsumi jumped joyously at Jonathan's response. That's great. I cooked it myself after all. Ikitsumi winked before giving Jonathan a thumbs up. I thought you were a nurse, Jonathan said. The atmosphere quickly changed as Ikitsumi relaxed, trying to keep her smile. Well, you see. The war just ended and our hospital didn't have much staff, so I had to before she could finish her sentence. Jonathan interrupted. What? What month are we in? Jonathan's sudden question startled Ikitsumi a little. We were in the month of November. November 27th to be exact. Today's the day Rock Lee will be born. Jonathan only knew this because that character had been one of Jonathan's favorite before he stopped following the series. Jonathan knew just about everything related to his favorite characters as well as their respective families. But that's not what alarmed Jonathan. The fact that the war had recently ended meant that Minato Namikaze would be named Hokage soon. Worst of all was the event that followed after that, the 9-tailed fox would attack the village. It was highly unlikely for Jonathan to get strong enough in less than a year's time through standard methods. He hadn't even learned how to control Chakra. The nurse saw the annoyed look on Jonathan's face. She couldn't tell what he was thinking. Not a second too soon and Jonathan said in a calm tone, Thanks, Miss Ikitsumi. I thought knowing the date might help me remember something. Ikitsumi smiled in relief. She tried giving reassuring words to Jonathan, but Jonathan had hardly paid any attention. The only thing he was thinking of was how to escape this hospital in order to head to the only place where his plans could unfold. I'll let you rest for a little bit and we'll check on you often, okay? Jonathan could only nod with a slight smile on his face. And if you'd like, you can take off your sandals and place them on the side. The moment the door shut, Jonathan's smile turned to resentment. He quickly uncovered his sheets and stood to look out the window. Even if Jonathan were back on Earth in his more athletic body, he'd never attempt climbing down a room this absurdly high. And he hadn't yet harnessed Chakra yet, so wall climbing was not an option. Jonathan wasn't a prodigy like Kakashi Hatake, nor did he have Itachi Uchiha's talents. He was an average boy. Without daring to waste any more time, Jonathan opened the doors to his room. The halls were considerably quiet since it was still early morning. He looked around and didn't see anyone. Remembering what Ikitsumi mentioned earlier, they were currently understaffed. Jonathan exited his room casually. When he walked past an open door to a patient's room, Jonathan couldn't help but notice the patient was a shinobi. He could tell because of the universal flak jacket most shinobi above a certain rank wore. But the shinobi wasn't what grabbed Jonathan's attention. It was what was next to the shinobi, his weapon pouch. How can I be sure he's sleeping, though? Jonathan thought. Before Jonathan could act, he heard two women talking just one room away. Jonathan slid right into the shinobi's room and hid behind the door. He recognized both ladies' voices. Izumi was talking to Taji, who ordered her to take the blankets upstairs. Be sure to check up on that boy Lord Nemike's brought in earlier. I will, Lady Taji. I feel so bad for him, Izumi replied. Jonathan squinted his eyes in contempt when he heard those words. They called him Lord, but he hadn't yet become the Hokage. More so, Jonathan saw at how close he was to the pouch. It looked adjustable, suitable for anyone to wear. To him, this wouldn't be an act of stealing. This shinobi's weapon pouch would pave the way for Jonathan to return to the world where he's from. He therefore took the pouch before leaving the room. Though Jonathan hadn't recognized the person sleeping, he knew one thing. A shinobi who left their items lying around deserved for them to be taken. In but a moment's time, Jonathan made it to the stairs and walked casually down to the first floor. He would pass a couple staff members, but not a single one of them stopped him. Whether it was because he was a young boy with a pouch around his legs or because of the way he didn't arouse suspicion, Jonathan was prepared to give them an answer. When he finally descended the flights of stairs and made it to the first floor, Jonathan knew just walking out the front entrance was going to be acceptable. He didn't like the idea, but he was in the world of ninjas. Playing that role was inevitable. Jonathan found a room in the far back and opened the window. He then forced his small body up the window sill, allowing him to climb out safely. Even if a few nurses or visitors saw him, they couldn't report anything significant aside from a boy with amnesia taking a patient's weapon pouch before walking out. Being thought of as a spy wouldn't matter either because the war had already ended. Jonathan neither walked nor ran. He kept a steady pace as he casually made his way to the gate entrance. The Leaf Village, known as Hidden Leaf Village to some, wasn't a complex territory. Once someone located the main road, it was a straight path down to the village gates. From all the years of free roaming in Naruto's virtual games, walking on the streets of the Leaf Village was as familiar as walking on Jonathan's university campus back on Earth. The dirt underneath Jonathan's soles felt hard and the wind blowing through his clothes left an unsightly sensation. As Jonathan walked along the main path, he searched for what was inside the tool bag he had taken earlier. Inside, he found only 3 kunai. In a small compartment, he found about 10 or so sharp steel needles. Jonathan recognized them as senbon. But aside from that, what most interested Jonathan was the Leaf Village headband. Jonathan had never held one before. Not even on Earth where they were sold nominally. He took the headband out and tied it around his arms. It felt much heavier in person. Already past the dango shop, Jonathan would just need to continue forward. The back alley he woke up in turned out to be where the Nara clan residence was located. Though Jonathan was desperate, he knew trying to go back there would likely be pointless. And just like he presumed earlier, the medical nin would not pursue Jonathan due to the lack of information on him. From what Jonathan remembered, the Leaf Village left their gates open for travelers and merchants during the day. The war was also over, so now was the perfect time to leave. Only the village guards would take notice. But sneaking past them would prove to be improbable. But Jonathan was prepared for such cases. Unlike others, Jonathan thought more than 10 steps ahead of his opponents. If the hospital made a report and the guards linked that report to a child walking freely out the gates, they'd undoubtedly know where to locate him. This was because the destination Jonathan was heading to was the Leaf Village orphanage. It was the perfect place for a small child with no home nor family to go to. He couldn't live like Naruto Uzumaki, whose support and income came from the third Hokage. And he couldn't live like Sasuke Uchiha because unlike Jonathan, Sasuke inherited all of his clan after the Uchiha massacre. As long as Jonathan gained access to this specific orphanage, he could live in safety. More importantly, he could freely be taught medical ninjutsu. To all readers, we apologize for the grammatical errors in this and in upcoming chapters. This is only the rough drafter, and we are currently busy updating the final draft for publication. Should you spot anything, feel free to let us know in a comment and we'll make an edit. 3 Nano Yakushi creators thoughts Akidotaka. To just like Jonathan predicted, the village guards, though weary of why a child was leaving the village at this hour, paid no mind when they saw not just his attire but their village headband tied confidently around Jonathan's small biceps. Whether he was wearing the headband or not wouldn't have mattered much. Village guards paid more attention when someone suspicious from the outside came in. But Jonathan was not one to leave room for mistakes to be made. It was never revealed where the exact location of the orphanage was, but in the animated television show Jonathan had a crisp image of its surroundings. It wasn't anywhere too far. And like the name of the village implies, it truly was hidden like most of the locations outside. The moment Jonathan was out of the guard's sights, he immediately took off his headband. It would be troubling if he was ambushed or attacked because someone mistook him as a ninja. Being a child, he was more likely to be kidnapped than to get killed unexpectedly. Jonathan chose to only walk a moderate distance from where he knew the village walls were. If he failed in finding the orphanage, he could always retrace his steps and return to try again another day. His only threat was other ninjas. After several hours of walking endlessly, Jonathan's legs began to tire out. He had forgotten that he was in the body of a child. His stamina depleted far faster than expected. If he had learned to manipulate Chakra, things would be different. Having no other choice, Jonathan had to rest in order to recover from his exhaustion. He detested the idea of being so weak. Even on Earth, Jonathan trained his body periodically. To be trapped in a neophyte's underdeveloped body just fuels his displeasure of this world. Jonathan wasn't like Sasuke Uchiha, who used revenge as his drive. Nor was he like Rock Lee, who was motivated by his youthful goal. Jonathan was stimulated by the idea he had arrived in a world he had a deep hatred for. After a few minutes of resting, Jonathan rose from his spot and began looking for the orphanage again. The moment he got up, he heard footsteps. Not just one but multiple. These were the moments that determined life and death. Even trying to check could cause his life to end. Jonathan leaned his back close against the tree. The direction the footsteps were coming from were opposite of it. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. Then 3. It took a whole 3 minutes for the footsteps to be out of range. Only then did Jonathan look to see who they were. From a safe distance, Jonathan saw 3 hooded men. They weren't headed towards the village gates but away from it. And Jonathan knew who the 3 likely were. Now was not the time to move. Jonathan, however, was certain they were headed to the orphanage. 3 years from now, Kabuto Yakushi, who was currently at the orphanage, would be recruited by a leaf elder named Danzō Shimura. Whenever he visited, he'd have at least 2 bodyguards with him. Only, Jonathan wasn't entirely sure who those bodyguards were at the moment. Nonetheless, Jonathan would take a chance on believing Danzō Shimura's group was headed towards the orphanage. If he was wrong, he'd pay a huge price for it. Jonathan always made sure to make things as perfect as they could be. Even his plans. As such, he spent 2.5 hours under that tree before he set foot in their direction. Had he waited any longer, he would have fallen asleep. And had he waited any less, he may have encountered those 3 on their way back. Since those 3 did not come back the same way they had come, Jonathan concluded it was because they were ninjas. Root ninja to be specific. They're a lot craftier than the standard. Jonathan followed Danzō's path. He took note of all the trees, bushes and even rock placements just in case. Root was an organization within an organization. To be precise, it was a branch of the Leaf Villages and Boo Black Ops. Jonathan despised trivial politics. The idea of him wishing to join Root was out of the question. On top of likely being used by their leader, Danzō Shimura, he'd have a cursed seal placed on him. If Jonathan was going to overpower every shinobi in this world, he wasn't going to be manipulated by others. What felt like hours of walking was only 30 minutes at best. This was due to Jonathan's immature body. He had finally reached a clearing where a large building subsided. Even though it wasn't from a bird's eye view, Jonathan knew clearly that this was the orphanage. Before he could reach the front door, Jonathan buried the tool bag in a safe spot. When he finished, he approached the orphanage and collapsed purposefully by the door. He needed to be in this position. Not a moment too soon and the door opened. A woman with light brown hair gasped at Jonathan's collapsed body. Jonathan looked up and uttered the words, "Mom." His faint voice caused the woman to immediately pick him up and bring him inside. Nano Yakushi was indeed a true mother. This was the woman being held by Jonathan. She cared for others wholeheartedly. Despite having been a former member of Root, she was captain of the Medic Corps, another one of the Leaf Village's many subdivisions. Jonathan was prepared even if anyone from the orphanage discovered he had come from the hospital. Because there, they stated he had amnesia. Quickly. Nano shouted. "Get a bed cleared. A child's been hurt." In a breath of time, Jonathan, who had closed his eyes after referring to Nano as his mother, felt soft sheets on his back. He opened his eyes and saw that he was surrounded by not only her but other children as well. "Mom!" Jonathan shouted as he leaped from the bed to embrace Nano Yakushi. "Is that Mom's real son?" a confused orphan boy asked. Normally, Jonathan would formally address his own mother from Earth. But if he were to do that, his charade of acting like a 5-year-old would cause doubt. Shinobi weren't stupid. And Nano Yakushi was far from being foolish. Her kindness, however, would inevitably be one of the reasons for her downfall in the original story. If Jonathan could take advantage of that kindness, he could thrive here in the orphanage without needing to return to the village for some time. I'm sorry. When I saw you, you looked like my mom," Jonathan claimed innocently. Just like Jonathan expected, Nano didn't blush nor did she feel surprised. She gave a heartwarming smile and calmly rubbed Jonathan's head. "It's okay. Tell us what happened, Nano said affectionately. This was typical of Nano Yakushi's character. To others her smile might have seemed full of nurture, but Nano was once a part of Root, a sinister organization led by one of Naruto's worst-hated characters, Danzō Shimura. While she was there, her nickname was the Wandering Maiko, a shrine maiden in Japan. She wasn't just examining Jonathan's appearance, she was also reading his every action, including how he responded. I don't remember, Jonathan answered whilst looking down. What about your parents? Do they know where you are? Nano asked. Jonathan had already gotten used to this question. He lowered his whole upper body and remained silent. The people nearby began to whisper their concerns for Jonathan's behavior. Nano Yakushi was perhaps the only one in the room smiling. She calmed everyone down and looked back towards Jonathan's poor state. It's okay. Everything'll be alright, she said comfortingly. Nano gently embraced Jonathan and held him close to her bosom. Most men would enjoy being hugged tightly by a beautiful woman. But Jonathan began to feel a strong sense of disgust. Being hugged by this stranger was like trying to replace his own mother's warming embrace. If it wasn't for his need to keep up this act, Jonathan would indefinitely slay Nano Yakushi for touching him in such a manner. But as long as Jonathan bears this humility for now, he'll succeed in earning the orphanage's loyalty. There was a time and place for everything. And Jonathan Yuon knew that better than anyone. Nano let go of Jonathan after feeling his sense of loneliness. The shinobi world can be so cruel to children like this, Nano thought to herself. Jonathan lifted up his body with a saddened look on his face. The first face he saw was Nano and she was giving him a warm smile. Because there were others watching him, he slightly turned his gaze to the other children. One of them was having a conversation with someone Jonathan was all too familiar with. Hey, Kabuto. You can't remember where you're from either, right? A boy asked. The fact that Jonathan was being compared to Kabuto Yakushi didn't irritate him. Kabuto would eventually become powerful enough to help orchestrate this world's fourth ninja war. What annoyed him, however, was who Kabuto Yakushi was. Kabuto had no past and was manipulated by many people before changing his personality twice. Jonathan was nothing like Kabuto Yakushi. He had a life elsewhere, he had memories of his friends and family. Unlike Kabuto Yakushi, Jonathan Yuon had a purpose for living. For the next week, Jonathan had fully integrated into the orphanage. Because he isolated himself from others and spoke very little, the other children gave him ridiculous nicknames like Musai or Mugan. Both words meaning voiceless or dumb. And a part of Jonathan truly felt dumb. With each passing day, he had to do chores around the orphanage like helping the staff cook and clean. When it came time to play, he segregated himself from the group in order to follow Nano Yakushi. Kabuto would be around Nano as well due to the bond they shared. It wasn't long before Jonathan discovered Kabuto had arrived at the orphanage only a few months before him. From what he understood, Kabuto would spend 3 more years here before sacrificing himself to join Root. It was his selfless act to try and save the orphanage. With all the knowledge he's gained over the years from watching a series he hated, it'd finally start bearing fruit. He was now in a strange world where he had to survive with nothing. The reason Jonathan sought to learn medical ninjutsu was not because of how easy it was. It was because of how underutilized it was. Jonathan knew his control over chakra would have to be at an expert's level to truly perfect healing techniques, but that was something he was prepared to learn. It took some of the more useless characters years to practice it, and that's what Jonathan had, years to practice. He had at the most 3 years to truly take advantage of something most of the ninjas lacked in. Jonathan already learned biology, anatomy and physiology while he was in college back on Earth. While something like poison or medicine in this world was slightly different than the ones on Earth, he had more than enough time to study them. He had already understood how to correctly employ techniques as well as how to operate jutsu on levels that beginners could not. He just needed to make use of chakra and chakra control. No technique or skill, aside from raw fist fighting, could be used without chakra. And Jonathan knew something like martial arts, also known as taijutsu, would take too long to perfect. Mom, Jonathan said behind Nano's office door. Come in. From the physical examination they performed on Jonathan, they found he was exactly 4 feet in height and weighed around 52 pounds. Walking in, Nano couldn't help but be happy at Jonathan's presence. Musai, she said peaceably. How are you doing this evening? All the children were preparing for bed, so Jonathan used this moment to speak to Nano since she tends to be quite busy during the day. I'm good, Jonathan replied. Since he came to this world, he had long since accepted the fact that he needed to act like a child so as not to arouse suspicions. When Nano asked Jonathan what he needed, he gave one simple answer, I'd like to become a nurse like you, Mom. Jonathan was crafty with his words. He didn't say things like ninja or shinobi. He didn't even use the word medical. He said what any child with a pure ambition would. Nano couldn't help but feel moved at Jonathan's statement. Had Jonathan brought this up to her during the couple of days he was here, it would have led to a lot of questions. Instead, Jonathan bided his time. For a whole week he waited for this opportunity. "You know, you remind me a lot of Kabuto," Nano said, closing her eyes with a smile. She hadn't expected Jonathan to know what she meant, nor did she wait for a reply because of how unspoken Jonathan was. She opened her eyes and continued, "Tomorrow, I'll give you something special." Jonathan gave a look of excitement before bowing his head to show his gratitude. After Jonathan left Nano's office, he showed no emotions. He had already known what Nano was going to give him. All medical students back on Earth weren't just thrown into the field on their first day. They all had to study and take various tests to prove their aptitude. It was no different than learning to be a medical student on Earth. When the morrow came, Jonathan arranged his bed like all the other orphans. Because he had isolated himself from the group, the other children never bothered to greet him. They eventually stopped teasing him when he didn't reciprocate either. Even if they felt like bullying him for his indifferent attitude, they could not. The staff would punish them. Instead, they let Jonathan be an outcast. The only person who felt a sort of kinship with Jonathan was Kabuto. But even he was treated with coldness by Jonathan. He knew how powerful Kabuto would become. But that revelation wouldn't unfold for more than 20 years from now. And even if Kabuto became familiar with Jonathan, he would be doing so in vain. Jonathan would spare no one in this world. "For Chakra here, Musai," Nano said, handing Jonathan a book. The title of the book was, "The Complete Medicinal Herb, A Practical Guide to Healing." Nano only gave him the basics because she wasn't entirely sure if Jonathan could even read advanced-level medical terms. "I can read more if I finish, right, Mom?" asked Jonathan. Nano nodded her head contentedly and answered, "I noticed you don't really play with the other kids. Can I ask why?" Jonathan knew this question would be asked one day. He had separated himself from the group for a whole week now, showing little to no interest in their activities. He was a child during the time that ninjas were waging war on one another. Methodical answers or having a silver tongue would bring about misgivings. Rather than verbally answering, Jonathan lowered his head and pretended to be despondent. Nana reacted exactly as Jonathan had expected. With a hug of reassurance that Jonathan wasn't in any trouble, she said what any kind-hearted individual would. "Everything will be alright. The kids won't hurt you. You're safe, Musai." Nana lowered herself to Jonathan's height to give him those words of comfort. He reciprocated with a light smile before nodding. "If you can finish that book, there are more in my office for you to read." With those words, Jonathan felt victorious. Ever since he came to this world, he hadn't once been able to try to harness his chakra. Assuming he even had any. If he had tried and shown himself to be a shinobi back at the hospital, he would have had too much unnecessary attention. Whilst in a leaf village, he had just escaped the hospital. Spending time after just learning chakra without having anywhere to sleep or food to eat didn't meet Jonathan's demands. Once he gained a place of solitude to practice without disturbance, whilst having a sense of security, he could nurture himself unperturbed. Both Jonathan and Nano left for the main corridors of the orphanage. The instant the children were given leisure time, Jonathan disappeared to Nano's office. For a whole week, Jonathan was being monitored. He could tell someone from somewhere was watching him. And his intuitions were right when Nano asked him why he'd been so distant from the others. Had he been caught trying to practice how to release chakra, his whole plans would have fallen. But the medical men weren't the only ones keeping an eye on Jonathan. He was watching them as well. He knew what each staff member did at what times of day. Whether they woke the children up 10 minutes later or allowed them freedom from their chores an hour earlier, Jonathan didn't miss it. He understood their patterns clearly and would use that mental data collected now. Gaining access to Nano's office gave him roughly 1 hour every day when someone's eyes weren't on him. It was the perfect place to train. Jonathan entered Nano's office and shut the door behind him. He made sure no one spotted him entering. Should anyone ask of his whereabouts, Nano would know he was here. As to what he was doing, she'd tell them he was reading to become a medical ninja. But as to what he was really doing, no one would know. Nano's office had no windows and, because the whole orphanage was made of wood, Jonathan could easily hear someone if they were close by. Jonathan had a contingency plan for just about everything. There was no room for mistakes to be made for him. Finding a blind spot in the room, Jonathan sat down in a corner and placed the open book Nano gave in front him. Should anyone enter, they would see him reading rather than practicing how to harness chakra. Eventually Jonathan would read the book, but now was a crucial moment he wasn't willing to let go of. Back on Earth, Jonathan gave spirituality a chance. He learned how to meditate and fasted for long periods of time without trouble. If Jonathan chose, he could sit still in one position for a couple of hours before feeling weary. He used what he learned back on Earth and what he knew of the ninja world to try and harness his chakra. Almost 10 minutes passed with Jonathan in a still position. Like a sixth sense, Jonathan began to feel something. Almost as though a rushing wave of water or a raging flame began engulfing Jonathan's core abdominal muscles. He hadn't made a single sound. Instead, he began trying to move that sensation from one end of his body to another. In the blink of an eye, Jonathan lost all sense of that feeling. He then gave a slight smile and thought to himself, "Naruto Uzumaki, you truly were a fool in the making." To Jonathan, manipulating and harnessing chakra was easy. He didn't need to place something like a leaf on his head to help him concentrate. Less than 30 minutes passed before Jonathan already knew how to harness it effectively. It wasn't like anything he'd felt back on Earth. Chakra to him felt like an invisible muscle that could be stretched, pulled or flexed. It was like an extension of his own body. Jonathan would spend the next 20 minutes releasing and dispersing his chakra. He could tell he didn't have a lot of it due to how quickly he'd get tired. His training stopped the instant he heard footsteps approaching. They were faint, but because Jonathan spent the last 50 minutes in complete silence, he could hear them as though they were right next to him. Jonathan picked up his book and began reading it nonchalantly. A few seconds passed and the footsteps stopped. A minute later and no one came into the room. Only the door was left slightly open. Closing the book, Jonathan rose from his spot and walked casually towards the door. By the time Jonathan opened the door, no one was there. Footsteps had already been heard leaving the moment he rose from his spot. It was evident that they weren't the sounds of an adult. They were quick and too light to be. The only person Jonathan could think of was Kabuto Yakushi. The thought that one of this world's soon-to-be greatest spies was already spying on him gave Jonathan a dreadful feeling. He would indefinitely kill Kabuto here and now to do this world justice, but then the events that would unfold in later years would likely never happen. If Kabuto were to die now, Orochimaru's own plans would be altered. One of the biggest advantages Jonathan had in this world was that he knew all the events that would occur. There were some gaps in between, but they were easily filled in. As long as Jonathan didn't alter the original story too much, he'd know where to exactly place himself and how to act accordingly until the time was right. Jonathan decided to end his training session here in case Kabuto was lurking behind the corners. It would look suspicious if he returned to Nano's office. That would give Kabuto, if he were still around, the idea that Jonathan heard him. When Jonathan returned to eat lunch with the other orphans, he sat alone as usual. Jonathan began concentrating on his chakra while eating casually. Regardless of whether he was sitting or talking, chakra could be exercised. No one here in the orphanage was a sensory ninja, someone who could sense the fluctuation of someone else's chakra. This allowed Jonathan to train without being noticed. As Jonathan was doing so, Kabuto sat right across from Jonathan. He placed his bowl down and began eating as if it were normal. When Jonathan looked at him, he had an ignorant smile across his face. Jonathan returned to his covert training. "Where were you today?" Kabuto asked. "Nano's office," Jonathan replied with a cold tone. "What were you doing there?" Kabuto insisted. Jonathan felt annoyed at Kabuto's question. It was quite obvious to him that Kabuto was trying to befriend Jonathan, but Jonathan wasn't looking for friends. Even if that friend becomes one of the ninja world's greatest war enemies. Perhaps I should stab through the glasses Nano gave him so he learns not to pry into other people's affairs, thought Jonathan. If it weren't for Kabuto Yakushi, most of Jonathan's understanding of the ninja world wouldn't have been remembered. His upbringing also allowed him to know much about the orphanage. In a sense, Kabuto Yakushi's existence was the reason Jonathan came to the orphanage first. As opposed to growing up in the Leaf Village, Jonathan could thrive far more than others. That was because of how much Jonathan knew. Kabuto Yakushi might have grown to become this world's main antagonist at some point in the story, but he was nowhere comparable to Jonathan's potential. If given a second chance, Kabuto would waste his efforts trying to save people. Jonathan was different. "Reading," he replied, holding his chopsticks firmly. Kabuto felt a sense of joy when hearing that. Taking a bite of his lunch he said, "A medical book, right? They're the only books here, actually. If you're trying to study medicine, it'd be a good idea to practice medical ninjutsu. Mother's looking for motivated healers." At those words, Jonathan put his chopsticks down. "I'd be more than willing to study under Mom," he replied. Kabuto felt relieved when hearing that. Jonathan, however, would be the biggest victor. The next day, Jonathan was instructed by Kabuto to meet the other orphans and him in the medical ward. He already knew that this is where the others were practicing medical ninjutsu while he was doing more laborious tasks. Only the orphans who showed aptitude with chakra were allowed to participate. Jonathan had wondered where some of the orphans went during this time. The moment Nano Yakushi saw Jonathan, she was content that Kabuto brought him in. "Did you finish the book, Musai?" "Not yet. I didn't get some of the chapters, Jonathan answered. This wasn't a lie. When it was nighttime, Jonathan skimmed through the whole book and memorized only the important information. Most of the book was redundant, so he only valued the parts that dealt with either chakra or healing. That's okay. I didn't expect you to know everything, Nano said. Alright. Today we're going to practice healing on more severe injuries. Muse, I'd like you to watch first. There were really only 4 orphans here. One of whom Jonathan recognized as Rushi. Aside from him, Kabuto was the only real orphan that held any meaning. Jonathan stood and watched as Kabuto made the ox seal before performing the basic healing jutsu on a fawn with a minor scratch. This technique was known as the mystical palm technique. It looked different to Jonathan in person. In fact, this was the first time Jonathan had ever seen a jutsu being performed before his very eyes. Rather than the green, spherical shape of a flowing energy, Kabuto's hands were simply glowing. Not a moment later, and Jonathan could physically see the fawn's injury being closed. It was as though the fawn's epidermis was being stitched together with invisible sutures. By the time Kabuto finished, there wasn't a single sign of a scar. Even Jonathan was impressed by this world's ability to perform such feats. Well done, Kabuto, Nano said, praising the boy. Nano proceeded by opening a large scroll on a table. She then took out a small fish from her nurse's uniform and placed it on the center of the scroll. Muse, would you come here for a moment? Jonathan walked towards Nano, already knowing what she was trying to conduct. Nano tried to explain the concept of chakra to Jonathan, but her words fell on deaf ears. Jonathan could only nod his head whilst waiting for his opportunity. I don't expect you to get it on the first try, but that doesn't mean you should give up, Nano encouraged. Just like Nano instructed, Jonathan performed the ox seal and placed his palms only inches from the fish's body. Jonathan felt that same sensation from yesterday. Only this time, he focused all that energy into his palms. His hands began to glow a light green color. With every passing moment, Jonathan could feel not just the fish but what was inside the fish. A lot of its cells were lacking hydrogen. Jonathan knew this because of how dry they felt. He expelled a little bit of his chakra into a lot of those cells at once and felt them moving regularly. Jonathan couldn't physically see the fish getting better, he could only feel it because of his 5 perseverance chakra being connected to the fish itself. Rather than do the same procedure as he did with the other dry cells, Jonathan chose to stop. Nano noticed that the technique ended and gave a slight smile. That's okay, Muse. You'll get it next time, she said comfortably. That was incredible. Rushi said. It took me hours to get that jutsu down. Kabuto himself was impressed by Jonathan's speed. Not a single one of them knew, however, that Jonathan had been practicing his chakra control even after he left Nano's office. The healing jutsu was not only one of the most basic techniques a medical ninja knew, it was also something Jonathan had clear knowledge of how to perform. Had Jonathan continued healing the fish, it would have surely begun flopping back to life. But Jonathan was not going to reveal his potential to anyone. One every day for the next 2 weeks, Jonathan would enter into Nano's office and practice his chakra control. On top of this, he would even read some of the medical books. A lot of those texts consisted of concentrating on one's chakra to a singular point. By doing so, one could penetrate the skin without damaging it in order to work on a molecular level. If one condenses a chakra, they can perform small incisions necessary for surgery. Kabuto eventually stopped coming into Nano's office to check on how Jonathan was doing. This boded well for Jonathan because he could train without distractions. It didn't take long for Jonathan to correctly control his chakra. Within a week's time, Jonathan was able to manipulate his chakra so precisely that he could concentrate it on one or more parts of his body. This was the basis of chakra control. Without losing restraint over one's inner self. After perfecting this, Jonathan went on to learn the practical things, hand signs. While Jonathan was on Earth, like many kids his age, he'd try and mimic those gestures he'd seen on television. He enjoyed pretending to be a ninja on Earth. And even took pleasure in trying to perform hand seals before screaming out the jutsu's name and hurtling himself towards his friends. But that was a long time ago, a time when he hadn't hated Naruto. In Nano's office, Jonathan decided to try and perform a jutsu he knew by heart. There were many techniques Jonathan knew by heart, but he wasn't going to attempt the high-ranked ones. He started small. Like in the textbook, Jonathan performed the following hand seals in succession: ram, snake, then tiger. Focusing on his chakra, he pinpointed his chakra to an open space and, miraculously, a figure started forming. The figure that faded in was none other than an identical version of himself. Everything about the clone looked real. But just like this world's rules dictate, a clone was nothing more than an illusion. To spot the difference, all one needed to do was look to see if it had a shadow. And this one did not. Nevertheless, Jonathan was content that he had managed to learn his second jutsu. First being the healing jutsu. Jonathan extracted the chakra from the clone, causing it to disappear. Performing jutsu was no different than inhaling and exhaling. As long as the person knew what they needed to do before executing the necessary hand signs, the thing would manifest. Not a moment to waste, and Jonathan tried to recall what other hand seals he knew. To be exact, Jonathan knew all the 12 hand seals, but what he needed to know was which hand seals correlated with the correct technique. Some of the low-level techniques were still familiar to Jonathan from back on Earth. He used the dog, boar and ram seals and concentrated his chakra on one of Nano's neatly stacked books. When he felt his chakra was linked to the very book itself, he already knew that he had perfectly executed the substitution technique. Jonathan took one of the books and threw it directly upwards. The moment it landed on Jonathan's head, he vanished and appeared on top of Nano's desk. In his spot was the same book Jonathan connected his chakra to. He couldn't help but smirk at his achievement. After a few more practices of performing the regular clone jutsu and the substitution technique, Jonathan's chakra depleted. Much like a muscle suffering from soreness, Jonathan wouldn't fully recover his chakra until a full night's rest. Before he left Nano's office, he grabbed an unread medical book and departed. Throughout those 2 weeks, Jonathan had finished reading all but one book in the orphanage. He learned all the properties of poison as well as how to extract it from the body. Trying to learn what herbs did wasn't entirely useless for Jonathan. If he had a laboratory, he could create special pills that could enhance or defect someone's body. Granted, Jonathan needed to hone his potential skills before he attempting something out of the ordinary like herbal medicine. When it came time to practice medial ninjutsu, Jonathan had already understood its basics. Each cell within the targeted body could be manipulated when chakra was applied. Jonathan's chakra would serve as a basis to help reconnect or even reconstruct damaged nerves without causing harm. As opposed to the science on Earth, this would have paved the way to a whole new evolutionary era. All manner of sickness, disease and even surgical procedures would have been within reach. And the only person alive in this world that knew of this potential was Jonathan. At the medical ward, one of the orphanage staff walked in as Jonathan was quietly healing the wing of an injured bird. "Mother, the 4th Hokage's inauguration is tomorrow. Are you planning on attending?" the staff member asked. "Of course," Nano replied assuredly. Jonathan knew that around this time, Minato no Mikaze would be officially announced as the 4th Hokage. But ever since Jonathan left the village, he hadn't had any plans to return so soon. Though the orphanage still belonged to the Leaf Village, it was located on the outskirts. The only people who traversed in and out of the village to the orphanage were the staff members and Danzō Shimura. But even the latter was a rarity. While Nano and a staff member were still speaking, the bird in Jonathan's hands flapped its wings and took flight. Only Kabuto witnessed the speed at which Jonathan healed the injured bird. Back on Earth, Jonathan had to study anatomy and physiology extensively. Understanding the cellular structure of a fowl was easy for Jonathan. He had what most people in this world lacked, knowledge and astute perseverance. Not a moment later and Jonathan found himself resting in his bed. Unlike the other orphans, Jonathan spent a lot of his time reading. On nights when the moon was particularly bright, he used that opportunity to read as much as he could before tiring himself out. Come morning, a staff member entered the bedroom to wake everyone up. "Come on, you lot," the elder staff member said. "Today's an important day." Jonathan remained in bed with the sheets over his head. He heard yawning from a couple of the orphans. "What's so special about today?" Rushi asked in a tired voice. "It's the Hokage's inauguration day. Now come on, get ready or we're going to be late," urged the man. A lot of the orphans began making their bed. Only Jonathan remained. "Muzai, my boy. What's wrong?" Jonathan hadn't replied. When the staff member uncovered Jonathan's sheets, he noticed Jonathan had an indisposed expression. By no means did Jonathan want to attend the inauguration. Rather, Jonathan hadn't had any desire to set foot in the Leaf Village right now. Even if no one recognized him after so long a time, he wasn't going to take that chance. Not a moment too soon and the staff member called Nano in. A lot of the orphans tried crowding around Jonathan to see what was wrong until the staff member urged to give him some breathing room. Jonathan knew the only ways to get out of attending the inauguration was to either injure himself or feign an illness so believable that he had to stay. Nano knelt down and placed her hands on Jonathan's forehead. She then asked, "Muzai, what's wrong?" Jonathan gave one simple answer. "I don't feel good." Nano picked up Jonathan and took him to the medical ward. Some of the other kids tried to mock Jonathan because they thought he just wanted Nano's attention. But this was far from the case. The last person Jonathan wanted was that. A few minutes and Jonathan found himself laying down on a bed inside the medical ward. "Can you tell me where it hurts, Muzai?" asked Nano with a sweet tone. Everywhere, Jonathan replied exasperatedly. Nano couldn't perform her healing jutsu if she couldn't identify where Jonathan's injury was. She'd be wasting her chakra anyways since there was no injury to begin with. Instead, Nano grabbed some medicine from the cabinet to give to Jonathan. A staff member came to see how Jonathan was doing. "I'm afraid he's too sick to go anywhere," Nano announced. "Too sick? Who's going to stay behind to watch him?" argued the staff member. "I'll be staying, of course. Let the others know I won't be attending," replied Nano contentedly. At those words, Jonathan tugged on Nano's uniform. "It's okay, Mom. I'll be fine." The way Jonathan pronounced those words would have made any adult feel sorry for his condition. Nano was reluctant to stay, which made Jonathan annoyed. He didn't want her here. Despite his efforts, Nano became stagnant in her decision. For the whole morning and afternoon, Nano brought food and medicine to Jonathan's bedside. She would sometimes leave for at most 30 minutes before returning to Jonathan's side. This troubled Jonathan because it gave him no real room to practice his chakra control. Around children who knew little about chakra, he could do it. But in front of a Jonin-leveled ninja who once worked for an evil, covert organization, it would be detrimental. Nano tried making small talk, but Jonathan only gave her short, unresponsive answers. He knew his day was being wasted in bed. Moreover, he wasn't planning on telling Nano that he was sick. "Thanks, Mom. Feeling better." If he did, she would suggest they go to the inauguration. Jonathan patiently waited, eventually falling asleep. When he arose, the sun was already setting. Jonathan looked over and saw Nano hunched over by his bed. Had this woman really cared for me that much? Jonathan thought. But he had no sense of pity in his heart. Neither was he the type to show any sentimental feelings to those he viewed as less than nothing. How imprudent. Not a moment too soon and Jonathan got up from his bed. Just the slightest movement from him and Nano had also woken up. "Are you feeling better, Muse?" she asked in a tired tone. Jonathan detested that name. He knew who he was and would never forget how he felt about this godforsaken world. Jonathan nodded. Before Nano could utter another word, the door to the ward opened. It was the children and the staff members. "See? I told you he was faking it," Rushi bellowed. Now, Rushi. Muse needed some sleep, that was all," happily responded Nano. Jonathan couldn't feel any remorse towards Nano's kindness. To him, it was a fabricated lie that Danzō Shimura would take advantage of. For the remainder of the evening, Jonathan kept hearing news of what took place during the inauguration. What he was really listening for was if anyone mentioned him in the Leaf Village. He had heard nothing. This calmed Jonathan's nerves. It had only been 3 weeks since Jonathan arrived in the ninja world. The fewer people that know of him, the better he'll be able to maneuver. 9 months later. For Jonathan, 9 months felt like years. He lived day by day being addressed by a name he could barely tolerate. If it weren't for the strong sense of security within the orphanage, Jonathan would have long since left by now. But there was a reason he stayed. Exactly 1 month from now, Obito Uchiha, disguised as a masked man, will infiltrate the Leaf Village with the 9 tails. Naruto's birthday was also on that same day. Being a former Naruto follower, Jonathan knew very well the important dates and times certain events would occur. Something like that 9 Tails massacre being linked to Naruto's birthday just made it too easy for him to remember. October 10th, Jonathan thought while sitting in Nano's office. The day the story's main character is born. Jonathan hated Naruto. Not just the character but the series as a whole. No amount of interviews he listened in on or forum posts he read from bona fide fans changed how he felt about the story. The birth of the main character didn't interest Jonathan. It was what was going to happen on that night that Jonathan would take a pivotal step towards his goals. In these last 9 months, Jonathan had used his time well. He was not like Naruto Uzumaki, who didn't even know what chakra was until the 10th episode. He had practiced all 12 hand seals in secret, focused on his chakra control and even tried perfecting his newly learned techniques. Jonathan's own physical strength became a lot more refined due to him having unlocked chakra. There were times that Kabuto would try and spy on Jonathan but he was always one step ahead. At one point, Kabuto even came in. Jonathan, showing no signs of empathy, dismissed him harshly. After that one attempt, Kabuto felt heartbroken and stopped coming by. This was advantageous to Jonathan because he could focus on more advanced chakra control like walking on walls. But Jonathan's privacy was only a luxury. At random moments, an orphan would come to check on what Jonathan was doing. Much to his chagrin. Even staff members like Nano would often check to make sure Jonathan was alright. He spent almost every day in Nano's office which made everyone believe he truly enjoyed reading. So much so, that Nano herself even used her money to buy more books from the Leaf Village for Jonathan. This sacrificial act didn't go unnoticed by Jonathan or the staff because the orphanage was suffering from financial trouble. They truly believed Jonathan to be a special child. Not only because of his reading capabilities, which he was unafraid to show, but also his performance when performing medical ninjutsu. Even though Jonathan tried to hide this, it was inevitable that someone as quick-witted as Nano would discover Jonathan's potential. But Jonathan wasn't a fool. He'd purposely make mistakes and ask questions even though he knew the answers. At times, he'd even let Kabuto overshadow him. Chakra was truly undervalued by most of the people in this world. Hagoromo Atsutsuki, who blessed people with it, made a grave mistake. An ability like this allowed Jonathan to not only advance his own physical attributes quicker but also his mental faculties. Because Jonathan now had Chakra, he could augment his senses on levels far above even the most skilled men on Earth. Training under a renowned medical ninja only furthered Jonathan's control over it. But Jonathan wasn't talented. It took him several weeks to perfect his cloning technique. It took him even longer to perfect the healing jutsu. Months to be exact. Had he remembered the correct hand seals for the transformation technique, he would have gladly practiced it. But even Jonathan had limits as to how many techniques he could remember. He tried to use Chakra on the part of his brain that stored memory, the hippocampus, but it proved to no avail. Chakra was powerful, yes, but it wasn't omnipotent. There were limits to what Jonathan could do. He would often tire out during most of his training. Though he knew a lot of useful techniques that lower-leveled ninja could perform with ease, he didn't have enough Chakra to do so. Even just practicing basic jutsu like the teleportation technique used up an excessive amount of Jonathan's Chakra. Only on days when Jonathan was sure no one was going to come in abruptly, did he try and practice new techniques. All the medical books Nano purchased played a crucial role. Back on Earth, Jonathan was never a big fan of medical ninjutsu. He hardly knew anything about it save for the main characters who were proficient in it. And because things like instant regeneration existed, Jonathan hadn't valued it. Now it's different. Jonathan, because of his training under Nano, had effectively known how to control his Chakra in precise locations of his body. This means of manipulating his Chakra allowed him to learn new ninjutsu such as poison extraction jutsu and Chakra dissection blade. Though they weren't perfect or efficient if a jonin were to use them, they were manageable to some extent. There were a lot of things that Jonathan knew, but he hadn't had the right equipment yet, or it wasn't the right time. For instance, Jonathan knew how to perform the summoning seal. But before its retcon in Boruto, the user of the technique would be transported to the land they had the most affinity for. Jonathan wasn't going to risk being transported somewhere he wasn't ready to enter. Even if it didn't work and this world's rules were different, he wasn't going to take that chance. The only thing Jonathan desired was to know what his main elemental Chakra nature was before the day the Nine Tails would appear. Jonathan had spent a whole 30 minutes in Nano's office. The blood was rushing to his head from hanging upside down for so long. When he began to feel uneasy, he released the Chakra from underneath his feet and somersaulted in the air before lightly landing. His height hadn't grown much in the past few months, but his body was now accustomed to performing moves that a normal child his age would have found impossible. This was because of Chakra. Jonathan didn't find being able to jump several feet higher or run at faster speeds remotely exciting. Kakashi Hatake was capable of performing those features at an even younger age. The only difference was that Jonathan had the mind of a 25-year-old as well as extensive knowledge of how most of this world's ideas of physics worked. Had Kakashi Hatake been reborn or traversed time, he would have perfected what Jonathan did in mere weeks. The thought became more of an incentive for him to grow. Despite having learned 6 new techniques in less than a year, something not easy for most ninjas, Jonathan could execute a few of them before running out of Chakra. The effectiveness of them was also limited if Jonathan didn't use enough Chakra. With his training in Nano's office only half complete, Jonathan chose to depart. If Jonathan needed to be fully prepared for the day the Nine Tails would arrive, he needed to know something important, the affinity he had for one of the 5 elements. Each ninja has at least one main affinity for the following elements: earth, wind, fire, lightning and water. Since Jonathan had no parents nor was he affiliated with any particular clan, he had little to work with. A way to determine one's affinity would be the Chakra induction paper. But Jonathan was fully aware that the orphanage didn't carry any. Trying to ask for one would definitely be dubious. This was an orphanage that allowed children to practice medical ninjutsu. Not the ninja academy. Jonathan opened the doors slightly to check if anyone was in the hallways. When the coast was clear, he molded Chakra under his feet, formed the tiger hand seal and activated the teleportation technique. Though not actually teleportation, Jonathan was able to move at high speeds around the orphanage before making it outside. The only person he was cautious of whilst performing this technique outside Nano's office was Nano herself. Jonathan, however, knew where Nano was during this time, so he took the safest route away from her location. Several seconds later and Jonathan was a safe distance away from the orphanage. Most of the children were outside playing, so it would be completely natural if Jonathan was spotted. But Jonathan was not one to leave room for mistakes. Conserving his chakra, he decided to jog a little further. The orphanage was well hidden, but he kept his senses alert in case someone was following him or was close by. When he judged his location to be safe, and that no one was following him, Jonathan began. Using chakra to augment certain areas of his body, he leapt forward to a tree and stuck to it like a dart. He then bounced upwards onto its branch before landing safely. Had Jonathan not practiced his chakra control, this would have been impossible for a child his age. Jonathan looked down and saw that he was already more than 10 feet above the ground. But he wasn't impressed. Not even close. His expression remained blank. Immediately, Jonathan leapt from the branch and landed on another. He performed the high-speed movement technique to further increase his movements. After several minutes of leaps and flips, Jonathan could feel his body tiring out. He stopped on a branch before backflipping to the ground. Had it not been for chakra at his disposal, he would have surely broken his legs. Jonathan estimated he had about 10 minutes remaining before he had to return. On days like this, he knew how busy the orphanage got, so no one bothered Jonathan when they thought he was reading in Nano's office. There was only one other way Jonathan could figure out what his main chakra nature was without the chakra induction paper. But even this method was not accurate enough. Back on Earth, Jonathan would role-play with his friends by pretending to unleash their favorite techniques. That was the time Jonathan was entranced by the series. Since Jonathan had nothing to lose, save what was left from his chakra reserves, he began gathering some of that chakra whilst performing the hand seals he remembered. First snake, then ram, then monkey, then boar, then horse, and lastly tiger. Jonathan molded the chakra between his chest and mouth, inhaled deeply and tried to exhale fire. Nothing happened. Not a puff of cloud, not even a hint of black smoke. There wasn't any burning sensation either. All Jonathan felt was his chakra being wasted. This failure hadn't surprised Jonathan in the slightest. Not even a little bit. For he knew there was only a 20% chance of something happening. Since that didn't work, Jonathan moved on to his next jutsu. First monkey, then dragon, next rat, next bird, followed by ox, then snake, dog, tiger and finally monkey. Jonathan didn't say the name nor did he think of it. He kept a straight face while directing a lot of his chakra into one area. Suddenly, a spark flashed on Jonathan's palm. The jutsu Jonathan tried to execute was one of his favorites in the past. It was Sasuke Uchiha's signature Chidori. For several months, Jonathan had been practicing his chakra control. He understood the method of flowing one's chakra as well as circulating it in various parts of his body. While he was practicing the healing jutsu on living organisms, Jonathan's speed and accuracy at maneuvering his chakra in certain locations of someone else's body was more than exceptional. Jonathan had spent years on Earth trying to perfect his mind, body and spirit. It was only natural that he could perform these features here. Trying to perform the Chidori wasn't Jonathan's goal, however. Doing so would have been impossible by himself. Because Jonathan failed to get even the slightest reaction after trying to perform a fireball technique, he deduced that his affinity was not for fire but likely lightning. He wouldn't say for sure but it was his best assumption for now. Even if Jonathan failed to get a sign from that spark, he still carried a small list of memorable jutsus from his past. He would have even spent days trying to learn what his elemental affinity was for if he was unsuccessful. Knowing would be necessary for his upcoming plans. After exhausting the remainder of his chakra, Jonathan walked back to the orphanage. The path he took allowed him to exit through the back entrance. Whether someone spotted him at this point wouldn't have mattered. Jonathan mostly kept a blank expression on his face, so no one here could truly know what he was thinking or how he was feeling. His eyes only shone bright when he needed them to. But aside from that, he was mainly expressionless, devoid of any love for this world. It wasn't hatred, it was abhorrence. Jonathan entered through the back safely. No one noticed him, so he pretended as though he was walking around as usual. He didn't bother going back to Nano's office. All the books she gave had already been read. His chakra had also been depleted, so more training was out of the question. The most he could do was act like an innocent little orphan boy. "Muse, I'm glad I found you," a soft voice said. When Jonathan turned to see who had called him, he spotted Nano Yakushi. "Can you please help me with something?" One of the children got hurt while playing. Jonathan had no desire to help. Or rather, he couldn't even if he wanted to. His chakra reserves were at an all-time low, and though he didn't show it, he was already suffering from chakra exhaustion. Trying to mold any chakra now could be fatal. Why? Because in this world, If a ninja who uses up all their chakra tries to draw more than what they already don't have, they die. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm not feeling so well right now, Jonathan honestly replied. Nano believed Jonathan. She walked hastily to his side to check his temperature with her palms. Because Jonathan had been training, he made sure to wipe off all the sweat before coming back. But his body was still hot from earlier. Nano grabbed Jonathan's hands and said, "Come on then. I'll give you some medicine so you'll feel better." Not once had Jonathan been moved by Nano Yakushi's motherly kindness. It was impossible for her to do so. Or better yet, it was impossible for anyone in this world to be able to. Jonathan was a stern man on the inside, goal-oriented and would let no one get in his way. "Thanks, Mom." 7 October 10th. It's almost time, Jonathan quietly reminded himself. Today was October 10th, the day Naruto Uzumaki was born. Moreover, for Jonathan, the day the Nine Tails would attack was today. Jonathan had waited almost an entire year for this moment. If he was unsuccessful in his plans, he'd be set back for several more years or decades even. Failure was not an option for Jonathan. At 8:30 at night, the orphans began preparing for bed. Jonathan had already made his preparations earlier. To be fair, Jonathan had been preparing for more than 10 months now. He hadn't just practiced necessary jutsu, he was also learning and relearning important information that he had forgotten about in this world. Jonathan hadn't completely known the exact time the Nine Tails would attack. It was never mentioned in any of the data books, nor was it recorded in the comic books. He could only estimate that it was late at night. If Jonathan were Obito Uchiha, he would summon the Nine Tails when the Leaf Village citizens were sound asleep. The thought of leaving early and simply waiting wasn't an option for Jonathan. There were things he needed before departing for the Leaf. But when the time came, like a thief in the night, Jonathan leapt from his bed and made it to the medical ward without making a single sound. The clock showed it was 9:30 at night. Because there was no commotion outside the orphanage, Jonathan knew the Nine Tails hadn't yet been summoned. The moment an earthquake or loud noises from afar were heard, Jonathan's plans would be ruined if he wasn't in the area. Time was of the essence. Jonathan entered the medical ward and began grabbing the necessary supplies. Trying to make as little noise as possible, he found poison in the cabinets which Nano kept safely stored and out of reach for emergencies. He knew where everything was in the orphanage because he had spent a grueling 10 months living here. Jonathan grabbed only one vial of poison, a vacutainer, a couple of plastic bags and a hypodermic needle. All these things were going to be useful because this was likely Jonathan's last night at the orphanage. By the time Jonathan had the items in his hands and was ready to depart, he heard a faint sound. Jonathan turned around but hadn't seen anyone. When he scanned the room, he saw someone hiding behind the medicine cabinet. "I know you're there," Jonathan said. The person hadn't revealed himself, but after a few seconds of silence he finally came out. "Muzai, what are you doing?" Kabuto asked. Leave it to one of the world's greatest spies and infiltrators of all time to spot Jonathan at a critical juncture. "How did you know I was here, Kabuto?" I saw you weren't in bed so I got up to go look for you." Jonathan closed his eyes to let out a slight smirk. He set his supplies down slowly. Before Kabuto knew what was happening, Jonathan had already formed the tiger seal. Having perfected the teleportation technique, high-speed movements, Kabuto couldn't even blink when Jonathan closed the distance. Jonathan jabbed at Kabuto's chin so hard it sent his glasses flying straight up into the air. Before Kabuto could hit the ground, Jonathan grabbed his shirt and caught his airborne glasses. Though Kabuto would soon become one of the world's greatest adversaries, he was nowhere near that level now. Jonathan picked Kabuto up and placed him with his glasses on a stretcher. Too much time has already been spent here. Whether Kabuto had or hadn't seen what Jonathan was up to this late night hadn't mattered to Jonathan at the moment. For he had no plans to return to the orphanage if he was successful. Leaving Kabuto asleep, Jonathan grabbed all of his supplies and left the orphanage without making a single sound. It had been almost a whole year since Jonathan had entered the orphanage, but he hadn't even looked back once while he was leaving. When he reached the spot where he buried his tool bag 10 months ago, he began digging. The bag was tattered, but Jonathan hadn't cared. It was what was inside the bag that mattered. 2 out of the 3 kunai inside had rust on them. The leaf headband, as well as the senbon, were still intact. Without making haste, Jonathan wrapped the headband around his head and placed the supplies inside the tool bag. Though it was tattered, it was sturdy enough to free up Jonathan's hands. He then used the straps on the bag to tie it securely around his thighs. After performing the tiger seal, Jonathan dashed to the Leaf Village. Most people would find it exciting to leap from tree to tree at incredible speeds. But Jonathan was not most people. He kept his mind sharp and kept his concentration on his goals. One mistake and it could cost Jonathan his life. And these 10 months had not been spent in vain. Jonathan was more agile than before. It was not like the first time he left the Leaf Village. Leaves brushed past Jonathan's body as tree branches shook slightly after he jumped from them. Before Jonathan knew it, he was already at the village walls. Not wasting any time, he quickly dashed up the walls and made it to the very peak. There, he stood gazing at the magnificent sight of the grandly constructed territory known as the Hidden Leaf Village. This was the first time Jonathan had ever been this high up to spectate an entire area. It was never his fantasy, nor was it a dream to do something like this even on Earth. He was living in someone else's world. Seeing the coast was clear, Jonathan dived straight down the village walls. He augmented his feet with Chakra and began running downwards. The moment he saw he was on the same level as the nearest building, he bounced off the wall and landed on top of that building. Jonathan used that momentum to traverse from one building to the next. Had it not been for him training extensively for this day, he would have easily tired himself out by now. Only a little Chakra had been used, so he was prepared in case something went wrong. Some would say he was too prepared. While Jonathan was hopping from one building to the next, he was scouting for his targets. There. You should be perfect, thought Jonathan. Shifting his body, Jonathan dived straight down into a nearby bush without being detected. The person in front of him was a male shinobi wearing a flak jacket. What made this shinobi special to Jonathan was that he was wearing the Uchiha clan symbol. Jonathan knew the only sure way he would ever hope to get strong in this world was to either acquire a tailed beast, a powerful monster with varying tails and a large pool of chakra, or be blessed with a KK Genkai. The former was nowhere near Jonathan's capabilities no matter what village he was in. But the latter was possible. However, there were complications in trying to take someone else's KK Genkai. Firstly, a KK Genkai was a blood-related ability. Hence the name. They were only unique to ninjas who shared their clan's bloodline. Even if one were to marry an outsider of their clan, it wasn't a guarantee their children would be born with a KK Genkai. For Jonathan, he knew all about the convoluted system that the ninja world tried to ensue with KK Genkai. This was the reason Jonathan spent 10 whole months training medical ninjutsu. He was going to attain the Sharingan. But he wasn't going to stop there. He knew that if he transplanted the Sharingan into his eyes, he wouldn't be able to deactivate them because he was not a true Uchiha. And even if he chose just one eye, he'd fall prey to constant chakra consumption, forever needing to cover that eye when not in use. There was only one method to help compensate for such a drawback, and tonight, Jonathan would be one of the first to try this method. Jonathan personally did not like the idea of using the Sharingan. Back on Earth when he was role-playing, he never once chose to be an Uchiha. Despite knowing almost everything about that clan, he found the idea of the Sharingan to be vacuous. But he also understood its vast, privileged superiority in this world. To be able to distinguish chakra, anticipate an opponent's movements, copy abilities and perform hypnotism was not something to lightly pass up. Jonathan didn't want the Sharingan. He needed it. 30 minutes had passed and Jonathan hadn't made a single movement. He kept close eyes on his target. The Ninetales still hadn't shown up yet. This unknown Uchiha didn't look any more familiar to Jonathan than that chakra listeners at the hospital. One Uchiha dead would not make a difference. Not after tonight at least. Jonathan was prepared to wait till morning and the next night if the Ninetales did not show. He had that much patience. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted in Jonathan's ears. Debris of massive proportions rushed over where Jonathan was hiding. Run, it's the Ninetales fox. Everyone, get to safety. Cries and screams of anguish mixed with buildings crashing, and a monstrous roar filled Jonathan's ears. The dust was so dense, he could no longer see where his target was. The problem with Jonathan's plan was that he wasn't aware of the exact location where the Ninetales would be summoned. Jonathan ran out of hiding to head to the direction the target was in. By the time some of the dust cleared, Jonathan saw that his target's upper body had been buried above the debris. He hadn't the strength to move such a large object from the man. And even so, his head was likely crushed. Jonathan couldn't use this Uchiha anymore. And if his Sharingan was not active before his death, there was no point in trying. Earlier, Jonathan wasn't just scouting around for nothing. He was pinpointing various Uchiha and their locations. Assuming they hadn't moved too far, he counted 3 in total. One had just died. Jonathan augmented his feet and soared into the air to get a better view of things. His attention couldn't help but be drawn by the size of the nine-tailed fox. Ninetales, the name of the beast, was greatly undervalued in size when Jonathan looked at him in person. His ferocity was greater than expected. To think that the mindless boy named Naruto Uzumaki would carry such a predatory monster inside him for years, boldly claimed Jonathan. Even from the safe distance, the Ninetales chakra could physically be felt. Even more, it could easily knock Jonathan unconscious. But Jonathan didn't have time to focus on Ninetales' brutality. He searched high and low and jumped from damaged building to damaged building. There were so many people scattered like ants in a wildfire. When Jonathan leapt high again to get a better aerial view, the Night Tails let out a barbaric roar in Jonathan's direction, which caused a vehement wind to send him crashing to the side of a building. The instant Jonathan's body crashed, in that spot was a piece of debris. Substitution jutsu was successful. Jonathan had already prepared one after the Nine Tails had appeared. He wasn't just looking for his targets, he was also keeping his senses open to the most dangerous creature here right now. When Jonathan safely landed after the substitution, the area started to become less and less crowded. But Jonathan kept his composure. He wasn't one to distress during critical moments. As he searched the area, lo, a woman with dark hair was seen limping. What almost made Jonathan's heart leap was the symbol on her back. It was an Uchiha. Like a shark smelling blood in the water, Jonathan took out his poison and dipped the tip of his kunai in it. Back on Earth, Jonathan was adept at throwing not just darts at a billboard but also knives. With Chakra at his disposal, throwing a kunai was akin to throwing a pencil at a classroom ceiling. Jonathan distributed his Chakra accordingly and hurled the kunai at his target. "Ah!" screamed the woman before falling forward to the ground. Jonathan managed to successfully hit her right calf muscle. When the woman looked to see what happened, there was no one in sight. Not a distressed civilian nor anyone to rescue her. And even if there was someone nearby, they were too preoccupied trying to save their own lives. This was also how most people on Earth would have reacted. Whether Jonathan was on Earth or in the ninja world, people were the same no matter where he went. Without hesitating, the Uchiha ripped the kunai right out. She tried getting up, but the poison had already taken its effect. Jonathan hadn't just practiced medicine, he had learned about various types of poisons as well. This special poison was derived from kashu, a worm that can infect its target with paralysis without leaving any trace behind after death. Before the kunai had landed, Jonathan had already been circling around the woman's blind spots. When he saw the poison had taken its effect, he rushed over to the woman. She looked frightened because of Jonathan's sudden appearance. But Jonathan not only had an innocent boyish charm, he was wearing their headband. "I heard someone scream here. Are you okay?" Jonathan ignorantly asked. "And no." The woman struggled to say. "I can't move my body." Jonathan looked at the woman's and saw her Sharingan was not activated. Did she not unlock the Sharingan or was she so hurt that she couldn't use it? Considered Jonathan. "Don't worry. I know I look young but I know medical ninjutsu," Jonathan reassured. He placed his hands above the woman's injury. "No. The nine-tailed fox is attacking the leaf. You have to try and take me to safety first." The woman beckoned. "This woman." Jonathan grabbed the lady by her waist, holstered her above his shoulder and leaped from the area. Had it not been for Jonathan utilizing his chakra correctly, he wouldn't have been able to do this. What annoyed Jonathan, though, was that he could feel his reserves running low. He was not adept at taking on grown adults in a fight yet. Neither was he skillful enough to do it without being caught. Because there was a gargantuan beast running amok, and not just any beast but the Night Tails, it made the perfect distraction for Jonathan to execute his plan. This was the reason Jonathan chose October 10th to come back to the Leaf Village. "Wait." The woman insisted. "The shelter's not that way." Jonathan was already feeling tired from using up his chakra to carry this woman. Listening to her made him even more annoyed. The woman looked at Jonathan for a response and saw that his face was expressionless. "Can I really trust this kid? What if he was the one who threw that kunai at me?" He appeared out of nowhere and didn't look even a little scared at what was happening to the village. The woman became anxious. "Everything will be alright," Jonathan assured with a smirk on his face. He landed with the woman and set her down gently. Examining her injury, he began performing not the healing jutsu but the poison extraction jutsu. The woman stared at Jonathan in amazement. He could tell this was her first time seeing the technique. "What is that jutsu and where did you learn to practice it at such a young age?" she asked. With a straight face Jonathan answered, "It's a medical ninjutsu to help cleanse your body. It's something I've always enjoyed learning while growing up. I can't stand seeing people get hurt so I made it my duty to study it hard." Oh. Jonathan excelled at reading people's expressions. Even the slight change in their pitch could be distinguished by Jonathan. This woman wasn't just impressed, she was also grateful for the treatment. But Jonathan wasn't ready to let up. "You're an Uchiha, right?" Jonathan asked. "Yeah." Jonathan became frustrated before shouting, "Then why are you just sitting back like this? Your village is being attacked and you let a child come to your rescue? Where is your pride as a ninja?" The woman was taken aback at Jonathan's sudden outburst. "There. I removed the poison. If you can't even activate your Sharingan, then you'll just be getting in everyone's way." When Jonathan said those words, he finished extracting some of the poison. Though he said he removed the poison, he still left a substantial amount. The woman managed to stand on her feet, feeling irritated at Jonathan's words. She looked down on Jonathan and stated, "Don't dare talk down to me that way, kid." Jonathan stared blankly into the woman's eyes and saw she had not two but three tomoe in each of her eyes. "I appreciate your help when my body went into shock after that kunai struck me. And you made a good point earlier. I'm going to save my clan and my village." 8 October 10th to not yet, Jonathan thought. The woman turned around to leave, but before she completely left, she looked back and asked, "By the way, kid, what's your na?" Before she could finish, she abruptly dropped to her knees. "I thought he removed the poison from my body." "Wait. No. How did he know I was poisoned to begin with?" In the blink of an eye, Jonathan's hands began to glow blue. His body leapt forwards and cleanly cut the woman's head off. "My name is Jonathan Yuan." There was a shocked look on the woman's face as her head spun in the air. Jonathan had a satisfied look. He wasn't overly excited. Only content with the results. Poof. A puff cloud of smoke shrouded the woman's body. I was too slow, Jonathan thought. A half-cut log then landed on the ground. Though Jonathan had managed to wait long enough for the remaining poison to take its effect again, he was too careless. And even though the shinobi was partly parlayed, she had just enough strength and time to prepare a substitution technique. Jonathan felt livid inside. He began surveying his area whilst keeping his composure. She's still poisoned, so she couldn't have gotten too far. Just then, a loud explosion from afar was heard. It caused the very ground Jonathan was standing on to shake. The only thing to cause something that powerful was a tailed beast bomb, Jonathan deduced. At that moment of the tailed beast bomb's impact, Jonathan heard the shriek of a woman's voice in the bushes. Bloodthirsty, Jonathan threw 3 senbon in that direction. The Uchiha woman leapt upwards and landed on a tree branch above her. "Jonathan, huh? I'll be sure to remember what name to write on your grave," panted the woman. Jonathan smirked a little. He could see her glowing red eyes as well as her sweating profusely from the poison. In the blink of an eye, the woman inhaled deeply. Jonathan hadn't even seen her perform any hand signs, but he knew from years of accumulated knowledge the technique. What came forth was a raging wave of flames from the woman's mouth. Jonathan's chakra was on the verge of depleting. He used all the augmented strength in his legs that he could muster and lunged to the right. Not a moment too soon and Jonathan's entire lower body would have suffered from burns. Only half of his left foot was burned. Before landing, Jonathan pulled out 3 more senbon, somersaulted and lunged them at the woman just before landing. Struggling, the woman pulled out a kunai and deflected them all. "That Sharingan is a lot deadlier than I imagined," Jonathan said in his head. Had it not been for the woman's earlier injuries from the Nine-Tails assault as well as the paralysis poison, Jonathan would have been dead by now. His movements were clearly incomparable to hers if she weren't at such a disadvantage. Jonathan could feel his chakra plummeting after that little exchange. This caused his own stamina to decrease severely. "That Sharingan won't save you," Jonathan confidently said. "And your arrogance won't save you," she retorted. A sudden strong gust of wind swept past the field Jonathan was on. He knew it was the 4th Hokage fending off the Nine-Tails. When Jonathan looked, the woman was struggling to keep her balance on the branch. The only reason Jonathan commented on the woman's Sharingan was because he was trying to buy time for the paralysis poison to spread through her body. Seeing that she couldn't even holster herself upright, Jonathan started his run. If he didn't end things soon, her chakra would deplete. And if that happened, her Sharingan would deactivate. Jonathan didn't let the pressure get to him. He pushed his body to move forward despite his expressionless exhaustion. When the woman lifted her head, she became anxious. Unlike a few moments ago, Jonathan could see her performing her hand signs. "Snake, ram, monkey," repeated Jonathan. He knew she was going for another fireball technique. Jonathan threw his last remaining senbon at the woman's arms. A couple of the senbon hit her abdomen but the last one missed. The woman began sweating profusely before toppling forward off the branch. She landed right on the ground. Before Jonathan threw his last remaining senbon needles, he had already dipped the tips in poison. Just that alone was enough to stop her from concentrating on her jutsu. Jonathan's chakra was severely low. The woman struggled to raise her head. When she did, she saw Jonathan approaching. The moon's light caused a shadow to cover half of his face. He looked menacing. This made the woman shudder in fear. "No. I can't give up," she thought. The woman tried to move her body but Jonathan already knew she wouldn't be able to. Not only that, there was no way she was able to keep her chakra controlled in her current state. Even if she had medicine, she would have already used it when she got injured at the beginning. Jonathan's hand began to glow a bluish color. "Izumi. I'm sorry," the woman's faint voice uttered. By the time Jonathan reached the woman, he hadn't cared how low his chakra reserves were getting. But the moment he noticed her Sharingan was still active, he swiped his hands, slicing her head clean off. Her head bounced upwards and Jonathan immediately caught it, ripping both her eyes out. He had been planning for this moment for months. He knew he had to extract the eyes while they were still in their Sharingan state. If the target was dead for too long, Jonathan wasn't completely sure if they'd deactivate or not if the head stayed severed for too long. Jonathan didn't waste any time. He hadn't the strength to carry the woman's headless body, so he was forced to drag her. Because the Nine-Tails was still attacking the leaf, it provided an excellent distraction. People, shinobi alike, were either too focused on it or had already taken shelter. Not a single person was nearby. It was exhausting, but Jonathan's perseverance was unlike others. He didn't think about his chakra having been depleted close to zero, nor the fact that he had almost fainted trying to drag the woman to a secluded area. When he finally found a destroyed building, he limped inside, clutching the headless body. As the body was still vital to Jonathan. Looking back, Jonathan, though content, kept a blank face in seeing there was hardly any trail of blood. There was a reason Jonathan carried the woman so far. Being away from the Nine-Tails was important, yes, but Jonathan had scanned the area to make sure not a single soul was nearby. He set the woman's body on the hard pavement and grabbed what little he could find to block any seeable openings. Based on the layout of the area, Jonathan guessed he was in a poorly constructed home. Jonathan checked the kunoichi, a female ninja, for anything useful. He managed to find a few bandages from her flak jacket, some threads, as well as kunai and shuriken. But none of those things, however, were valuable to him in this situation. Feeling exhausted after his adrenaline stopped flowing, Jonathan sat down near a wall next to the fresh corpse. It takes roughly 1 to 3 days for a dead body to start decomposing. But the rules of this world might be different because of chakra. Jonathan analyzed. He knew he couldn't do anything immediately because of how low his chakra reserves were. After the Nine-Tails attacked, it was unclear what happened before the next day. Jonathan had no other choice but to wait until he restored enough of his chakra. While sitting, he crossed his arm over his raised knee and closed his eyes. Dangling in his hand were the woman's eyes in a plastic, medical bag he grabbed from the orphanage. When Jonathan looked at his other hand, he opened his palm, which was shaded red. This was the first time Jonathan had ever seen so much blood before. Why? Because this was the first time Jonathan had ever slain someone. He remained emotionless. Back on Earth, Jonathan had dissected many dead lab animal parts. Starting as early as middle school. Live organs dangling from a medical bag didn't disgust him in the slightest. It was the amount of blood that caused Jonathan to remain silent. That woman said the name Izumi before she died, Jonathan contemplated. The only Izumi Jonathan recalled was Izumi Uchiha. There were missing puzzles that Jonathan was trying to gather. For one, Izumi Uchiha was one of the many kunoichi who favored Itachi Uchiha during the academy. She was also the person he rescued during the Nine-Tails attack. The only connection Izumi had was to an unspecified man and woman. One of whom was Hazuki Uchiha, Izumi's mother. Jonathan questioned Hazuki Uchiha's existence because she was only ever mentioned in a novel. That novel might have been official, but it wasn't written by Masashi Kishimoto. On top of all that, Hazuki was never mentioned to be a kunoichi. The only reason Jonathan knew this was because Itachi Uchiha was one of Jonathan's favorite anti-heroes. That was before he completely abandoned the series. Because there was never an illustration of Hazuki, Jonathan wasn't able to tell who she was when he saw her. Despite that desperate situation he was in, Jonathan still would have targeted Hazuki regardless of how big of an impact her early death would affect the timeline. Jonathan's very existence in this world was already proof that there were bound to be some changes. The only thing Jonathan had to make sure of was to minimize those changes as much as possible until he reached his true goals. Knowing how the story played out was one of his biggest weapons. Hazuki Uchiha has been written to have died by the hands of Itachi Uchiha during the Uchiha massacre, a point in time when two shinobi slaughtered their entire clan in one night. During that night, Itachi killed both Izumi and Hazuki Uchiha. Izumi no longer had a mother, so Jonathan could only make a hypothesis as to how it could affect the rest of the Uchiha clan until their destruction. It was good that Jonathan chose this night of all nights. The entire leaf was preoccupied with the Nine-Tails. As long as Jonathan secured an Uchiha with the Sharingan without being seen, he was undoubtedly the biggest victor. 30 minutes had gone by. The Nine-Tails rampage ended not too long ago. Jonathan had taken the chance to wait until more of his chakra recovered. His patience would not go in vain. The moment he felt himself able to mold enough chakra, he got up from his position and used a poison extraction jutsu on her body. Jonathan took Hazuki's body and stood it upright near a wall. He then grabbed an intravenous line he had packed from the orphanage and attached it to one of the medical bags. Using one of Hazuki's own kunai, he cut vertically down her arm. The plastic bag had already been taped by her fingertips where the blood was running. Jonathan quickly used some thread and tied it around his arm to reveal his veins. He then took the end of the needle from the foreline and inserted it into his arm. Any professional physician who saw this act would have berated Jonathan for his inhumanness. But there was something Jonathan had that they did not: Chakra. When the blood began to flow down the foreline, Jonathan performed the healing jutsu. He knew that there was only a 50% chance that this would work. Why 50? Jonathan's blood type was B+. He learned that from his physical exam back at the orphanage. If this world had any scientific sense to it, Jonathan only had a 50% chance of Hazuki's blood being a match. He was willing to take that chance. The reason Jonathan carried Hazuki's body with him wasn't because he needed to hide the evidence. Jonathan needed her blood. If Jonathan transplanted a Sharingan without being an Uchiha, he would never be able to turn it off. He didn't like the idea of being like Kakashi Hatake or Danzō Shimura. The only way for him to deactivate the Sharingan and prevent further chakra loss was by having Uchiha DNA. Thought it was only a theory, Jonathan understood the rule of law this world dictated. Blood ties were the basis for a shinobi to have a Kekkei Genkai. As long as someone had that clan's DNA implanted into him, as seen with Madara Uchiha acquiring Hashirama Senju's Kekkei Genkai, then it would also be possible for someone to effectively use that same Kekkei Genkai. Jonathan had studied medicine both here and on Earth. By using his healing jutsu, he was able to help circulate the flow of blood and keep it sterilized, all while cleansing it further to make sure he didn't suffer from drawbacks like a fever. And thanks to having extracted the poison earlier, he could safely perform this procedure. Jonathan sat there watching the blood enter into his veins. Because his chakra was low, he didn't keep the jutsu active for long. He was wise to balance his chakra levels, for it was going to be needed when performing the second procedure. 40 minutes had gone by. At times, Jonathan would have to cut another portion of Hazuki's body where he knew blood was most abundant. He had quickly gotten used to seeing a large quantity of it by now. And since his body was still young, he knew he wouldn't need a lot. Just enough. When he felt his chakra was ready, he used a healing jutsu again to help with blood circulation. He would only do this for seconds at a time because of how much chakra he had to preserve. The moment Jonathan was ready, he used his free arm and surrounded his eye socket with his fingers. Concentrating, he flowed the chakra all across his head and his fingertips. He applied chakra to his head to help lower the pain, and chakra to his fingertips to have enough strength to rip his eyeball out. Jonathan was not Shizue Uchiha, who gouged out his own eyes like it was nothing. But he knew that without chakra at his disposal, he would have surely been in tremendous pain. Without hesitating, Jonathan ripped his eye out. Using chakra to alleviate the pain hadn't helped. The pain was excruciating. He had never been injured to this degree before. His blood-covered hands shook as he pulled an eye out of the medical bag. Jonathan hadn't cared if it was the left or the right one. His senses were screaming at him to stop the unbearable agony. Jonathan placed the eyeball in his empty eye socket and quickly activated the healing jutsu. Trying to concentrate on the technique under these conditions proved more difficult than Jonathan anticipated. There were times when his head became nauseous and he felt like throwing up. His entire body was sweating profusely. He could barely keep a straight face. Less than 5 minutes had passed, and Jonathan had almost fully connected the eye's optic nerves to his torn one. The pain slowly began to fade. When Jonathan finished, he hadn't chosen to open his eyes yet. Rather, he began to feel something different. It wasn't his own chakra, it was something unique molding within his optic nerve. Jonathan had practiced chakra control for this very reason. He knew how the Sharingan worked. More importantly, he knew what occurred when someone developed the Sharingan for the first time. Just like Tobirama Senju, the Leaf Village's second Hokage, said the chakra from the Sharingan flows through the optic nerves. Jonathan concentrated on his eye and released the chakra. When he opened his eye, he didn't feel that chakra flowing like it had been before. Without a mirror nearby, even he knew the surgical transplant was a complete success. 1-9 Aftermath rubble fell from a destroyed building. A hand was seen emerging from the opening. Grabbing the wall outside, a figure climbed out of that opening. Sunlight caused his skin to glisten from a night of what felt like endless suffering. The boy's eyes had been closed as he stared upwards. That boy was Jonathan Yuan. Jonathan slowly opened them to reveal eyes as dark as the abyss. At the edge of Jonathan's waist was a lifeless head with its eyes ripped out being held by its hair. For a whole night till morning, there hadn't been a single shinobi nearby. This was because of Jonathan's tactfulness. He chose a secluded area far from most of the destruction. The moment the sun rose, Jonathan left the building he was lodging himself in. Not only was Jonathan rarely seen by anyone, the only person who had even known Jonathan's real name in this world was now dead. Her dead corpse had been cut into pieces last night with the use of the Chakra dissection blade technique. All manner of poison had already been extracted in case anyone decided to do an autopsy. To make sure the crime committed didn't look like a homicide, Jonathan left behind some of her ninja tools. Neither the Leaf Sanbu Black Ops nor the Uchiha police force would ever hope to trace any of this back to Jonathan even if they tried. How could they? A tailed beast had just attacked their village, their fourth Hokage was dead, and there were a number of lives that had perished due to the attack. Jonathan could have disposed of the body by other means, or even buried it if he wanted. But doing something like that in broad daylight while he was positive other ninjas would eventually start looking for the injured and dead, was too risky. Trying to take the body with him would also have been foolish. From what Jonathan remembered, the Uchiha police force was tasked with patrolling the borders rather than helping defend against the Ninetales attack. Jonathan had only slept a couple of hours at best after he performed the surgery. Because of his healing technique, he wasn't in any noticeable pain. Even his burnt foot was fully healed. However, Jonathan's chakra reserves were still considerably low. He didn't even have enough to activate his newly acquired Sharingan. He speculated that he could perform at most 2 techniques before he'd likely pass out from too much chakra consumption. Mix in his lack of sleep, he was sure to faint any moment now. But none of this bothered Jonathan in the slightest. Wasting no time, Jonathan stealthily moved from building to building. He wasn't like Obito Uchiha, who could teleport in and out of places without worry. He had to use his small height as well as the endless mourning of the citizens to get around. The months of training his body while using chakra were showing their results. To Jonathan's great fortune, he found a large hole in the wall surrounding the leaf. But this was no surprise. There were several damaged openings like these across the whole village. Jonathan used that opportunity to escape the leaf without being noticed. Several yards away, Jonathan took out a kunai and began digging. The hole he dug took some time. Thanks to his chakra control, he used just enough to help his muscles withstand the physical strains. Jonathan was a self-motivated individual. The tougher the situation looked, the more effort Jonathan would put in. After digging a sizable hole of about 4 feet, he threw both Hazuki's head and all the evidence inside. Jonathan began to give some thought as he was filling up the hole. It wasn't as though Hazuki Uchiha was a weak opponent. Jonathan knew this the instant he saw she bore a 3 Tomoe Sharingan. At any point in time, Hazuki could have placed Jonathan under a Ganjutsu. Had she done that, the fight would have been over instantly. But Jonathan's boyish charm and innocent nature were able to avert her senses. Hazuki hadn't thought of using Sharingan Ganjutsu. Why would she when the boy in front of her wore the Leaf Village's headband? Not only that, when Jonathan first attacked Hazuki after healing her, she saw that Jonathan was avoiding eye contact with her. As the battle raged against the two, not once had Jonathan made full eye contact with her. He was more than careful. He was a skilled tactician. The moment Jonathan finished burying Hazuki's head, he returned to the hole he exited from. Had it not been for the Ninetales assault, a feat like this would have been impossible for any regular shinobi to perform. But Jonathan was not regular. He was from Earth and carried a vast amount of knowledge about this world. Any enemy village of the Leaf would have envied Jonathan's hidden triumph. Coming back, Jonathan was able to enter in and out of the Leaf without being noticed. By the time he made it to an area where there were a lot of people still injured, trapped or crying, he found a soft patch of grass next to a burnt building and sat down. Back against the wall, Jonathan raised his knee, placed his forearms across that knee and eventually fell asleep. We've got an injured kid here. Another one? Darn that fox. I know. Everyone's lost something. Get a stretcher and take this kid to safety. When Jonathan opened his eyes slightly, he saw 2 grown men wearing flak jackets. Whether it was because Jonathan was too exhausted, their face nor voices were recognizable. He decided to rest his eyes, knowing what was likely to happen next. After the attack on the Ninetales, a funeral was held for those who perished in the aftermath. There were many casualties, so just placing everyone in the Leaf's hospital wasn't going to work. Jonathan fell asleep due to the immense pressure his body had been feeling. He may have performed feats that would make the legendary Madara Uchiha proud, but Jonathan still had his limits. Limits that he planned to overcome. When Jonathan lifted his eyes, he found himself lying down on a stretcher outside. There were many people on similar stretchers. Some were quiet. A lot were wailing. This was due to their pain or loss. Man. I just opened up my business yesterday. It'll cost me a fortune to get things running again, a man said. You idiot, a woman replied. You should be happy you're alive. Jonathan could tell that it was either the man's wife or sister. Regardless, he hadn't recognized them nor anyone around them. Jonathan removed his covers and ascended from the stretcher. Because there were so many people around, little to no one paid him any attention. They all had their own problems to deal with. Jonathan looked at the sun and saw it was close to setting. He couldn't tell how long he had been asleep. Looking at his hands, Jonathan opened and closed them. He felt that hardly half of his chakras had recovered. He then surveyed his surroundings to see if anyone looked a little familiar. Not a single person did. This made Jonathan consider what question he'd been asking himself since the first day he came to this world. Naruto was a series that was comprised of 220 episodes. Part 2 of the series had exactly 500. Jonathan knew that a lot of those episodes were comprised of something known as filler, a story in the series that was not originally in the script. They hardly continued the main story as a whole. After last night's encounter, Jonathan confirmed that this world consisted of not just filler characters but even characters mentioned in novels. This news had not favored Jonathan's endeavors in the slightest. Naruto, the series as a whole, has had over 20 light novels and 10 movies written. Jonathan had only either read or seen less than half of them. His mind, however, was not uncomfortable. He had already considered the missing plot points the creator of this world hadn't filled them in. Most of the series is filled with plot twists or unexplained events. This was Jonathan's belief for most Japanese animation. "You there, kid?" Jonathan turned his head to see a Kunoichi. She, like many of the people here, didn't look familiar. Jonathan remained silent. "You should be happy you got that stretcher. We barely had any left to put the seriously injured ones on." "What's your name and where are your parents?" she asked sternly. "You can call me Kabuto, ma'am," answered Jonathan with a bow. He knew when to lower himself to others. This is just one of the things that made Jonathan a formidable person. The Kunoichi were slightly taken aback at Jonathan's polite behavior. "No need to be so formal with me, kid. Come on," she sighed. "Let's go find your parents." "Water," Jonathan faintly said. "Oh. You'd like some water? Give me a second, I'll get you a cup." The woman looked around before disappearing. Jonathan was not going to wait for her. The instant Jonathan was out of sight, he casually walked away into the crowd of injured civilians. Compared to the first time Jonathan was in the leaf, he had not learned to access his chakra yet. Naruto, at a young age, was capable of leaping on buildings as well as jumping off the Hokage's mountain without worry. As long as Jonathan understood the physics of this world, it was possible for him to exceed those features. But this was only a hypothesis. If Jonathan was to be prepared for bigger challenges, he had to undergo training. Mere physical exercises alone would not get him far. What Jonathan needed first was an advantage, the Sharingan. Naruto was gifted a tailed beast but didn't know how to tame it. All Uchiha were gifted the Sharingan but not many knew how to advance it. From what Jonathan understood, the show's original premise was that with hard work, one could surpass those who were born talented. This statement couldn't be further from the truth. Jonathan found it hypocritical. The main character, who was born only a few hours ago, was part of a clan that carried an abundance of chakra. On top of this, he was essentially born with a monster that would consistently grant him more chakra. Naruto, to Jonathan, was a living lie. In this world, only those born with enough talent would be able to make any difference. Jonathan had accepted that fact years ago when he saw how weak Sasuke Uchiha made Naruto Uzumaki look. Jonathan did not care for the Sharingan, nor did he particularly like the Uchiha clan to begin with. They were in themselves a walking anomaly. With it, however, he could further expedite his goals. When Jonathan came to that conclusion while passing through the streets of the now destroyed Leaf Village, he thought to himself, one person's death in this world is not enough to help me return home. I'll need to slay them all. If interacting with this world's people wasn't enough, and one person's untimely death hadn't done anything, Jonathan's only option was to disrupt this world's structure to such a degree that something or someone would be forced to answer his questions. One of which was how he got here and why he was here in the first place. Jonathan wouldn't care if he had to slay every single person to find that answer. With that bold statement engraved in his heart, he stopped in front of the streets where most of the Leaf's shops were located. Jonathan walked to one of the empty buildings. There was no one here. Either people were by the hospital or they were out and about looking for missing civilians. It was the perfect opportunity for Jonathan to gather his necessities. After searching 2 broken-down buildings, he finally found what he was looking for. At a shop next to Shushuya's bar, Jonathan managed to pick up a fishing pole. This was all he needed for at most a week. To his contentment, Jonathan departed to his next destination. The Leaf Village had many places to hide. What most people would face, however, was being homeless or trying to fend for themselves in the wild. Now that Jonathan had acquired chakra, 10 nurturing plants, he could freely choose any of these locations without needing a roof over his head. People wouldn't bother him so long as he kept his distance. Jonathan had been planning for this for months. He already knew what he was going to settle for a bit. Of all those places, he chose the Forest of Death. Jonathan didn't want to stay somewhere he knew people would be. This was because of Hiruzen Sarutobi. After the death of the fourth Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi would retain the position of Hokage. When this occurred, he would again use his crystal ball technique, a skill that allowed him to peek at people's locations. Though Jonathan's existence was not known to the Hokage, he was not going to give him any chances to discover him. The Forest of Death was the perfect location for Jonathan to venture in and out of. It was not just large enough, it was a place no one entered multiple times throughout the year. Now was the perfect time to hide until Jonathan finished his work. Being familiar with the Leaf Village's layout already, Jonathan dashed to the area. He moved precisely in locations where guards, patrols, or helpers were not scouting. Like a slithering serpent, he managed to stay out of sight until he reached his destination. The forest was a lot larger than he remembered. Without hesitating, he leaped right over the fence and ran into the deep, dark territory. This forest was quite special. It was purposely used biannually to conduct exams for lower-ranked ninja called geinin. More so, it had oversized insects and spanned over 6 miles, 10 kilometers. Just that amount of space was more than enough for Jonathan to stay hidden. It was first featured in the first part of the series. Most people who watched it knew little about it. What most don't know, though, is that the Chunin exams have already been taken. Because the forest wasn't particularly guarded, nor was it hardly touched during the Nine Tails assault, it was the perfect spot for Jonathan to be in for the next week. Deep into the forest, Jonathan finally stopped his run. He looked at his surroundings. It was clear. Closing his eyes, he focused. He could feel that same chakra when he first transplanted the Sharingan into his eyes. Causing it to flow correctly, Jonathan opened his eyes slowly. There wasn't much light within the forest because of how tall and thick the trees were. When Jonathan looked at his hands, he couldn't just feel his Sharingan active, he saw it. A red glowing light was refracting from his palms. Jonathan knew all about the Sharingan. It was a mainstream power most people on Earth would be content with having. First and foremost, Jonathan tried to control the amount of chakra consistently being drained from him to keep his Sharingan active. He wasn't a naturally born Uchiha who developed it. He took it for himself forcefully. Moreover, he didn't gain a newly developed one. It was a Sharingan with 3 tomoe. Because Jonathan had transferred Uchiha DNA into himself, by this world's laws, he was now considered an Uchiha. Better yet, he didn't just use any Uchiha's DNA, he used the same Uchiha DNA that the original Sharingan belonged to. Jonathan was fortunate that Hazuki's blood was compatible with his own. Even if it wasn't, Jonathan was proficient in medical ninjutsu. He would have used chakra to force her DNA despite the side effects. All this, however, was pedantic to Jonathan. To help adjust to his new vision, Jonathan practiced turning on and off his Sharingan. He could feel the chakra consumption. Proficiency in activating and deactivating it became natural. As long as he circulated the chakra flow from his optical nerve correctly, Jonathan speculated he could keep it active regularly. Not a moment later, Jonathan began running around in the forest with his Sharingan active. He could see the minute details of his surroundings. It wasn't like things were sharper, it was like he had foresight. He could tell in what direction insects were likely headed. Their very minute movements were capable of being predicted. When Jonathan stopped by a large centipede, he stared at it. The Sharingan may grant impeccable insights to its user, but its second advantage was creating hypnotic inductions. Jonathan was well familiar with performing Genjutsu, illusion techniques. He had even tried practicing hypnosis on Earth despite his many failures. Manipulating his own chakra flow, he directed it to the centipede's cranial nerves. As long as the anatomy of an arthropod was similar to the ones on Earth, he was confident. When Jonathan felt a connection had been made, he quickly disrupted the centipede's senses. All species can be affected by illusion techniques. As long as that species had a forebrain, they were not excluded. In order to use Sharingan Genjutsu, one required eye contact. Because this centipede was large in size, its eyes were more than seeable. It had instinctively focused on Jonathan the moment he came near. The centipede had little to no control over what it thought it was sensing around it. It shrieked in its body, believing itself to be attacked by another creature far greater than it. Jonathan kept his focus. Though the centipede wasn't facing any physical damage, its very own mind believed it to be. As inhumane as it looked, Jonathan didn't care for the things of this world. He was stagnant about doing whatever it took to achieve his goals. Even if it meant torture. Jonathan could feel a slight decrease in his chakra as the centipede squirmed, begging for the torment to end. After only a half a minute, the centipede died. Illusion techniques were just what one thought they were, mere illusions. They were mainly used to stun or knock an opponent unconscious during battle. Granted, if an illusion was strong enough and the brain thought the body had died, then the target itself could truly suffer from death. Using chakra to induce such a pain has only amplified the effects of illusions. Jonathan couldn't help but smile as his eyes widened. This was the first and only time he had felt a sense of joy in this world. Seeing exactly how effective Genjutsu was in person, Jonathan felt he had obtained this world's primacy technique. His control was natural, and he felt a sense of authority. Genjutsu was like hypnosis on Earth. The moment a target was influenced by its illusionary effects, those subtle moments of inactivity could determine the outcome of the battle. And it wasn't just Genjutsu, it was the Sharingan Genjutsu. Activating it was easy. It only requires eye contact. There was a reason why one of the main antagonists of the series, Madara Uchiha, desired to use the greatest illusionary technique. He intended to use it to create an illusion of the world. Why? Because there was little to no defense against an illusion. Much to Jonathan's expectations, no one came into the forest to interrupt his training. He managed to find several different targets of varying sizes to experiment on. For the whole afternoon, Jonathan tested the distance he could activate his Sharingan Genjutsu. When he wasn't using it, he trained his mind and body to match the speed at which he was predicting other organisms' movements. In Jonathan's heart, he truly understood why the creators of this world highly favored the Uchiha clan. It wasn't just because of their prowess. It was also because of their very uniqueness in using the Sharingan. When Jonathan's chakra had depleted to low levels, he stopped his training. He had been maintaining the Sharingan for hours. Though he spent the whole evening practicing, he hadn't fully perfected the Sharingan nor its other abilities. He had only gained control over it. This was an important step for Jonathan. If he couldn't understand the technique, he wouldn't dare risk using it in battle. By the time the clouds dispersed to reveal a full moon, he grabbed his fishing pole and headed to the nearest body of water. Jonathan was prepared not to eat if he couldn't catch anything. Fasting was not a problem, as he hadn't eaten since the night he left the orphanage. The only bait Jonathan could muster was a few worms hidden underneath rocks. He had fished before on Earth, so this was nothing new. To be frank, Naruto Uzumaki around 4 or 5 would go and fish around the leaf by himself like it was a common thing. It took Jonathan only a few minutes until a fish was finally reeled in. He couldn't identify the species but knew the size was more than enough to fill him till the morning. For a body this small, its stomach required very little to be filled. Jonathan spent the next hour fishing, catching roughly 2 more fish. Because of the third fish's size, he released his second catch back into the water. Jonathan piled up some sticks and twigs together and prepared the fish. With just his bare hands, he gutted them both out. He didn't need things like a knife or a kunai. He had chakra at his disposal. There was a reason Jonathan hadn't grabbed things like oil and a lighter for the forest. He was looking to verify something. Activating his Sharingan, Jonathan began. First snake, then ram, monkey, boar horse and lastly, tiger. Inhaling first, Jonathan exhaled a sizable flame right on the sticks. It immediately caught on fire. Jonathan was by no means surprised by this occurrence. Most if not all Uchiha had an affinity for the fire element. Because he had acquired Uchiha DNA as well as the Sharingan, Jonathan had met the qualifications. Mix that with his advanced chakra control and knowledge of this world, performing the jutsu was effortless. When Sasuke learned of the jutsu, it took him a whole week to perfect it. The thing was, he was able to release the jutsu on his first attempt. Had Jonathan added more chakra to it, he could have expanded the size of that fireball. Jonathan ate his meal without any disturbance. At times, the smoke would attract unwanted animals, but they never bothered to approach him. Had they dared, Jonathan had enough chakra to fend them off. This is what separated Jonathan from others. He always took everything into account. After coming to this world, that now included his chakra reserves. Without the Hokage's watchful eyes, Jonathan was free to stay in the forest for as long as he needed. But that wasn't Jonathan's plan. He knew the events that would unfold within the next few years. The more important characters had already been born. While the notable ones like Kakashi Hatake, Jonathan was aware of what someone like him was doing. Kakashi was in the Anbu Black Ops. The fact that the Nine Tails attacked only meant that Obito Uchiha had already met Madara Uchiha and formed the Akatsuki organization. If Jonathan wanted, he could easily go and kill the main characters while they were still infants. Those characters would prove to be problematic as they aged. The last thing Jonathan needed was more and more stronger ninjas growing around him while he himself hadn't reached the pinnacle of his potential yet. But by no means was he going to slay them. Jonathan may have been eager to escape this world by any means necessary, but he was by no means a fool. Killing certain characters would alter the timeline far too much. Jonathan's biggest advantage was knowing what was going to happen 11 Genjutsu prior to it. Around this time, the creators of the series hadn't filled a lot of the gaps. Jonathan deduced that things would flow naturally as long as he didn't intervene too much. His only outlier now was Izumi Uchiha. Her mother was alive during the Uchiha massacre that would occur 7 years from now. Without her mother, he was interested in knowing if she would undergo a change or not. Jonathan took a bite of the fish. Its lack of flavor hadn't bothered him in the slightest. He sat there thinking of Izumi Uchiha. After acquiring the Sharingan, Jonathan had always thought of how he could advance it. Even if he had an Uchiha's DNA, it was never written how or what a non-Uchiha could do to obtain the next level. Knowing that, however, didn't disappoint Jonathan. He instead gave a sinister smile, knowing that a relative of Hazuki Uchiha was still alive. If Jonathan never managed to unlock the next stage of the Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would have no other choice to further its development to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. And the only confirmed way to do so is with a close blood relative that also had the Mangekyo Sharingan. Jonathan planned to nurture Izumi as insurance. A shadowy figure was seen walking. Only the sound of grass being crushed could be heard. When the figure came out of the darkness and into the dawn's light, it was Jonathan. His clothes were covered in dirt. Jonathan hadn't had any injuries on him thanks to his proficient use of the healing technique. It had been 3 nights since Jonathan had stayed in the Forest of Death. He speculated how long it would take for village operations to get back to normal. Since the damage the Ninetales caused wasn't as severe as what Orochimaru or Nagato Uzumaki would cause a decade from now, Jonathan was sure that it wouldn't take long for the citizens to return to their daily lives. After spending those 3 nights in seclusion, Jonathan had advanced his techniques abundantly. Before entering, Jonathan could only execute 9 total techniques. He learned 3 of them from medical ninjutsu he learned from the orphanage, healing jutsu, chakra dissection blade, and poison extraction jutsu. 3 more were lower-ranked techniques that most starting ninja had the potential to perform, clone jutsu, teleportation movement, and substitution jutsu. Those 6 techniques alone took Jonathan 10 months to fully perfect. Upon defeating an already injured Hazuki Uchiha, he acquired the Sharingan as well as her blood cells. After 3 days of flawless training, Jonathan not only learned to control his Sharingan but also acquired 2 new techniques, Sharingan Ganjutsu and Fireball Jutsu. In total, that made 9 techniques including the Sharingan. Though Jonathan knew several more hand signs to practice other techniques, he knew that it wouldn't benefit him if he didn't have proper control over them. After Jonathan had learned a technique, he had to be able to fully control it. Otherwise, that technique wouldn't help him during a battle. This is how Jonathan was able to defeat an already injured Jonin. It was because he was very judicious with how he used his skills. Now that Jonathan was prepared, he decided to leave the Forest of Death. Traveling by air, Jonathan leapt from tree to tree until he made it to residential areas. It was surprising to see the speed at which most of the buildings were being reconstructed. He had only spent 3 nights in the forest and already the Leaf Village seemed fully recovered. Jonathan avoided the cemetery entirely in case it was still populated. By the time he got to the shopping district, he jumped down and landed at the back entrance of a familiar shop. The place Jonathan planned on coming to was none other than a Kairaku ramen shop. Almost everyone was familiar with this area. It was the main character's favorite restaurant to eat at, first featured in both the first episode and the first chapter of the series. But Jonathan didn't come here for nostalgic purposes. Nor did he came to eat ramen. Jonathan managed to sneak in successfully without making a sound or being spotted by anyone. He then surveyed the area for anything out of the ordinary. Despite being a regular shop like the others, Jonathan needed to understand his environment. He wasn't just a cautious individual, he was one who didn't leave room for mistakes. The shop was empty with nothing special inside. There were some barrels and sacks of ingredients, but that wasn't to Jonathan's interest. He could tell the shop was closed and the owner, his real target, would arrive soon. Jonathan sat down and waited patiently. Less than an hour later and he heard someone entering from the back. Jonathan made haste and jumped to the ceiling without making a sound. The person who walked in was none other than the owner, Taki. Jonathan hardly knew anything about this character. Aside from his prestige and successful business, he was the perfect candidate for Jonathan. Even better, this would be the main character's favorite place to come to when he grew older. Jonathan jumped down behind Taki. The landing sound instinctively made Taki turn around in shock. What the? Those were the last words Taki uttered before seeing Jonathan's bright red eyes staring into his own. Taki's shocked expression ceased. He lowered his head, confirming he was successfully placed under the Sharingan Ganjutsu. There were several advantages to having the Sharingan. One of them was its hypnotic abilities. When a target was placed under its illusion, Jonathan was able to manipulate the target's mind in various ways. He could cause them to lose consciousness, force them to reveal their secrets, but more importantly, he could control their mind itself. Only a few seconds passed and Jonathan was seen walking past Taki's unconscious body. He stood on a nearby stool, leaned his elbow on a table, rested his chin on his fist, and asked, "Why don't you close the shop for today?" Tuki raised his head and turned to respond, "That's a great idea. Anything for my beloved son." The Akiraku ramen shop remained closed for the morning. Walking out casually as if nothing happened was the owner of that shop, Tuki. Jonathan watched from atop a building as Tuki joyfully walked home. He was given some greetings here and there by familiar faces, but he remained calm throughout. After a few blocks of traveling, Tuki stopped by his home. It was in a rural neighborhood. Not too poor and not too rich either. This was expected since his ramen shop thrived well in the Leaf. "Isn't that Tuki?" a woman across from his house asked. "I thought he left for work today," a man standing next to her said. "Maybe he forgot something at home." The instant Tuki opened the door, Jonathan activated his high-speed movement technique. He hopped down from the building across from Tuki's house, landing exactly where the two were discussing Tuki's strange behavior. Purposefully making noise on his land, the two looked behind them. They saw nothing. Jonathan had already dashed across the street and made it into Tuki's abode without being noticed. Tuki walked in normally before shutting the door. "My boy. You sure are fast," Tuki praised. "Where is Ayam?" Jonathan asked, ignoring his comment. Jonathan wasn't fast. He was just fast enough to avert the attention of average citizens. "She's probably still asleep," sighed Tuki. "The shop's been getting busy lately, so I'm gonna need an extra hand to help me around one day." Jonathan had a feeling Ayam, Tuki's only daughter, would not be at the shop. This was because she was only 5 years old at the moment. Jonathan walked upstairs quietly. There was something he had not yet confirmed. And that was if Tuki had a spouse or not. He already understood how this world operated for the most part. A lot of unfulfilled scenes or characters were added in. No avid fan of the series would have ever known who or what those things were. At best, they could only come up with theories or guesses. Jonathan was not one to do so. He needed the straight truth. When Jonathan made it upstairs, there were only 3 bedrooms. He checked what looked like the largest room and found no one. He checked the second room next to it and saw someone on a bed. The size of the figure clearly told Jonathan this was Ayam. When he checked the third room, it was practically empty. Jonathan deduced that this was likely a guest room. After confirming that there was no other person in Tuki's house, he went back to Ayam's room. She felt someone tug on her while she was still asleep, causing her to wake up sluggishly. "Daddy?" she spoke. "I thought you went to work." When she looked, Jonathan's piercing Sharingan eyes caused her to freeze in place. The light from her eyes slowly faded. "Oh. It's you, Unai-chan," Ayam corrected herself with a smile. Jonathan hadn't smiled in the slightest but merely asked, "Ayam, where is mother?" "Huh? We don't have a mommy," she answered a tad confused. Jonathan lightly touched Ayam's head to let her get back to sleep. "I love you, Unai-chan." Jonathan hadn't reciprocated Ayam's false sense of love. Why would he? Genjutsu in this world was like hypnosis on Earth. It could be used to influence their target, cause pain or more. The complex nature of illusion techniques varies based on one's chakra control. What's more is the Sharingan. Its powerful ocular prowess not only can cast strong Genjutsu on its target, it can tell when someone is under the influence of Genjutsu based off that person's irregular chakra flow. The reason that Jonathan placed both Ayam and Tuki under Genjutsu was because Jonathan needed a place of residency. There was a list of people to choose from, but most citizens in the Leaf had not met Jonathan's expectations. Rather, he hadn't remembered a lot of people's backgrounds from fillers. Tuki was the proud owner of a reputable ramen shop. That alone meant he generated a high amount of income. Enough to satisfy what Jonathan needed to purchase while he would reside in the Leaf. Had Jonathan spent time searching for people of nobility, he'd have had the chance of being noticed by others. What Jonathan had was information. He knew of Tuki and his only daughter, as well as what connections they had to the more memorable main characters. Regardless of how strong a shinobi was, only a select few, like the Uchiha, could tell whether someone was under a Genjutsu. And who would check? Shinobi who came to Akiraku Ramen wasn't there for business. They were there to eat. Jonathan had only used a small amount of his chakra to place both father and daughter under the influence of the illusion technique. And because neither of them had control over chakra, they were far more susceptible. At best, Jonathan speculated they would be trapped under his illusion for the next 3 days before he had to cast it again. The illusion was simple. Tuki and Ayam's memories were altered, believing that Jonathan was part of their family. Not only that, Jonathan made sure to feed the elusive suggestion of not revealing to others Jonathan's existence. To them, Jonathan was a well-behaved son who was helping the family. So long as they didn't talk about Jonathan or ask him any questions, they could live happily forever. There are several ways for someone to break Jonathan's illusion. Approximately 8, from what he could remember. Out of those 8, only one of them Jonathan needed to be prepared for. It was either Ayam or Tuki getting hurt. If a target under an illusion suffers physical pain, the technique might get cancelled. The severity of the pain varies. Jonathan hadn't used just any regular illusion technique. He used the Sharingan Genjutsu. This technique was so influential that the strongest tailed beast fell prey to it. Jonathan had more than 10 months of planning while he was in the orphanage. He chose his targets carefully. As long as he remained hidden from both regular citizens and ninjas, he could grow without hindrance. Now with a place to hide and people to help sustain his necessities, he had little to no obstructions. But that didn't mean he was safe. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage who would resume his position after the fourth Hokage died, had a crystal ball that could be used to spy on people. Its purpose was to ensure order within the village. As long as the third Hokage didn't familiarize himself with Jonathan's chakra, he couldn't spy on him per se. It was those he did know that Jonathan would have to avoid. However many times throughout the day and night Hiruzen used that technique was unspecified. No matter what, though, the chances of Jonathan being spotted by him were less than 3%. Hiruzen was an old man who had once retired. So long as things looked peaceful in the village, Hiruzen's senses would stay dull. And as for Ayam, Jonathan had no other choice but to place her under an illusion. If he slayed her now, Tuki himself as well as the neighborhood, would be under surveillance. Jonathan was not eager to kill nor was he a sociopath, rather, he was keen on what he was doing. 1 week later, waking up to the vibrant morning sun, Jonathan dressed himself accordingly. These last 7 days were spent wisely. After Jonathan had entranced Ayam, he had Tuki return to the ramen shop to quell any suspicions. He then interrogated Ayam about what she knew about not only her father but also the neighbors. The information he collected from one 5-year-old girl was noteworthy. That same day, Jonathan hadn't wasted any time waiting. He spent that precious moment looking around the home and surveying the neighbors from an unseen location. When Tuki returned that night, both daughter and father were still under the influence of Jonathan's technique. He therefore used that moment to interrogate Tuki about all that he knew. Things ranging from the neighbor's name, how he operated his business and how much money he made on a daily basis. The currency in this world was the same as Jonathan expected, ryo, a form of currency created from one of Japan's old gold coins. This made sense since the world of ninjas was based on the late 1800s. 1 ryo would be equivalent to 10 Japanese yen. And 10 yen would roughly equal 7 American pennies. All that information had already been fully memorized by Jonathan Yuan. Because Jonathan was now in control of Tuki, he was also now in charge of his finances. Apart from that, the only things Tuki did on a regular basis was work at his shop and pay his taxes. He was as average as a ramen shop owner could get. Even his daughter was average, earning grades in school without getting into trouble. Being in this circumstance only aided Jonathan's clandestineness. The next few days, Jonathan had Tuki buy a list of items for him. Since Jonathan wouldn't risk going out to shop, Tuki, an adult with lots of money, made a great substitute. If anyone asked why he needed those things, he would say it was for his child. A lot of people knew Tuki had a daughter. To hear she was practicing being a ninja in a village filled with them would be of no surprise. All in all, Jonathan's list consisted of standard ninja tools like kunai, shuriken and new clothes befitting his size. He had been wearing the same clothes for 4 straight days before coming to Tuki's residence. Nights were spent in solitude. Because Tuki was a chef, Jonathan didn't need to cook. Both him and his daughter would joyfully eat together while Jonathan ate in his room undisturbed. After the 4th day, Jonathan noticed the Genjutsu placed on Tuki and Ayam was still in effect. Each day he monitored the chakra flow in their brains with the Sharingan. Even if the effects were lowered or dissipated, he would just have to reactivate. It was crucial for him to gather as much intel on Jonathan's location as possible. Minor things like what the neighbors did for a living or how much the property tax was for Tuki weren't left out. Jonathan was more than careful. He had discernment. For instance, none of the neighbors left their homes before dawn. This was essential for Jonathan to know so he could exit the Tuki residence when he needed to without being spotted. Lastly, Jonathan paid strict attention to everyone else's behavior. Like on Earth, neighbors gossiped. As long as nothing abnormal was being said about Tuki and his daughter, Jonathan would not need to take unnecessary action. If Jonathan wanted, he could place everyone in the neighborhood under his Sharingan Genjutsu. But Tuki alone was more than enough for Jonathan. He had a place to rest and a place to eat without problematic issues like rent. Jonathan's plans for residency had taken full effect. All of Tuki's profits would go to Jonathan. As long as he controlled Tuki and Ayam's actions, Jonathan could limit what they did daily. With how effective things were already for his first week, Jonathan understood he could keep this charade on for years. 12 Management. On the 7th day, Jonathan arose early in the morning. He knew the times the neighbors would also be awake, so he rose up earlier. He then opened his bedroom window and leapt out. Tuki and Ion would continue their daily affair. Jonathan instructed them to act as they normally would. Tuki himself was in charge of the ramen shop, so Jonathan gave him a neural suggestion to cook his best and save the profits so Jonathan could manage it. Since Jonathan knew how the ramen shop business would flourish without his intervention, he could always expedite that process. Throughout the week, the only amount of training Jonathan performed was his chakra control. At times he'd try and relearn a jutsu, but with the little space he had, his efforts proved to no avail. Jonathan needed to train. He was more than familiar with the layout of the leaf by now. It was one thing traversing the village in a video game. It was another to set an actual foot in it. When Jonathan stealthily made it to the training grounds, he saw that someone was already there. It was inevitable that there would be eager, young shinobi willing to get stronger. Jonathan would have gladly found a remote location if he hadn't taken an interest in the person. Anko Mitarashi. She was a part of Orochimaru's team around this time. Her skill level, however, was what Jonathan found profitable. Hiding above a tree at a reasonable distance, Jonathan activated his Sharingan. Whether this was stalking, Jonathan felt no shame. He analyzed Anko's movements. They weren't anything a Genin her age was capable of. He judged that Anko was at least a Chunin by now. Which would be reasonable since the exams had ended before the Nine-Tails attack. And it was no surprise to see her here. Her village's fourth Hokage had recently died. Anko's movements were swift. Orochimaru had trained her well. With each flourishing kick and punch she unleashed, Jonathan was reading them effortlessly. After training in the Forest of Death, he knew how to utilize the Sharingan's predictive abilities well. Anko's movements were easily readable. But this wasn't what Jonathan was testing. He was in fact trying to copy those movements. If Jonathan fought Anko at this stage, even he knew he'd lose. She was too fast for Jonathan's body to respond to. Though Jonathan's eyes could still comprehend her every move. Jabs, kicks, swings. All of them Jonathan began copying. This sort of training is known as visual training. And because of the Sharingan's ability to copy not just ninjutsu but taijutsu, Jonathan would most certainly implement what he saw into his training sessions. This is how Sasuke Uchiha was able to increase his speed. Until the sun rose, Jonathan watched Anko train until she was covered in sweat. The only jutsu she activated was striking shadow snakes, but Jonathan couldn't copy that jutsu. He needed to make a contract with snakes in order to perform it. However, Jonathan did take a mental note of it. Movements from a Chunin were far different from an average citizen. Jonathan's usage of copy came natural to him after learning to use the Sharingan. By the time Anko laid there panting, Jonathan fled to a more remote area. One of the things Jonathan had to buy for him was leg weights. Rock Lee was famous for his quickness. It took him years to develop it. Sasuke Uchiha, with the aid of Kakashi Hatake, used the Sharingan to mimic those movements in less than 2 months. Anko wasn't Rock Lee. But she didn't have to be. Jonathan knew full well of Rock Lee's training regimen. When Jonathan found a very far away and secluded area, one he was positive no one would came to due to its rough terrain and lack of space, Jonathan began. He tied the weights to his legs, activated the Sharingan, and circulated chakra in his legs. After 30 minutes, Jonathan was ready to throw up. Anko's copied movements were different when performed with his immature body. He had no choice but to rest after that first, short session. This pattern continued for the next 2.5 hours. Rock Lee could spend an entire day training his body. His teacher, Might Guy, was capable of doing over 700 push-ups before tiring. Mind you, they were all still children at the time. Jonathan could feel his very muscles tearing trying to overexert himself. His small body wasn't accustomed to this level of strain. But there was something those shinobi didn't have that Jonathan did. Healing jutsu. The moment Jonathan felt he couldn't lift himself up, he performed the healing technique. Not just to recover his torn muscle fibers but also to replenish his stamina. Just like that, Jonathan was fully recovered and continued his training. Jonathan knew that the training ground wasn't the safest place during certain hours of the day. At least if he didn't want to get spotted. Considering that the fourth Hokage recently passed, many young shinobi like Kurenai were bound to use that as motivation to grow stronger. Though Jonathan focused on his training, he was also keeping a mindful watch on anyone who might have been close by. If anything felt off or abnormal to him, he would most certainly vanish from the scene. The fewer people who knew about Jonathan, the better. There was only one notable person who truly knew of Jonathan's existence. That person was Kabuto Yakushi. The very presence of Jonathan was great enough to possibly prevent Kabuto from joining Root, Danzō Shimura's organization. If this were to happen, the entire story would take a drastic change. Jonathan needed Kabuto to join Root. If he didn't, Orochimaru and him wouldn't have had their meaningful encounter. Jonathan, however, deduced that because he left the orphanage 3 years prior to the event, it would give Kabuto more than enough time to develop his bond with the orphanage. If anything, Jonathan's departure might fuel Kabuto's decision to join Root, an organization Jonathan would not only need to evade but still have a slight interest in. That interest was in Yamato. His current name was Kino, and he would eventually leave Root to join the Anbu. The Leaf was comprised of not just clans but several organizations. Each one of them has their own branches and sub-branches. If Jonathan ever hoped to become strong, he needed enough power to demolish even those of Root and the Anbu. For they were where the Leaf housed their most dangerous ninjas. As Jonathan's chakra reached a low point, he stopped his training. Despite being only about 5 years of age, his muscle growth had been accelerated thanks to the effects of his healing jutsu. Sadly, Jonathan couldn't take advantage of this style of training. When he removed the weights, he could feel a difference. Jonathan picked a safe route. He was sure no one would spot him as he was leaving the training grounds. Before he fully departed, however, he heard loud banging noises close by. Jonathan changed his direction to see who was strong enough to train at such intensity. When he spotted the shinobi, Jonathan's heart pounded in excitement. He smiled. Jonathan wasn't one to covet, but the person he was watching was Might Guy. Jonathan was low on chakra, so he couldn't keep the Sharingan active for long even if he wanted to. He had spent much of the day training with it vigorously. As such, Jonathan judged the time and place he saw Might Guy training. This is what separated Jonathan from most. He wasn't greedy and had a lot of patience. In time, he would return to watch this world's soon-to-be best taijutsu specialist train. When Jonathan made it home through the back entrance, he was greeted by Ayam. "Ani-chan, you're home." Jonathan placed a special suggestion in Ayam's illusion. That was not to focus on making friends. Tuki would be at the ramen shop from early morning to late evening. It would be troublesome if the two brought unwanted visitors to the house. It was required that Jonathan spend the time in solitude. There were many events to unfold this year, so he had to take the time to not only revise his plans but also remember what those events were. After the fourth Hokage died, this part of the story was mainly filler. Since it wasn't so bad for Jonathan at the time, he recalled only the important events. Things such as Anko Materashi and Hiruzen Sarutobi reclaiming the position of Hokage. More importantly, he knew of the background characters that would help him develop them. Whether they themselves knew it or not. During this time, there was a political imbalance within the Leaf's leadership. Danzō Shimura would try and have Hiruzen Sarutobi assassinated. Thanks to Kakashi Hatake and the Anbu, it would prove to be a failure. Jonathan Zushu was not being completely aware of when this event would happen. Not that he cared in the slightest about it, but rather, he needed to test how strong he'd become one day. The Anbu were secretive in their missions. They could be spying on people without them knowing. Had it not been for their devotion to serving the Leaf on more clandestine missions, the Hokage would never have ordered them to be watchful towards Leaf citizens. That was the Hokage's job. Apart from that, there were a few territories Jonathan knew he should not venture to if he desired to remain unknown to as many people as possible. The first is the hospital. Even though the Nine-Tails attacked, and the only two who'd seen Jonathan were minor nurses, he didn't like that thought. The second is major clans such as the Nara clan and more importantly, the Uchiha clan. They had been relocated to a new district shortly after the Nine-Tails attack. And Jonathan knew exactly where that was. With Jonathan's mental note of the village map, he awaited safely for Tiki's return. As much as Ayam enjoyed seeing Jonathan, she knew not to ever bother him when he was inside the house. Tuki finally came home. As instructed, he gave reports of any particular customers who he knew to be ninjas. There was only one Uchiha among his customers. Jonathan took mental note of that. "He's a rare one," Tuki reported. "I hardly ever see him around the shopping district." This was both good news and bad news for Jonathan. Uchiha with Sharingan could tell if someone was under a Genjutsu. But as long as that specific Uchiha didn't feel threatened, he wouldn't abruptly activate his Sharingan. Especially if he was just there to eat. Jonathan was the vigilant type, but he wasn't one to be paranoid. "Here's this day's profit, son." Jonathan gladly took the ryo. Every day, Tuki would hand Jonathan a couple hundred or so ryo from his business. The only important things that needed to be spent on were basic necessities such as property taxes, business taxes, and ingredients for Tuki to cook. Jonathan had already used what little money Tuki had to buy training equipment and clothes. Ayam was also given a small allowance to buy things both during and after school, so Jonathan kept minor things like that relatively the same. When Jonathan acquired a lot more ryo from the ramen shop, he would save it for more important matters. The next day, Jonathan didn't go to the training grounds just yet. This time, His destination was the Leaf Village's academy. Though portions of it had been destroyed during the Nine-Tails attack, it was easily rebuilt within 10 days. Even better to know, Jonathan confirmed that both old and new students had already begun attending again. There was someone he needed to see. When he arrived, he lodged himself in a remote location. Jonathan had to be extra attentive here. Why? Because this is also where the Hokage's office was located. Many ninjas would also come in and out of this area. On top of that, shinobi who worked in this academy were all ranked chunin or higher. It was necessary, however, for Jonathan to be here. After a couple hours of patiently waiting, Jonathan spotted one of his targets. "You've changed, you know," said the instructor to an academy student. "I had to," replied the student. Jonathan listened in on the two's conversation. After a few exchanges, Jonathan confirmed that the student was going through exactly what he had expected. That student was Iruka Umino. Iruka Umino would graduate from the academy in less than 1 year from now. After the Nine-Tails killed his parents, Iruka became a class clown. He wouldn't be disciplined. Better yet, he made the perfect target for Jonathan to use. It's not that Jonathan couldn't approach Iruka at any time he felt. Jonathan needed to wait for a certain time for Iruka to truly feel the loss of his parents for him to change. Roughly 10 days had passed since the Nine-Tails attack. After those days had passed, Jonathan believed it was now the time to act. Because Iruka was still learning for the day, he had to wait for the academy to end. Whilst waiting, Jonathan found someone very invigorating. 3 girls around Jonathan's age were seen watching one student walking casually. That student was Itachi Uchiha. Jonathan knew Itachi was only 6 years old. Being one of Jonathan's favorite characters from the past, he knew a lot about Itachi Uchiha. Most notably, his academy graduation age, which was 7. As for his age, the Nine-Tails attacked the village when Itachi was only 6 years old at the time. He understood this logic because Sasuke Uchiha was 6 years younger than his older brother, Itachi. Next year Itachi Uchiha would graduate from the academy. But Itachi wasn't who Jonathan was interested in right now. It was a person several yards away from Itachi. Someone who wasn't supposed to be here. Sitting by herself was Izumi Uchiha. Izumi was rescued by Itachi during the Nine-Tails attack. As opposed to the novel, things happened differently. Jonathan couldn't tell which was which yet. If Izumi had been rescued like in the original franchise, her behavior should have been the same as the girls fondling over Itachi, Jonathan thought. Not only had Izumi's father died during the attack, but, because of Jonathan, Izumi's mother, Hazuki Uchiha also did. Jonathan could tell that not just Izumi's personality had shifted but even her actions. In the original story, Izumi Uchiha had not begun attending the academy till several years later. When Izumi did, she, like most of the other girls, adored Itachi. They all had their hearts moved by his talented skills and good grades. But this time was different. Izumi hadn't shown any affection towards Itachi. "I heard that the academy reopened not too long ago. That would mean she would have to enroll at that time. Could my intervention have changed her story?" Jonathan hypothesized. Just like Iruka Umino, who became hardworking and disciplined after the deaths of both his parents, Izumi was undergoing the same development. Her lack of interest in Itachi and her early enrollment in the academy were bound to cause a shift in the story. Jonathan began to consider how greatly things could change all because of one minor person's death. His thoughts led him to believe something was possible. If by some miracle, Jonathan acquired the more advanced version of the Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would prefer to evolve that even further. To evolve the Mangekyo Sharingan to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he would need to transplant an Uchiha who also had the Mangekyo Sharingan. But it couldn't just be any Uchiha. It had to be a close relative. They were the most compatible. Hazuki Uchiha's blood coursed through Jonathan's own veins. Assuming the surgical procedure went successfully, Izumi Uchiha, who shared the same blood, would be his only match. Unlike Itachi Uchiha, who made his younger brother, Sasuke, believe that he wanted his eyes to grow stronger, Jonathan was serious about Izumi's eyes. He knew he had to nurture Izumi and watch her grow for this to work. More importantly, Jonathan had to ensure she wouldn't be killed by Itachi during the Uchiha massacre event 7 years from now. Jonathan was a meticulous fellow. He always planned several moves ahead of his opponents. For him to nurture Izumi, he had to keep track of her movements and behavior when she wasn't in the Uchiha clan. This, however, would prove to be difficult. Her own graduation date wouldn't be several years from now. 5 to be exact. He knew this because of the graduation policy the Leaf would implement that year. But because of her recent change, Jonathan speculated that she would graduate a lot sooner now. Perhaps not as quickly as Itachi, but at least 1 to 2 years later would be the most accurate. Those things aside, Jonathan wouldn't be able to spy on her consistently because of the Uchiha clan's presence. It was one area Jonathan knew would be under constant surveillance after the Nine Tails attack. On top of this, Jonathan already knew a lot about Izumi Uchiha. It wasn't just her. He knew a lot about the Uchiha clan in general. Because Itachi Uchiha's character was written partially well, Jonathan took an interest in how he lived his life before leaving the Leaf Village. He had admired Itachi's background, which led Jonathan to researching the Uchiha clan back on Earth. The only anomalies that occurred were the unfilled moments, such as Hazuki Uchiha possessing the Sharingan. Izumi's father wasn't an Uchiha but a shinobi. His death was the reason Izumi Uchiha unlocked her Sharingan. With the death of her mother, who Jonathan hadn't had enough information on, he was positive Izumi would flourish even better than in the original story. Jonathan's prime target, Iruka Umino, finally finished his classes in the academy. Due to Jonathan's swiftness, as far as he knew, he'd successfully infiltrated the academy undetected. Iruka was seen walking home. Jonathan could tell from his mannerisms displayed earlier that he was bent on becoming a foolish shinobi. The death of loved ones tends to cause a change in people. Iruka walked to his place of residence. Jonathan knew Hiruzen Sarutobe had eyes on Iruka Umino. As long as Jonathan kept his distance, he wouldn't be seen by the third Hokage's crystal ball technique. Jonathan always assumed he was using it regardless of if the third Hokage wasn't. Jonathan was just that cautious when moving around the leaf. Iruka entered his home and Jonathan followed without being seen by others. A lot of people would probably find it enjoyable to sneak around stealthily like a real ninja. But Jonathan's every movement mattered to him. No matter how small, Jonathan didn't let opportunities slip. How Jonathan walked in this world was like he was on a tightrope. One false move and he would fall into an endless pit that'd lead to his grave. At the door of Iruka's home, Jonathan knocked. Iruka asked who it was before deciding if he should open or not. Jonathan didn't answer and knocked again. "Look, if you're not gonna answer, I won't feel like answering the door," Iruka demanded. Jonathan found his boyish attitude amusing, so he knocked again. Outrageously, Iruka slightly opened the door. "What's wrong with?" Iruka tried saying. His mistake was letting his childish emotions get to him. That caused him to open the door. Even an inch was enough for Jonathan to make eye contact, allowing him to place Iruka under his Sharingan Ganjutsu. Iruka stopped mid-sentence and opened the door fully for Jonathan to enter. Casually walking in, Jonathan surveyed his home. He didn't find it anything different than what Naruto Uzumaki's room looked like. Jonathan brought Iruka to the living room and began his interrogation. "What are the seals for the transformation jutsu?" Jonathan asked. Iruka stated the seals like an obedient servant. One of the techniques Jonathan couldn't recall due to not finding it interesting enough was the transformation jutsu. He knew if he'd like to enact a lot of his plans, a reliable disguise would be needed to truly move stealthily. "Thank you," Jonathan replied with a smile. He then used this moment to ask Iruka about any other lower-ranked techniques he might have known. Unsurprisingly, all the techniques he knew were either irrelevant or uninteresting enough for Jonathan to bother learning. Instead of exiting the same way he came, he opened Iruka's window and closed it before departing. "Huh? What was I doing again?" Iruka asked himself after Jonathan left. Jonathan didn't need to keep Iruka under his Ganjutsu. He served his purpose and had not remembered Jonathan never coming. This was sufficient for Jonathan, as he only needed one thing from Iruka. That thing would serve as a basis for Jonathan to move around exactly as he needed. With his business finished, Jonathan found a back alley. He performed the hand seals accordingly to what Iruka stated and perfectly executed the technique. With Jonathan's advanced chakra control, it was more than easy for him to perform it on his first attempt. This technique was undervalued by a large margin. From henceforth, being able to disguise oneself would serve as a foundation for Jonathan. The transformation technique, a technique that allows the performer to alter their appearance. Its limit was not just to people. The user could also transform into objects. Jonathan chose none other than to transform into the younger version of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Why Hashirama? No one knew what he looked like in his youth. He grew up in a time where most people had already perished. The only people who knew what he looked like when he was little were his family, Madara Uchiha, and Zetsu. All of whom, save Zetsu, are deceased. But Jonathan hadn't just turned into an exact duplicate of Hashirama Senju. He was perceptive, so he altered things like his hair, chin and cheekbones. The moment he verified that his technique was successful with no flaws, he made his way to the training grounds. Jonathan still decided to move stealthily. When he arrived, he hadn't seen anyone noteworthy. At times a Chunin or Jonin would pass by, but neither of them intrigued Jonathan enough. Even if their movements and skills were above Jonathan's, He wouldn't waste his chakra on mere average ninjas. Jonathan went to his secluded area and began his usual physical training while maintaining his chakra control. A couple hours had passed and Jonathan managed to maintain his transformation technique throughout the session. Jonathan would have gladly continued, but he knew from yesterday that this was the time Might Guy would come to the training grounds. He left for where he last saw Might Guy. Just like he presumed, Might Guy was training. Jonathan activated his Sharingan and watched intently. His movements were far more exceptional than other shinobi of his age. From what Jonathan knew, Might Guy was already Chunin. From the way Might Guy was moving, Jonathan could tell that he wasn't training regularly. He's using something special, presumed Jonathan. Guy's furious kicks didn't hint at that he was using weights, while his actions didn't have any setbacks. After a few seconds, Jonathan saw Guy perform the primary lotus technique. The only way to perform this technique was by opening up the 8 inner gates. These gates allow a person to overcome their body's limitations. If only 10 to 20% of the brain was used by an average man, opening the 8 inner gates could make the user use all 113 growth 100%. Not just their bodies but even their chakra would increase to exponential heights. Jonathan's eyes widened as he watched Might Guy trained without limitations on his body. His movements were precise, accurate. No ordinary man could ever hope to perform such feats. Though Jonathan couldn't activate the inner gates with the Sharingan copy ability, he understood what sort of training he'd have to do in order to at least unlock the first gate. Each gate from the 8 inner gates were in correlation to areas in the body. Jonathan knew that because this technique was the strongest taijutsu technique in the world. Though it had a negative side effect. After using a certain number of gates, it would leave the user's body in excruciating pain. While the last gate, the 8th gate, would kill the user after use. But Jonathan's interest was only up to the 2nd gate, the gate of opening and the gate of healing. After half an hour of watching Might Guy, Jonathan deactivated his Sharingan. Just like yesterday, Guy used his remaining time to do his standard exercises. That included push-ups and jumping jacks, followed by a run. A very, very long run. Though it would have been more profitable to watch his father, Might Guy, Jonathan wasn't aware if he was alive or dead by now. The things Jonathan collected, however, were beyond his expectations. Jonathan knew of the 8 inner gates. The first gate, the gate of opening, was located in the brain itself. It removes mental inhibitions, thus, allowing the user to go beyond their body's limitations. It was used by Kakashi Hatake to pull himself up while he was doing pull-ups on the edge of a cliff with one hand. Watching Might Guy with the Sharingan, Jonathan also learned his fighting style. This was the same fighting style that would be used by some of the most powerful main characters over the years like Naruto Uzumaki. It was known as the ferocious fist fighting style. This fighting style could break bones when perfected. Though for Jonathan to do so, he would have to not only grow his muscles even more but also withstand the domineering force it took to unleash it. If Jonathan wasn't careful, he might have been able to snap someone's jawbones, but he'd likely break his knuckles doing so. Everything Jonathan needed was now in his possession. He had a place to safely reside in and an area to train without watchful eyes. More importantly, Jonathan had time on his hands. As far as he recalled, the next thing that should happen around this time was Orochimaru's betrayal. Orochimaru would become the main antagonist for the main characters 12 years from now. He was technically already a main villain because he was performing illegal experiments on kidnapped individuals. And the person fueling his operation was Root's leader, Danzō Shimura. There was something around this time that would be quite valuable to Jonathan. And he was going to train extensively for it. 5 months later. These last few months were very profitable for Jonathan. For someone who had more knowledge than anyone in this world had, he didn't let a single day slip by him. If there's one thing Jonathan wasn't, it was lazy. Jonathan had done more than just train over the last 5 months. He was expanding on his foundations. Almost every day for nearly 5 months, Jonathan received a pension from Dicky. His ramen shop flourished gradually due to Jonathan's business strategy. Minor changes like adding diet ramen to the menu. This caused more female customers to buy from the shop. Though Jonathan was careful not to attract too much attention to the shop. No one throughout those 5 months suspected Tuki or his daughter, Ayam, was under a Ganjutsu. They acted normally every day under Jonathan's watchful eye. There were times the Ganjutsu weakened but Jonathan simply had to reactivate it. In total, Jonathan profited 30,000 ryo from the ramen shop. Minus business expenses and taxes, Jonathan was left with 21,000 ryo. This was equivalent to approximately 11,000 American dollars. What made this truly rewarding was that Jonathan hadn't needed to even step foot in the ramen shop. He only needed to command the owner. Despite the gain, Jonathan didn't value this profit much. Even though it was equivalent to a $72,000 salary, it still wasn't enough to satisfy Jonathan's needs. When Jonathan wasn't calculating his finances, he spent the day not only training but also observing. The graduation ceremony for this year's students was to commence soon. The main person to graduate from that class is meant to be Itachi Uchiha. Because Izumi Uchiha had distanced herself from her peers and focused on growing due to her parents' death, Jonathan watched to see if she, too, would graduate that year. From what he observed, she wouldn't be. She was talented, yes, but just like in the series, she lacked the necessary chakra to maintain her Sharingan for long. This caused a hindrance in her training. Nonetheless, Jonathan could tell by the staggering increase in her development that she would end up graduating the year following. No one had any idea of Jonathan's whereabouts or that he was consistently watching others from afar. His time spent training was also spent wisely. He knew of a lot of people's training schedules in the training field. Notable characters like Asuma Saratobi and Kurenai Yui were hardly seen. And when they were, they didn't have anything to gain from it. Might Guy was the only one Jonathan paid the most attention to. Because of him, Jonathan was able to train his mind, body and fighting style to immense levels. Chakra is comprised of two different forms of energy, physical and spiritual. In order for Jonathan to train his chakra, he needed to undergo physical exercises, to push his body's limits, and spiritual exercises like meditating. The more physical and spiritual work someone did, the more their chakra reserves would increase. But a whole 5 months was not enough for Jonathan. Due to the amount of physical training he was doing, he could hardly focus on the spiritual side. Sasuke Uchiha was able to perfectly match Rock Lee's taijutsu and speed in about a month's time. This was because of his Sharingan as well as being trained by Kakashi Hatake. Jonathan's body, which was still developing, managed to reach some levels in 3 months. Had it not been for his healing jutsu, it would have taken even longer. But this wasn't the only thing Jonathan was practicing. Might Guy would become the world's best taijutsu specialist. He learned not only his fighting style but also his techniques, such as dynamic entry, leaf whirlwind, leaf hurricane and the more advanced technique, primary lotus. Jonathan, in 5 months' time, had learned to open the first gate of the 8 inner gates. When Jonathan wasn't practicing his taijutsu from Might Guy, he was learning other techniques he had played with back on Earth. Thanks to Hazuki Uchiha's DNA, it made practicing fire techniques effortless. The two techniques he perfected were Dragon Flame and Phoenix Flower. Both of which took him less than a week to perform correctly due to his advanced chakra control. As much as Jonathan felt like learning the Chidori, he knew the hand signs but he didn't find it a necessity to learn them just yet. Chidori was a useful technique when paired with the Sharingan, but it served no purpose to take the time to learn if Jonathan couldn't first perfect its variations. To do that would require shape transformation, a basis of chakra control to modify one's techniques. Moreover, he was too busy practicing trying to open the first gate. The genetics of an Uchiha bore fruit in these 5 months. Mixed with Jonathan's knowledge, training hardly required much effort. Itachi Uchiha was less than 7 years old when he began defeating shinobi that were twice his size. One could argue that the Uchiha were definitely this world's second strongest race. First being the Otsutsuki clan. There were only a few drawbacks to being an Uchiha, but all of them were known to Jonathan. As well as how to avoid them. Performing jutsu wasn't the only thing the Sharingan was useful for. Because it could visually perceive moving targets, it could also be used for weapons. Jonathan had used some of the profits from the ramen shop to purchase a plethora of ninja tools. When Jonathan felt his body straining from the extensive workouts, he practiced his shuriken techniques. Back on Earth, Jonathan was proficient at throwing objects such as darts and knives. Here in the world of ninjas, it became child's play. And the Sharingan played a huge role. With each day, he began to understand why people like Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha were so efficient with their shuriken. It didn't just require speed, shuriken techniques required precision. The slightest muscle movement could alter the course of where a kunai or shuriken would land, bounce off of, or even have its trajectory altered based on its thrown angle. All this was taken into account as Jonathan grew to become proficient in shuriken jutsu. There had been moments when Jonathan would spot a notable character wandering around the Leaf Village in the mornings. That person was Kakashi Hatake. At this age, Kakashi was still in the Anbu Black Ops. He had long been given the Sharingan by Obito Uchiha. What intrigued Jonathan was Kakashi's behavior. This was the time that Kakashi suffered from post-traumatic stress from having killed one of his friends, Rin Nohara. On certain days throughout those last months, Jonathan saw Kakashi aimlessly walking as if he had no purpose in this world. Using Kakashi's behavior, Jonathan could accurately pinpoint the time he would meet his partner, Yamato. But it wasn't Yamato that Jonathan was interested in. Yamato carried the cells of the first Hokage. Even if Jonathan desired to capture Yamato, it wouldn't be beneficial. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senshu, already had his cells harvested to conduct such experiments. The chances of success were severely low. Out of the 60 people Orochimaru tried implanting the cells into, only one survived. Jonathan wasn't looking to be like one of those failed experiments. Unlike Hazuki Uchiha, whose blood transplant was conducted only moments after her death, Jonathan wasn't willing to the first Hokage's dead cells. Nor was he interested in the downgraded version of Yamato's fabricated cells. There was an important filler episode Jonathan recalled during this era. If it wasn't for Yamato's background, he wouldn't have taken an interest in it. But there was a certain someone Jonathan found worthwhile. That person was just one of the reasons Jonathan had to train himself extensively. He needed to be strong enough in order to prepare for any and all situations when meeting that individual. If Jonathan were to evaluate his strength without combating anyone, he would say he was at least better than the average Chunin. He knew he had grown when he could keep up with Might Guy's training without exhausting himself. On top of that, his Sharingan allowed him to see the movements of other Chunin, like Asuma Saratobi, clearly. The difference in skill level, despite his age, had become so apparent that Jonathan began critiquing their fighting style. He could see the flaws in their movements. The only shinobi he did not see much of any flaws in was Might Guy. Trying to outmatch him in a fight would still prove to be difficult for Jonathan at this stage. At least in taijutsu. A lot of people's spirits in the leaf were slowly starting to be revitalized after the Nine Tails attack several months ago. Because of that, Jonathan was able to maneuver around freely. His use of the transformation technique was also correctly utilized. He wouldn't transform into just one person. He had a variety of shinobi and citizens he could safely choose from. Whether it was people who had not yet been born or people from other villages, Jonathan did not exclude transforming into them. The moment spring came, Jonathan had been keeping a close eye on Kakashi Hatake. This was the year an important event would occur. For Jonathan, it was nothing more than another opportunity. He didn't care about helping others. Neither did he have any attachment to anyone in this world. Be it once his favorite character or a despised character, Jonathan's goal had not changed, nor ever would. He was the same yesterday, today and tomorrow. He was someone who had to wake up daily in this world. Just that alone served as his reminder. Every morning, Jonathan checked on Kakashi. From the time he woke up screaming in his home to the time he took a stroll in the leaf. But this was not the reason Jonathan kept watch. He needed to evaluate where he was in the story through Kakashi's actions. Because of Kakashi's post-traumatic stress, he knew the day he was waiting for was fast approaching. Kakashi was part of the Anbu Black Ops. They were so secret in their movements that even Jonathan couldn't accurately tell where one would be hiding. This was just one of the many reasons he consistently used the transformation technique when moving about. Jonathan arose early from his sleep and immediately transformed into the youthful Hashirama Senshu. Leaving through the window, he rushed toward Kakashi's residence. He had discovered his home on the second day after witnessing him walking wistfully. Jonathan had of course kept the safest distance he could when following Kakashi. This was because he was in Anbu, an organization that would even spy on each other. This even included being spied on by other organizations such as Root. When Kakashi slowly paced on the streets of the Leaf Village, the long-awaited scene Jonathan had been hoping for finally took place. A small boy wearing a mask was standing afar, watching Kakashi from a rooftop. Jonathan remembered this scene clearly because of how much he enjoyed this particular filler arc. That boy was none other than Kano. Yamato, who was given the name Kano while he was under Danzō Shimura's organization, had encountered Kakashi Hatake twice. In their second meeting, Kakashi let Yamato go after valuing his KK Genkai, the notorious wood-style technique. After that fateful moment, Yamato took an interest in Kakashi. Jonathan knew that their second encounter had just taken place because this was the first time he'd seen Yamato appear. And at the right spot just like he remembered. The instant he spotted Yamato, Jonathan activated his Sharingan. A few seconds later and Yamato departed from the area. Yamato, still wearing his mask, leapt from building to building before exiting through an underground entrance by the village walls. At the end of that entrance, he made it outside the village. Yamato quickly began leaping from tree to tree until he spotted not one but 3 kunai approaching him from the side. Yamato narrowly dodged by tilting his upper body backwards and landing safely on the ground. "Who's there?" Yamato questioned. It was Jonathan who threw those kunai. Yamato saw what looked to be a frail boy, only a foot under his height with a buzz cut, walking out of the bushes. He moved a tree branch out of his way before coming into full view. "How's it going, Kano?" 14 Sharingan versus wood style. Who is this? Yamato thought to himself. How could Yamato possibly know who was in front of him? No one alive knew what the first Hokage looked like when he was a child. Leave it to a root member not to speak when asked a question, Jonathan surmised. In a moment, Yamato performed the hand seals in succession: tiger, horse, tiger, snake. Jonathan smirked before backflipping upwards and landing on a branch. An array of tree branches stormed the spot where Jonathan had just leapt from. Had Jonathan hesitated even for a moment, he would have been swarmed by Yamato's signature technique, giant forest. The moment Jonathan landed, he activated his Sharingan and looked up at Yamato with a grin on his face. Sharingan. A surprised Yamato thought. Even Jonathan could tell he was shocked behind his Anbu mask. First gate, open. Jonathan's mind became more refined. He activated his high-speed movement technique to easily close the distance between the two. Instinctively, Yamato reeled his fist back. Before he could perform his jab, Jonathan used his right palm to direct Yamato's thrusting fist to the side. The momentum caused him to lose his balance. Jonathan quickly ducked and delivered a strong left hook to Yamato's liver. He then spun his body, landing a forceful kick to Yamato's chin. Yamato's mask flew off as he was sent crashing into a tree trunk. At that moment, Jonathan lowered his legs slowly. His expression hadn't changed in the slightest after that little skirmish. But he knew he had to end things fast. On top of the transformation technique, Jonathan had also been using the Sharingan. Just those alone was enough to drain his chakra rapidly. However, had Jonathan not trained his chakra control, he wouldn't be facing Yamato now. How do you know my name? Yamato struggled to ask. His back was lodged deep in the tree trunk. That can't be all you have, can it, Kino? Jonathan's tone had been resolute. Though he hadn't used more than 3 techniques, just knowing Yamato's name was enough to throw him off balance. On top of that, Jonathan's blows weren't average for a child his size. This was due to his inept control over chakra. He could enhance some of it with his physicality and cause impactful blows. Mix that with Jonathan's taijutsu whilst having the first gate opened, his kick alone was enough to send Yamato flying. This was the ferocious fist-fighting style Jonathan had been training those last 5 months. Yamato clasped his hands together. Extending his arm out, multiple tree branches protruded from his sleeves. Jonathan could easily see the technique's path with the Sharingan. Rather than simply dodging, Jonathan slid his feet right into the technique. A quick shift to the left, a spin to the right, followed by a short leap, and Jonathan managed to land right on top of the protruding branches. What? Yamato yelled in a daze. With just a tiger seal, Jonathan released a sizable fireball technique. Having hardly any room to move, Yamato placed his other arm in front of him. A thick tree branch formed on his forearm in a circular motion. When the flames made contact, Jonathan blew even harder after seeing Yamato defend. The flames then engulfed all of Yamato's body, causing him to scream in agony. The area was now covered in scattered flames. Yamato was seen lying flat on the burnt grass. Something suddenly impaled the ground right in front of him. Startled, Yamato looked up and saw a shuriken only inches from his face. "Get up," Jonathan demanded. Yamato looked at him. He was staring down menacingly at Yamato while twirling a kunai between his fingers. "You'll die if you don't." Jonathan's comment caused Yamato to shake a little. He struggled but managed to get up before pulling at his tando from his back. Jonathan knew how to get into people's heads. Yamato was still only a child. How could he physically or mentally match up to Jonathan's prowess? Yamato screamed as he rushed towards Jonathan. Smiling, Jonathan slid to the left to dodge his first swing. He ducked to dodge the second and stepped back to dodge the third. He was toying with Yamato. Jonathan's actions weren't just for show. He had no purpose in revealing his superiority to Yamato. Rather, he was training. Yamato was skilled enough to be a part of Danzō Shimura's root organization. Everyone in root was at least as strong as a chunin. Otherwise, they wouldn't be even considered candidates. At any time, Jonathan could have killed Yamato if he wanted. But what Jonathan needed was to test his own skills. Yamato raised his sword and brought it down to slice Jonathan in two, but the attack was parried with Jonathan's kunai. Yamato jumped back, but Jonathan closed the distance almost instantly. This act made Yamato frantic. If he didn't have enough space, he didn't feel confident enough to use his giant tree technique. Yamato planted his feet mid-jump and thrusted his tanto to impale Jonathan's chest. Jonathan shifted his upper body slightly and caught Yamato's handle. The very blade was lodged in between Jonathan's armpits. At such a close distance, Jonathan looked at Yamato straight in his eyes, saying, "It's no wonder you're so useless." Jonathan activated Sharingan Genjutsu, causing Yamato to freeze abruptly. Huh? When Yamato looked at his surroundings, he felt a little confused, as though he had lost track of time. "That's right," he said aloud. "I need to head to my mission." Yamato looked around to see if anyone was nearby. There was no one. Not even an indication that someone had been near Yamato. By the time Yamato left the area, someone from a tree had dropped down softly. That person was Jonathan. He lifted his head towards Yamato's direction. An expressionless look could be seen on his face. A few minutes ago, Jonathan used Sharingan Genjutsu to not only extract information from Yamato but also to erase his memories. Yamato could hardly remember the events that took place not too long ago. To keep him from guessing, he moved Yamato away from the scene before releasing the technique. And while Yamato was under his control, he gathered more than enough information. Not about Yamato himself but about who Yamato was working under, Root. In the entirety of Naruto, Root's location was never revealed. But now Jonathan knew their exact whereabouts and their many entrances. Not only that, he knew of Yamato's daily pattern. Jonathan hadn't chosen to fight Yamato without reason. Around this time, both he and Kakashi would lead this part of the story. Yet, there were many unanswered questions and unfulfilled events that left Jonathan puzzled. He had been planning these last 5 months on what he would do once he gained that information, but, for him to do so he had to get stronger. Having only been in one real fight in his entire time being in this world, Jonathan couldn't determine where he stood in the rankings. Sparring with others under the transformation technique was not an option. And going outside the village to attack random citizens or shinobi would only cause security measures to increase. Plus, if that ninja was too weak, Jonathan wouldn't be able to accurately measure his own strength. What Jonathan needed was a scapegoat. That same scapegoat just so happened to be the one to play a major role here. 15 consciousness Yamato was at least at the level of a Chunin. Combine that with his KK Genkai and he could rival a Jonin. The moment Jonathan gazed at Yamato from the leaf, he could tell that Yamato's movements were only a little behind his own. Jonathan hadn't won that fight because he had the Sharingan at his disposal. He won because he knew about Yamato, because Jonathan had all the information on Yamato and how he fought, but Yamato knew nothing about Jonathan. Yamato would more than just lose. He was made Jonathan's plaything. Had the fight dragged on any further, Jonathan speculated he'd last 3 or 4 more rounds till his chakra reserves were completely depleted. This was because of the extra amount he forced into that last fireball technique. Jonathan knew doing something like that again would be costly, so he baited the inexperienced Yamato into Kenjutsu. The information gathered from Yamato was saliently valuable. And the way he collected it was by no means ordinary. All Root members had a seal, a binding technique, located on their tongue that prevented them from talking about Danzō Shimura and Root itself. What Jonathan understood about this seal was that the member could not physically talk about it. Because of illusions, Jonathan extracted that information completely differently. This is what made Jonathan the deadliest person in this world. After discovering Root's location as well as understanding not only its members but their recent missions Danzō gave them, Jonathan was confident in knowing when the next event would likely occur. His target wasn't Danzō Shimura, nor was it Orochimaru. As strong as Jonathan had grown, even he knew he was no match for shinobi of their caliber. Danzō had implanted Sharingan in his right eye and in his arms. He was especially dangerous despite his age. While Orochimaru was regarded as a legendary fighter who partook in 2 ninja wars. His prestige was one thing, but it was his vast skill set that would be troubling. Jonathan departed back the secret location he followed Yamato from. His hands in his pockets, he walked away, expressionless. There were quite the many things Jonathan had to prepare for if he was ever going to see his vision unfold. Of the things Jonathan never wasted, it was his time. In total, Jonathan had already perfected all the jutsu in his skill set. What he needed to know now was the unlearned ones. Some of those jutsu he remembered from back on Earth, but a lot of them required certain means of learning. Those that were too complicated or impossible to learn because of special requirements, he abandoned entirely. But those that would serve their purpose during fights were highly sought after. To gain some of those needed techniques, Jonathan required guinea pigs. At least that's how Jonathan viewed them for the time being. The Leaf Village housed several large, noble clans. Some have 1 or 2 members each. Others are comprised of generational families. Some of those clans that Jonathan avoided entirely were a few in number. For clans that specialized in sensing, an ability to track other people's chakra, like the Hyuga clan or the Aburame clan, was a foolish idea to venture nearby. While clans whose techniques were useless to Jonathan, like the Inuzuka clan, served no purpose for him to meddle with them. Besides, Jonathan Yuan did not like dogs. After returning from his second ever fight, Jonathan did not waste the day ahead. He activated the transformation technique and altered his appearance to look like an older version of Konohamaru Sarutobi. There were some slight changes like his hair color, but apart from that, nothing else needed to be done. Jonathan made his way to the barbecue shop. Having spent half a year in this village, Jonathan had been observing his surroundings every time he went out. He had the entire map of the Leaf Village memorized. This particular restaurant was a popular area for a certain clan to venture to before and after missions. And because it was so close to their district, it only made it more convenient for them. Jonathan had not entered the restaurant itself but instead sat down at an open table next to it. The person he was targeting was an Akimaki. Most if not all of these clan members were obese. But they had something other clans did not have. This was known as secret techniques. These techniques were only passed down to clan members. It was their means of keeping their tradition. As such, there were 3 clans who worked in tandem because of their secret family traditions. Of those clans, the Akimaki held a secret technique that could manipulate their body weight. But Jonathan wasn't interested in that. The idea of him becoming fat was not in his interest. Rather, it was what was behind that technique. After an hour had passed till Jonathan's target finally exited the restaurant. Jonathan had spotted him only moments after entering the area. To bide his time and not look suspicious, he ordered something heavy and ate slowly. Jonathan's target was Shido Akimaki. At around this time, Shido was around the age of 16 or 17. The instant Jonathan recognized him, he knew how valuable he was as opposed to the other Akimaki members. "Boy, I sure am stuffed," Shido said while holding his large belly. "I think I should go back for thirds." He let out a small burp before continuing his post-meal walk. "Shido, come quick. I need your help." When Shido heard his name, he stopped to see where it was coming from. When he looked, his attention was drawn towards a dark alleyway. "Choza, is that you?" Shido asked. "Yes, now come. It important," Choza urged. Shido ran, causing his belly fat to jiggle. "Choza, what are you doing here? What's wrong?" When Choza Akimaki came out of the dark, he smiled at Shido. "Shido, you should really be careful of the way you eat your food," Choza stated. "What are you talking about, Choza?" Shido questioned. "I eat my food like everybody else." Seeing Shido's guard down, Choza opened his eyes, causing Shido to gasp. "Sharon," was all that could be uttered before Shido became completely silent. Jonathan knew a lot about all the clans of the Leaf Village. Choza Akimaki was the current head of the Akimakis. As long as Jonathan could bait Shido, who he knew was at least a chunin based on his flak jacket, he would win. "Shido Akimaki, tell me how to perform your clan's calorie control technique," Jonathan demanded. Now, Jonathan knew of this secret technique as well as what it did. What Jonathan needed were the fundamentals. For the next 10 minutes, Shido revealed all matter of information he was taught about his clan's secret techniques. He gave up their hand seals, how they manipulated their chakra stored in their body fat, and he even gave Jonathan his special pills. Lastly, Shido gave a full, open demonstration on how to correctly perform calorie control. Jonathan watched this intently with the Sharingan. Even though Shido Akimaki was likely a capable shinobi, the Sharingan Ganjutsu was not something ordinary shinobi could free themselves from. Even well-refined jonin would be entranced at its hypnotic prowess before finding a way to release it. On top of all this, Jonathan's control was beyond that of a regular shinobi. When Jonathan finished his business with Shido, he departed the area with haste. His next destination from here wasn't too far. The person whom Jonathan transformed into this time, before setting off, was an older version of Shikamaru Nara. The only difference was that he was wearing casual clothes like a Leaf citizen. Jonathan stopped by the village stadium and began walking around the area. In this area were regular shops, the hospital and a park. More notably, in this area was where most of the Yamanaka residents lived. It was their clan's main district. Jonathan was, of course, aware that not every person from a clan lived in the same area. The chances of him finding someone from a specific clan where they would most likely be, however, were high. In this area was a shop owned by the Yamanaka clan. It was their famous flower shop. After an hour of searching, Jonathan found his target. He was sitting nonchalantly on a park bench. Jonathan knew this person to be from the Yamanaka clan due to the family symbol etched on his clothing. More so, it was the way the person styled their hair. Almost all members of the Yamanaka clan, whether male or female, wore their hair in a ponytail. "Wonderful weather, wouldn't you say, kid?" asked Jonathan, taking a seat next to a young boy. "Huh? Oh. Sorry, mister. I didn't see you there," replied the boy. "Tell me, son. You look like a young shinobi. What's your name?" Jonathan asked. "Ugh." The boy looked to be unsure. Jonathan laughed lightly. "Don't worry, kid. I'm long-time friends with the Yamanaka clan. I can tell you're one because of how you look at the flowers." "Oh. Ha ha ha. My name is Santa. Santa Yamanaka. What's your—" The boy's face froze. Jonathan immediately placed him under his Sharingan Ganjutsu the moment he confirmed his background. Santa arose from his seat and walked away with lifeless eyes. Jonathan looked up at the sky with a blank face. If I was a smoker, now would be the perfect time for a cigarette, Jonathan thought. After 5 minutes of waiting, he got up and walked in the same direction Santa had. This was a public park. If Jonathan immediately followed Santa, it would look a little strange. Espionage was nothing new to Jonathan at this point. He never left room for mistakes. No matter how hard someone would try in this world, Jonathan had multiple layers on top of one another before they could ever reach a conclusion. In a secluded area with no one around, Jonathan looked at the still Santa and demanded, "Speak." A few minutes and Santa had relayed all the secret information he'd learned over the years directly to Jonathan. What made information extraction through illusion so powerful is that even if the target couldn't recall something from long ago, that memory could be forced out through their unconscious. While Jonathan himself wasn't fully aware of who Santa Yamanka was, there were truly only two things he knew about himself. One of which was that he participated in the war more than 15 years ago. If Jonathan were to guess based on what he remembered, he'd say Santa was probably in his 20s or 30s during the war. That would make him no younger than 10 and no older than 19 right now. Ages like that were the perfect target for Jonathan because of how early their clansmen began teaching their young. By the time Santa looked up, he saw that he was still sitting on the park bench. I better go before I fall asleep here. Santa got up and left, feeling a little anxious. Jonathan was far above a rooftop in his transformation technique as Shikimaru Nara. He watched Santa run off. To Jonathan, Santa looked as though he had just committed a big crime that he himself hadn't known about. Jonathan activated the high-speed movement technique and disappeared. Regardless of what anyone accomplished today, Jonathan was the biggest victor. For as much as he knew, he had successfully acquired the components of how to execute secret techniques from highly reputable clans. Despite Santa being a child, he had a lot of information he shared with Jonathan. What the Yamanka clan specialized in was intelligence gathering. This was done through many methods, such as their mind-reading abilities. But this was not what Jonathan was after. Certain members of the Yamanka clan were special. The instant Jonathan heard the Yamanaka he had found was Santa, his face might have been blank, but his eyes showed avarice before activating the Sharingan. The reason for this was that Santa Yamanka was a sensory shinobi. Of the two things Jonathan obtained today, the things he valued the most were knowing how to perform calorie control and the basics of sensing. There was a reason clans kept their techniques secret. If intel got out on their techniques, other clans could create countermeasures against them. Or worse, they could develop their own techniques as a derivative if they were capable enough. Jonathan just so happened to be such a person. He had already known all about their techniques. All that was left was the proper instructions needed to unleash them. And that's just what Jonathan obtained. Now that he had them, he wasn't just going to practice them, he was going to harness the technique's core. Jonathan's information on his targets was what made him a true shinobi amongst those in his age group. He wasn't like Naruto Uzumaki who was oblivious to the Nine Tails' power. Neither was he like Sasuke Uchiha who was manipulated to be blinded by hatred. The moment Jonathan knew he was dealing with Santa Yamanaka, he wasted no time in placing him under an illusion. Santa, at this age, had already grasped the basics of his clan's techniques, as well as having stability in his own variations. While Shito Akimeki had a flak jacket. This signified his rank as a shinobi was more than enough to have tons of information on his clan's techniques. What Jonathan gathered today was immense. Heading straight to the training grounds, Jonathan began to practice something that would be highly important in the days to come. In case someone happened to come by the area when Jonathan wasn't around, he'd have more than just one location to train in. The Leaf was comprised of many secluded areas, forest and abandoned buildings Jonathan was free to practice at. Jonathan had even used some of those places during those 5 months of training when he either needed more space or felt uneasy that someone was coming by. As such, Jonathan went to a secluded forest that no one stepped foot in. This was because there was hardly any space due to the trees. But this didn't bother Jonathan in the slightest. The harder things were for him, the more rewarding his results would be. Jonathan sat by a tree and began focusing the chakra in his mind. From what Santa Yamanaka relayed to Jonathan, his clan's signature technique, the mind transfer technique, revolved around consciousness. Rather than focusing on the physical energy, which chakra is required to perform things like ninjutsu, this solely relied on spiritual energy. For a moment, Jonathan focused on his own consciousness. He performed the correct hand seal after activating the Sharingan and tried to release it without a target in sight. Because there was no target, Jonathan's upper body became limp. He had literally lost his mind. This is what Jonathan desired. He didn't want to just learn the technique, he needed to understand its core. More so, he needed something to help increase his spiritual energy due to how weak it was. Jonathan's body may have been physically here, but his very mind was missing. He was no more than a mindless individual at the moment. Where his mind was, even he couldn't say. He just knew he existed and was still capable of thought. Rather than panic, he concentrated. By the time he was made aware of the nearest living thing, he finally returned to his body after a whole hour. While in that state, Jonathan wasn't trying to return to his body at first. He was trying to discover the things around him. This wasn't a means of trying to perfect a clan's simple technique that those with good chakra control could escape from. This was Jonathan trying to learn not only the technique itself but also how to sense chakra natures. Sensing chakra was a complicated matter. One could not just develop it overnight. It was something gifted by special individuals with the right amount of talent for it. The Yamanaka clan had a unique technique to transfer their consciousness and transmit their, or someone else's, thoughts to others on a wide scale. If Jonathan could grasp the basis of that technique, he could develop his own sensing ability. That or something similar to the Yamanaka's. When Jonathan's mind became exhausted, he stopped his training. It was not hard to execute the mind transfer technique, but because he wasn't targeting anyone else's mind, like the jutsu requires, his mind would aimlessly get lost. At one point during his training, he had not returned for several hours. After that risky training session, Jonathan would return to his home. For it had already been late at night. Just that one session was nowhere close to enough to help him learn sensing. Something like that would take months if not years for Jonathan to develop. Not even the mind transfer technique was ready to perform in battle. When Jonathan made it back, Tuki was already cooking for his daughter. "Welcome home, Unai-chan." Ayam greeted. "Yes. Welcome home, son." Jonathan hadn't returned either of their greetings. Instead, for the first time, he sat down at the table and gave an order. "Tuki, I need you to make several dishes tonight." "You got it, son." "Yay. Unai-chan is eating with us tonight." Jonathan hadn't cared for either of their strange behavior. What Jonathan needed was food. Not because he was hungry or anything but because of the calorie control method he extracted from the Akimaki clan. Jonathan was someone who planned efficiently. The Akimaki clan's technique requires the user to have an abundant number of calories in their system to help convert them into chakra. Because Tuki owned a restaurant, he had sufficient resources to cook whatever Jonathan needed. Jonathan's belly was full tonight. He was so focused on eating and trying to utilize calorie control at the same time, that whatever Tuki and his daughter were discussing didn't register with Jonathan. The instant he was done with one bowl, he handed it straight to Tuki for another. Jonathan hadn't been used to overeating nor being a glutton on Earth. When he truly felt he couldn't store any more food in his stomach, no matter how much he was using the calorie control technique, he stopped eating. But that didn't mean Tuki would stop cooking. Jonathan ordered that he prepare as much as he could so Jonathan would have something extra for when his food finished digesting. Jonathan felt uneasy due to an overstuffed stomach. His belly had expanded so much that it almost hurt. The most he could do was lie down on his side in their living room. "Unai-chan, would you like me to give you a massage?" Ayam generously asked. Jonathan gave a look of disdain. Had it not been for his self-control, he might have done something drastic. "Go to your room, Ayam," ordered Jonathan. "Anything for you, Unai-chan." Just hearing those words caused Jonathan to feel absolutely livid inside. If it wasn't for control over his own emotions, mixed with his stuffed stomach, he truly might have done something he shouldn't have to the now 6-year-old girl. Ayam rushed to her bedroom after wishing both her father and Jonathan good night. Jonathan hadn't heard it. He was too busy focusing on his calorie control while lying down. The basis of this technique required Jonathan to convert his fat cells into chakra. Back on Earth, Jonathan's metabolism was fairly high. No matter what he ate, he never seemed to gain weight. However, that wasn't the same for this body. After a while of lying down, Jonathan's food digested and he immediately started the conversion. Excess chakra began releasing from his core steadily. From what he acquired from Shito Akimaki, this chakra could be converted. A trained Akimaki could enter into a transformation called butterfly mode. But Jonathan wasn't attempting this. Due to his advanced chakra control, he decided to convert that chakra elsewhere. When Jonathan's bloated stomach seemingly deflated, he arose from his spot and went upstairs. "I'll keep on cooking, son," Tuki said. Jonathan ignored him. He made it to his room, opened the window and performed the high-speed movement technique. Jonathan rushed out of his room, causing his bed to fly and the room floor to break a little. He was moving faster than he was before. After a few seconds, Jonathan's speed decreased to what it normally was. He felt as though he could have kept that speed up longer had he not fought Yamato this morning and had he had more calories to convert. This was the basis of Jonathan's discovery. If calories could be converted to chakra, instead of using that chakra to form butterfly wings, he could instead use that chakra to amplify his techniques. It was no different than trying to perform the Akimaki's partial expansion technique. But Jonathan had something they didn't: creativity. So long as an individual had advanced chakra control, they were capable of two things: shape transformation and nature transformation. These are what allowed new techniques to be developed. Jonathan simply applied those principles to his own variations. Though weak, it was enough for him to build upon. What he needed to do now was perfect this new variation. There were a few issues Jonathan faced. One of which was the need for calories to amplify his techniques. The second was stamina. Jonathan felt tired after attempting this. It was his first time, so he expected as much. More so, he had also spent the day training the Yamanaka's secret technique. When Jonathan made it back home, he was so exhausted he didn't have the strength to jump from his bedroom window. Instead, he had to use the back entrance. If it wasn't for the fact that it was late at night, Jonathan would have never attempted this. He might have been spotted by the neighbors. Jonathan returned to see Tuki still cooking. He had almost forgotten he was still doing that. Tuki saw an exhausted Jonathan enter and became alarmed. Yet Jonathan hadn't made a face. He was normally emotionless. "My son, what happened?" Tuki turned off the flames, dropped his cooking utensils and ran towards Jonathan's side. Though Jonathan had a blank look on his face, he was still sweating profusely. Tuki had been worried, so he helped him lie down on the living room couch. Tuki then grabbed a dry towel to wet it for Jonathan. As the water was running, Jonathan began to think, had my low chakra levels caused Tuki's Genjutsu to weaken? No. I can still feel my chakra connected. Jonathan was contemplating on Tuki's behavior. He hadn't given a suggestion or command to take care of Jonathan, let alone worry about his well-being. When Tuki came back, Jonathan asked him a question. "Why trouble yourself for my sake? Any parent that didn't take care of their injured child wasn't a parent at all. You know as well as I do, it's because you're my one and only son." 16 Yakimi Iburi. Jonathan was unmoved. Not even a little. 5 Warning: this chapter depicts graphic imagery. The author urges those with a faint heart not to read this chapter. Though it may not be as gory or violent as others, the style of writing is more than enough for this warning to be given. "It sure is hot today," an average man said. "I'll say," another man responded. "Are you sure you don't want to eat inside?" "I am. Some water would be nice, though." The waiter bowed slightly and ran to fetch the customer's drink. Taking a quick sip, the customer said, under his breath, "Looks like it's time." "Pardon, I didn't hear." "It's nothing. Thank you." "No problem, sir. Please let me know when you're ready to order." When the waiter left, the customer rose from his seat and departed the restaurant. A small tip was left on the table. That customer was none other than Jonathan, disguised as the young version of Onoki, also known as the third leader of the village hidden in the stones. No one in this country knew what he looked like as a young man. How could they? Any time Jonathan used the transformation technique, he'd always make sure to play the right role. Leaving something like a tip was exactly that. Jonathan rushed to Root's hideout. When he arrived, he hid himself atop a pillar and waited. A whole 3 months had passed since Jonathan acquired secret techniques from both the Akimaki clan and the Yamanaka clan. Throughout those 3 months, he had been practicing those techniques. Because of its complications, it took Jonathan 1 whole month to learn how to sense others' chakra signatures. It wasn't the best form of sensing, but it was enough for him to perform 2 things. The first was diminishing his chakra signature so that others couldn't sense him, and the second was expanding his chakra in order to sense others. There was a drawback to the latter. If someone was a sensor or had a Kekkei Genkai like the Byakugan, they could tell if Jonathan was using his sensing ability to track them. It was like a double-edged sword. If Jonathan wanted to sense people around his area, his own location would be given if that person's own senses were high enough. Apart from that, Jonathan used his time wisely. He gained several of the Akimchi clan's food pills from 4 more of their clan members. These food pills could help someone force the calorie conversion to chakra. To efficiently utilize his technique, Jonathan had gained a healthy amount of weight, most of which was trained into muscle. Jonathan experimented with this weekly until he managed to gain full control without the need for the pills. There were times when his body had gotten so skinny that one could literally see his bones under his skin. Without Tuki's help, he would have likely died from malnutrition. Due to Jonathan needing to heal and focus on his personal growth, he wasn't able to enter the Leaf's Academy. The only people that were of great importance to him during this were Aizen and Tuki. They were still under his influence. So long as they weren't revealed, Jonathan felt a lot safer residing in the Leaf. Those at the academy would likely still be undergoing their daily learning activities. At least that's what Jonathan believed. He would have no other choice but to put people like Izumi Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha on hold until he himself grew. It took Jonathan a few weeks to regain his body composition after that. But the gains were worth it. He learned several of the Akimaki techniques, such as partial expansion jutsu and even their notorious butterfly mode. Jonathan hadn't cared to learn the mind transfer technique from the Yamanaka clan, despite how useful it may have been. Like the jutsu implied, it required a target with a mind in order for it to work effectively. Jonathan wasn't willing to take the risk of practicing that jutsu out in the open. Rather than waste his efforts, he focused on the thing he desired most, sensing. Choosing not to learn the mind transfer technique wasn't a total loss for him. Because Jonathan understood its components, he could counter it if someone targeted him with it. More so, the mind transfer technique was more geared towards spiritual energy. In order to help Jonathan increase his chakra reserves, he used the fundamentals of the mind transfer technique to help him meditate. As strange as it was to train one's spiritual energy, Jonathan understood that it required a lot of patience. Trying to increase one's chakra pool couldn't be done overnight by ethical means. It took Jonathan more than 2 months to raise it even by a fraction. At Root's hideout, he closed his eyes and suppressed his own chakra. This was the only time Jonathan felt safe entering Root. It's guaranteed there was at least one shinobi that could sense the other's chakra signatures. By learning to counter other sensors, Jonathan was confident of his infiltration. After several hours, Jonathan's patience was rewarded. He saw the 2 people who would confirm his deduction made earlier at the restaurant. Orochimaru's been discovered. Go to this location and await for Orochimaru to be of aid as he attempts to flee the country. The man speaking to the Root member on his knee was Danzō Shimura, while the Root member himself was none other than Yamato. Yamato agreed to the mission before departing. Immediately, Jonathan left the area undetected. This was a heavily awaited moment for Jonathan. He had been preparing for it those last 3 months. The moment he exited Root's underground facility, he found the secret village exit. Not a moment too soon and he would have missed the direction Yamato ventured off to. Keeping his movements well concealed, he trailed Yamato for several miles. Jonathan's movements and ability to suppress his chakra played a grand role in his tracking. Even if Yamato found him, Jonathan would have placed him under a Sharingan Genjutsu again and extracted the location personally. Just as Jonathan analyzed, Yamato stopped by a large tree with an open cavern. He quickly hid in a remote area and kept his chakra suppressed. If the story was going exactly as he had remembered, Kakashi Hatake would by chance find this area. Where was Jonathan exactly? He was somewhere deep within the forest at one of Orochimaru's many hideouts. This hideout in particular housed a certain group of people. And these people were special. They had a unique Kekkei Genkai that Jonathan desired for himself. If there's one thing Jonathan had, it was patience. He waited several moments in a concealed spot. With his eyes closed, he began to contemplate things. Their Kekkei Genkai never had a name. If I can succeed in acquiring that Kekkei Genkai, I'll be the only person in this world it. But Jonathan knew that he couldn't just gain the technique. He had to harness it for himself and make it permanent like with Hazuki's Sharingan. The number of cells Jonathan extracted from Hazuki Uchiha that night merged with his own. Thanks to Jonathan's efficiency in his medical techniques, these newly formed, combined cells were recognized by Jonathan's body. Had he not been compatible, however, Hazuki's eyes would have easily rejected Jonathan. By the time Jonathan finished planning, he heard the weapons clashing. Leaping to the direction where the sounds were coming from, he saw exactly what was supposed to happen. Kakashi was fighting one of those people from inside the hideout. From what Jonathan recalled, that man's name was Gata Ibori. The first time Kakashi fought him, he could have died. This was now their second encounter. Jonathan activated his Sharingan and watched Kakashi intently. A few exchanges later, and Jonathan began analyzing not just Gata's Kekkei Genkai, an ability that allowed him to transform into smoke, but also Kakashi's performance. He had unleashed the one thing Jonathan knew how to do but would take time to perfect, the Chidori. Seeing him perform that technique gave him more of a chance to learn it. Their fight ended when the wind blew, causing Gata to lose his physical form. This was the downside to the Ibori clan's Kekkei Genkai. They were highly susceptible to the wind. If they ever made contact with the wind, their smoky bodies would disperse. And even if they weren't in their smoke, they would still die after dispersion. The only person who could combat this weakness was a young child from their clan. Her name was Yukimi and she was who Jonathan had been waiting for. One of Orochimaru's plans to escape the country was to use Yukimi's blood and temporarily transform himself into smoke to slip through the borders. Thanks to Kakashi and Yamato, his plan failed in the original timeline. Jonathan witnessed Gata fade away as the wind blew by. He felt no remorse. Since everything was going as scripted, Jonathan knew what would happen next. This next part will be crucial. Jonathan furthered his distance from the scene. Because the next person to came to this area was none other than Orochimaru. Jonathan didn't dare try to make any mistakes at this point. Further away, he began prepping the materials he brought from the leaf. From his weapons pouch, Jonathan took out an array of medical supplies. He had been storing this particular bag at Taki's house for months, awaiting the time to use it. Inside were scalpels, medical bags, syringes, needles, and even bandages. Jonathan, in his spare time, wasn't just practicing his techniques. He was also reading up on more advanced medical books. With the profit he'd been earning from the ramen shop, he had to purchase anything and everything he needed. Jonathan's medical knowledge was only substandard on Earth, but after spending more than a year here, his knowledge had become equivalent to that of a reputable resident at a renowned hospital. One could say he was far above the level of Kabuto Yakushi in his prime by now. Had he had the ability to perform nature and shape manipulation, he could have surpassed Orochimaru. A few moments had passed as Jonathan was finishing up his preparations. By the time he heard the earth rumbling, he knew it was the hideout collapsing. Orochimaru, Yamato and Kakashi had finished their little skirmish. Now was the time Jonathan had to act. He performed the transformation technique and ran towards the hideout. Just like Jonathan had believed, Kakashi, Yamato and Yukimi were already exiting the now destroyed hideout. Jonathan remembered what had likely happened while they were inside. Yukimi Iburi was to die but was saved by her fallen clansmen. Jonathan trailed the three until they stopped at a three-way crossing. They exchanged heartfelt words which Jonathan knew was pointless. After this moment, Yukimi Iburi was never heard from again. Why? This was because she was a filler character. She had no apparent role in the story itself. This is why Jonathan deemed her so valuable. Yukimi Iburi was walking alone in the opposite direction from the two people who helped save her life. Crack. The sporadic noise caused Yukimi to frantically turn around. It had already been half an hour since she left Yamato and Kakashi. As far as she knew, she was alone. Because she hadn't seen anything, she calmed herself down. I guess I'm still a little paranoid about the wind, sighed Yukimi in relief. The wind blew slightly through her hair, making her feel a little more confident. First gate, open. Sharingan, butterfly mode. When Yukimi turned around, her entire world went black. Dynamic entry. Jonathan's blow was so devastating it caved her face in and caused her to be sent flying several yards away. Jonathan landed elegantly as his physical structure reverted to its normal state. His face was unreadable. And though he wasn't fat, he had lost some of his muscle composition. Jonathan discovered the calorie control technique didn't just need to use one's fat cells. Muscle cells could be used as well. Without the needing to consume a food pill, Jonathan had activated Sharingan just before entering into butterfly mode. Using his chakra control, he transferred all that condensed chakra into his leg rather than his fist. The speed and force Yukimi was hit with could have killed her had Jonathan not held back. The combined powers of butterfly mode are a lot more effective when taijutsu is used, concluded Jonathan. By the time Yukimi woke up, she was in a state of shock. Her body was aching and her head was throbbing immensely. It took a minute for her mind to adjust to what was happening. When she came to, she noticed it was already dark. Awake, are we? Asked an unfamiliar voice. Yukimi looked to her side, startled to see a child around her height wearing a surgical mask. That child was Jonathan. He could tell by her look that she was petrified in fear. It wasn't just because Jonathan had his Sharingan staring down at her. It wasn't because he was holding a scalpel covered in blood either. It was because when she looked down, both her legs had been severed. Jonathan saw she was about to scream, so he quickly covered her mouth. She tried to struggle, but Jonathan was stronger. With just one hand, he was able to keep her subdued. Due to the needed materials, Jonathan hadn't brought anything to gag her mouth with. It took a whole minute for her to stop struggling. When Jonathan let go, she began whimpering. Please. Please stop, Yukimi beckoned. She couldn't enter her smoke form because of how woozy her body felt. On top of that, she couldn't concentrate on her chakra due to the horror being done to her. She was pale, her head hurt and she couldn't even tell where she was because of the darkness. But Jonathan could. One of the properties of the Sharingan was its visual acuity. The darkness was Jonathan's greatest friend imaginable. You're not alive, so why bother? Jonathan coldly responded. Jonathan then covered her mouth after seeing she was about to scream again. Tired of her wasting his time, he used the scalpel and sliced her forearm open. Her squirming became violent. Hastily, Jonathan rotated his body, twisted her arms up and drove his knee into her liver. Questioned Jonathan. He looked at Yukimi and saw parts of her pants were wet. Yukimi then stopped her senseless struggle. When Jonathan removed his hands from her mouth, he saw she had passed out from the shock. Throughout that whole moment, Jonathan remained inexpressive. He grabbed a medical bag along with clamps to siphon the blood from her arms. A few feet from Yukimi's unconscious body were several bags filled with her blood cells. This was different than the last time he performed this act back at the Leaf. He was experienced, quicker and more efficient, both in his chakra control and his surgical cuts. And thanks to the Sharingan, Jonathan could precisely cut the areas to extract what he needed. All without waking her up. Not a moment later and Jonathan began transferring her cells via an 4-needle hooked up to one of the bags filled with her blood cells. The process was similar to that with Hazuki Uchiha but with more efficacy. Using the healing technique, Jonathan helped circulate the cells into his bloodstream whilst also sterilizing them. He had tested to see if Yakimi's blood was compatible while she was still unconscious before starting this procedure. Had it not been, Jonathan would have killed Yakimi and returned with nothing in hand. From what Jonathan remembered, Orochimaru was like a vampire. Rather than perform a proper cellular transplant, he simply sucked the Ibori clan's blood straight from their bodies. His only reason for doing so was that he was injured and in a hurry to escape the country. This was why he would only temporarily gain their KK Genkai. Had he taken the time to conduct a proper procedure, he could have permanently gained that KK Genkai. Jonathan, of course, only speculated on this. Whether it would work or not, Jonathan wasn't going to pass up the chance. He needed power, and he would ensure he'd get that power by any means necessary. As Yakimi Ibori's cells were being transplanted, Jonathan stared at her unconscious body. She was losing a lot of blood. The chances of her waking up again in that condition were slim. He asked himself if he knew what Yakimi meant by saying she was not alive. As quickly as that thought formed, it quickly dissipated. Jonathan hadn't cared because in his point of view, everyone in this world was already dead to Jonathan. They were nothing more than hopeless, talking zombies. 17 smoke jutsu to Yakimi Ibori had died. To be accurate, Yakimi died hours after most of her cells were extracted. Even though no one important would likely ever hear from Yakimi again, Jonathan never left room for mistakes to be made. He had spent the last few moments digging a pit before throwing Yakimi's debilitated body in. The bags covered in blood, however, were stored back in his weapons pouch. Jonathan looked up. He had bags under his eyes. From the time he was at the Leaf Village till now, he had been awake for 2 straight days. Orochimaru may have escaped the country, but the biggest victor was Jonathan Yuan. The sun began to rise and Jonathan could see the light piercing through the tree leaves. He lifted his arm before slowly rotating his hand. There hadn't been any blood on them. He placed his hand over the direction the light protruded from. The sun had caused the light to reflect off his eyes, which were as dark as the abyss. It was morning and Jonathan hadn't said a single word. He was lost in thought, recalling his time on Earth. Jonathan had loved ones, friends and a family he cherished. No matter what ordeals he would have to face in the world of ninjas, he would never forget who he was nor what his goals were. Whether he had to slay every single thing that moved in this world to get back home, he would do it without hesitation. After a few seconds in the same position, Jonathan's hand began evaporating into smoke. Starting from his fingertips, his entire upper body metamorphosized into vapor before he completely disappeared from the area. "This is an outrage," a man said. Another man was sitting on a desk with his hands crossed over his mouth, eyes closed. "Come on, Fugaku. Even you know the Leaf's being ridiculous right now. Calm down, Inabi." Fugaku Uchiha wasn't a simple man. His hard work allowed him to become not only head of his clan but also head of the police force within the Leaf Village. He was also the father of 2 highly talented shinobi, Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha. Last year, one of our members was found in a crushed house with her head missing. And what did the elders say? Nothing. Screamed Inabi Uchiha. Inabi. Fugaku raised his voice due to Inabi's blatant misbehavior. "That's not something we should be discussing right now. I gave you a task. Inform me of it?" Inabi apologized and began speaking. "Izumi Uchiha's growing steadily. We have a few of our clansmen still trying to nurture her after her mother died in that horrific event a few months back." The person they spoke about was Hazuki Uchiha, mother of Izumi. She had not just died. Her body was mangled in such a manner that it was difficult to tell her apart. On top of that, her head was missing and nowhere to be found at the scene. "There's report Izumi can use the Sharingan. Is this true?" Fugaku insisted. "Yes," Inabi explained. When asked about it, she ignored us and stayed quiet. It took her a few days to tell us how she learned to activate the Sharingan at such an early age. "And what did she say?" Fugaku asked. "It was her father. She saw him die during the Nine Tails attack," answered Inabi. "I see. Keep watch over her and try to bring her closer to Itachi. She's not as skilled as my son but she does have a lot of potential. They can help our clan rise to power one day." Fugaku rested his arms before grabbing some unfinished paperwork on his desk. Inabi Uchiha nodded at Fugaku's instructions before leaving his office. As Fugaku was writing, He looked behind him and noticed something peculiar. He arose from his seat and saw a crack in his office window. He stared at it for a moment before opening it to see if anything looked suspicious outside. He went as far as even activating his Sharingan. Not seeing anything out of the ordinary, save cloud vapor coming out from a nearby chimney, he closed the window and returned to his desk. By the time he sat down, the smoke from the chimney had stopped coming out. Why? Because that cloud of vapor pretending to be smoke from a chimney was Jonathan Yuan. The Iburi clan's KK Genkai was notoriously powerful. Not even Kakashi Hatake, with a fully developed Sharingan, could tell them apart from natural smoke. Jonathan confirmed this after successfully sneaking into the office of Fugaku. His confirmation was strengthened when he saw Fugaku Uchiha use his Sharingan to try and detect him openly. Even Jonathan couldn't identify Gata Iburi's Chakra signature with his own Sharingan whilst he was in this form. Jonathan flew through the home as a thin layer of smoke, past all their rooms and made it outside. When no one was looking, he sat down at a restaurant before converting himself to his physical form. And Jonathan wasn't careless. He had performed the transformation technique just moments before. This KK Genkai will require a name, thought Jonathan, resting his chin on his palm. A waiter came by and gave Jonathan a drink, and seeing his table was empty. The person he chose this time was an open-faced conqueror from the Sand Village. Would you like to try our smoked barbecue ribs? It's our special today. Just so you know, said his waiter. Jonathan turned his eyes to look at him with a contented smile before answering. Yes, I would. The smoke technique was quite useful to Jonathan. Because he had watched Gata Iburi fight Kakashi Hatake with it, he had a slight grasp on knowing how to execute the technique. Having high control over his chakra also played a crucial role. When in smoke form, Jonathan could slip in and out of even the smallest cracks. He could also make physical contact with objects even when he was transparent. More notably, he could use the body oxidation technique to enter into someone's body and physically control their movements. The dangerous part about that technique, however, was that he could destroy that person's body from the inside. It was more than just useful. It was a KK Genkai that had only one counter, wind. But because it was Yukimi Iburi's blood that was used, regular wind wouldn't be enough. It had to be wind utilized with chakra. And if Jonathan made a mistake while in that form, like being attacked by a strong enough wind technique, Jonathan could die. He managed to learn to properly control this form only moments after obtaining it. As for its latter technique, he used the entranced Tuki as a test subject to torture. If Jonathan had more time, it's possible to create more techniques with it. Though something like that would take years. Jonathan had recently tested out its abilities by infiltrating the Leaf Village's military police force. It was one of the areas Jonathan forbade himself from entering. But that was nearly 4 months ago. Throughout that time, Jonathan still had not practiced the Chidori. Neither had he tried learning any other techniques. Jonathan was bent on perfecting his current techniques to the point he could execute them at little to no chakra cost. To do that, he had to go through a long process of spiritual training. When he wasn't doing that, he was refining his body. Calorie control required Jonathan to use up the calories in his body to convert to chakra. Since he didn't like the idea of being fat or slightly overweight, he instead had to train his muscles while storing a small percentage of body fat in his system. The technique may not be as effective, but if Jonathan sacrificed his muscles for the time being, he could make great use of the calorie control technique. While doing all this, Jonathan also had to train his taijutsu. After watching Kakashi battle with a Jonin-level fighter, he knew he'd have to continue his training. Perhaps in skill, Jonathan might have had Kakashi Hatake beaten, but in terms of raw power, Jonathan was lacking. Taijutsu, Ganjutsu, Ninjutsu and chakra control were all but some of the things on Jonathan's list of priorities. He also had to keep an eye on the people of the Leaf. Tuki and Ion were constantly under his Sharingan Ganjutsu. If they were to ever be released or figured out, it could mean a lot of trouble for Jonathan. Izumi Uchiha no longer had a father or mother. In the original timeline, her mother was still alive. This change had caused her to focus on improving herself. Her attitude also became indifferent. She's a lot colder to others and spends most of her time alone. To Jonathan, he didn't care what she did as long as she was alive. As she was the only relative to Hazuki Uchiha, the same person's blood that coursed through Jonathan's veins. Then there was Kabuto Yakushi from the orphanage. Jonathan hadn't visited them since the night he left. Even just him being there could have altered something. But as far as he was concerned, they hadn't filed any reports in the Leaf Village about a missing child. Even if they had, it was more than a year ago since he'd originally left. As long as Kabuto sacrificed himself to join Root, Jonathan wouldn't pay attention to the orphanage until that fateful day when Kabuto approached. If Jonathan were to guess, he would say he was around 5 or 6 right now. Within a year's time, Jonathan had acquired the necessary techniques to help not just abide in the leaf but pave the way for more advanced techniques. Ones that were considered so powerful that it took even the most domineering characters in this world years to learn. The reason Jonathan had not yet tried to perform these techniques was that they required a lot of prerequisites. In total, Jonathan had learned and perfected 26 techniques. Healing Jutsu, Clone Jutsu, Substitution Jutsu, Teleportation Jutsu, Poison Extraction Jutsu, Chakra Dissection Blade, the Sharingan and the Sharingan Genjutsu, Fireball Jutsu, Dragon Flame Jutsu, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, Transformation Jutsu, Shuriken Jutsu, the Ferocious Fist Jutsu, the Gate of Opening, Dynamic Entry, Leaf Whirlwind, Leaf Hurricane, Dancing Leaf Shadow. Sensing, the Calorie Control Technique, Butterfly Mode, Partial Expansion Jutsu, Mind Transfer Countering Technique, Smoke Jutsu, and Body Oxidation Jutsu. Appearing inside the Leaf's Academy was Jonathan. He was in his smoke form. This form was one of the most covert forms a ninja could enter without ever being detected. Because it was a KK Genkai, other KK Genkai could hardly see through it. It would either have to be the Byakugan, which could virtually detect anything, or a highly skilled sensory ninja. But why would either ninja choose to overtly activate their technique during a time of peace? Nonetheless, Jonathan wasn't willing to take the chance and made sure to check on who was always close by his surroundings. In doing so, Jonathan safely found a small crevice to lodge himself in. This is what made being a transparent, smoke-like figure so advantageous. Jonathan could fit himself almost anywhere, or 18 Izumi's Sharingan hide behind almost anything without a single person being aware. And because the Sharingan was not able to detect his chakra signature while in this form, he felt comfortable in the places he hid. And those are the teams, announced an academy instructor. Jonathan reveled in the sight he was seeing. Itachi Uchiha had graduated early from the academy just as he needed him to. This was good. Very good. At least for Jonathan. Like he deduced, Izumi Uchiha was not present. Though she had the Sharingan, she wasn't a generational talent like Itachi Uchiha. He himself hadn't even gained the Sharingan yet and was still able to graduate early. In confirming Itachi's early graduation, he was also able to confirm that he had been friends with Shizue Uchiha. Every event that happened by the book in this world gave Jonathan an idea of what would occur and what had likely already occurred. Using his smoke technique, Jonathan traveled along the ceiling and made his way outside. He then traversed through the air until he safely made it home. It was dangerous, perhaps, but Jonathan didn't travel close to the ground. He'd raise himself quickly into the sky where he couldn't be seen. It was as close to flying as he could get. Most people would enjoy having such an ability. But Jonathan was different. He had long since gotten used to the physics of this world. The longer he stayed here, the darker he became. The ramen shop was closed for the day. Jonathan sat at the kitchen table and waited to hear Toki's report. Good news, son. Because of your diet idea, profits have increased by over 30%. Toki said joyfully. 30? Jonathan thought, hands holding his chin. That's still not enough. Jonathan had been monitoring Toki's ramen shop for a while now. He needed an abundant amount of ryo in order for him to conduct real business in the leaf. At least for the time being, that is. Toki. Yes, my boy. Go to the weapons shop and invest half of my assets there. Jonathan was aware of most if not all of the shops in the leaf. During times of peace, the weapon shop, or ninja tool shop, was hardly ever touched. But because of the Nine Tails attack last year, it was undergoing construction. A lot of ninjas devoted their time to training due to the death of their beloved fourth Hokage. But Jonathan couldn't invest in them even after their reconstruction because the ramen shop hadn't made enough money yet. Now was the time. You got it, my boy. Toki agreed. Of course, he agreed. He was under Jonathan's control and had been for some time. There was no way he could ever disagree. In total, Jonathan had accumulated roughly 560,000 ryo. This amount of money may seem large, but it was only around 39,000 American dollars. Enough for some, but nowhere close to what Jonathan needed. Subtract Jonathan's own personal expenses, which weren't much to begin with, and he still had over 500,000 ryo. Half of that was going to be invested in the weapon shop. By the time things like the Chunin exams began and eager young children wishing to become ninja happened, the weapon shop's business would continue to flourish. In case anyone gets suspicious as to why a mere restaurant owner was looking to invest in a ninja store, they couldn't. This was because Toki frequently visited their shop to buy items for Jonathan under the guise that they were for his daughter. Jonathan always planned ahead. Trivial matters like those would always be handled. After giving the command to Toki, Jonathan evaporated into smoke. His next destination was the Uchiha clan district. After the Nine Tails attack, they had all been relocated under Danzō Shimura's command. This act would only fuel their inevitable coup d'etat. For a few days now, Jonathan had been coming to this area specifically for one person, Izumi Uchiha. Almost every day, Izumi would come to a remote forestry area within her clan and begin her training. The reason Jonathan hadn't visited her before was because he had suspicions that she was being monitored by her clan. More so, he didn't have the right means available. To visit the Uchiha clan district after the Ninetales attack was asking for trouble. Using the transformation jutsu was also risky. If someone spotted Jonathan trespassing in their territory, even if he seemed harmless, they'd ask too many unnecessary questions. This was something Jonathan was not looking to have happen. And just like Jonathan expected, there was a shinobi spying on Izumi's training. Jonathan had been watching Izumi in his smoke form for a few days now. He would transfigure himself into smoke and lodge between the tree leaves. On his first couple of days, he spotted a shinobi from the Uchiha clan watching her intently. He couldn't recognize the shinobi, but he at least knew why he was watching her. Just like Fugaku stated in his office, they were looking to nurture Izumi. Much like what Jonathan was trying to do. This same shinobi would come perhaps once or twice a week. When Izumi was done training, he would leave. The only reason Jonathan knew that was because he spent a whole day monitoring Izumi. Some would call it stalking, but Jonathan had no shame in his actions. This was the kunoichi that could one day help Jonathan advance in this world. Izumi Uchiha's daily routine was nothing special. Every morning, she arose from her bed, prepared a quick snack and left for the academy. Without a mother or father to cook for her, she would either have to grab whatever snack was in her fridge or buy something from outside. Since her clan was raising her, she was given funds by none other than Fugaku himself. Jonathan witnessed this transaction personally. Fugaku was cold to her, hardly showing any sentiment towards her lost parents. This only made Izumi more detached from her clan. At the academy, she was skilled, yes, but she was not number one. Perhaps in her class she was, but in the academy, at least before his graduation, Itachi was number one. Afterwards, Izumi would return home and immediately head to a remote area to apply what she learned at the academy. Unlike in the original story, Izumi felt attracted to Itachi Uchiha. But not once had they really had a meaningful encounter. Since Itachi wasn't interested in Izumi in the first place, he didn't notice her abrupt change. His duties were to his own family. Izumi Uchiha had essentially become a concealed kunoichi that seemed like a walking puppet with strings. Jonathan felt no empathy for her. To him, she was nothing more than a sack with 2 rubies where her eyes should be. It wasn't until this night, while Jonathan was still monitoring her closely, that she practically cried herself to sleep. You pathetic neophyte, thought Jonathan. If there's something Jonathan understood, it was that Izumi Uchiha was meant to be kind-hearted. Because of that, the Uchiha curse hadn't affected her in the original timeline. Now, Jonathan didn't believe in that curse because he wasn't superstitious. But he did believe that emotional trauma could advance the Sharingan. Izumi had grown as opposed to her original timeline. She was now capable of sustaining her Sharingan for a longer period without exhausting herself much. With all that in mind, Jonathan left for his place of residency. The whole day had been spent confirming Itachi's role as well as monitoring Izumi Uchiha. It was essential for Jonathan to know those things because he needed to understand what event in the world he was attending. While Izumi herself had now become an outlier, Jonathan had to make sure she wasn't changing anything too much. At home, Jonathan saw Taki and Ayam eating at the table. Their family bond sickened Jonathan every day. How was the investment? Jonathan questioned. It went well, my boy. The owner was so happy I invested such a large sum. Replied Taki. We're expected to get about 10 to 20,000 ryo a month. That meant that when prices soared and business flourished, those monthly dividends would double, estimated Jonathan. It still wasn't a lot to him, but it was enough to suffice as passive income till the time was ripe. When Jonathan looked at Ayam, she simply smiled without saying a word. Jonathan had gotten sick and tired of her calling him her Unii-chan, so he gave a suggestion for her to stop. Just as Jonathan was about to walk upstairs, he heard Ayam speak. Sleep well, Unii-chan. The instant Jonathan heard that, his Sharingan activated and he looked at Ayam with a high degree of killing intent. Jonathan's chakra was still present in her mind. And he didn't see anyone else's chakra signature. He was wary of why she called him that when he specifically commanded her not to. Of all the times Jonathan controlled Ayam and Tuki, this was the first time one of them hadn't listened. Ayam simply gave him a smile as he continued eating her dinner peaceably. I see. Jonathan concluded. One of Jonathan's mental suggestions was that as long as they didn't bother Jonathan, they could live a happy life. Not once have they trespassed against that. Jonathan spent every day and night secluded in his room. Neither Tuki nor Ayam ever once disturbed him. Because of that, They believed they were living a happy life. Ayam's idea of a happy life was to have someone she could refer to as her Onii-chan. Jonathan took note of this. Two ideas that contradicted one another under an illusion would cause that suggestion to not take effect. Jonathan had to live with Ayam calling him Onii-chan. At least for now. The next day, Jonathan made his way to the Uchiha district. After monitoring Izumi Uchiha's every move, he knew exactly where she would be at. It was early morning, but she wasn't at the academy. No young person aspiring to be a ninja was their day off. But Izumi did not take days off. She spent time like this from morning to evening all by herself. The change in her life after both her parents died was that intense. When Jonathan arrived via his smoke form, he began by scouting the area. The shinobi assigned to watch her wasn't nearby. Last week was the same. The sun had yet to rise when Izumi was seen kicking a tree trunk. This was her warm-up routine. 1,000 kicks followed by shuriken jutsu. The instant she was done warming up, Jonathan manifested himself into his physical form a few yards behind her. After taking one step on the grass, Izumi quickly heard it and turned around. "Who's there?" she asked in surprise. The person staring at her had medium-sized brunette hair with a white gown on. More so, he had the Sharingan active. That same person was Jonathan disguised as a Jiraotsutsuki. "You can call me Shikamaru," replied Jonathan. No one knew what a Jiraotsutsuki looked like. While the name itself might have already been used, no one in the Uchiha clan would know of that name save Sasuke Uchiha. And that wouldn't be for the next 5 years from now. Izumi could never link them anyway. "Whoever you are, you're in the way of my training," Izumi said coldly. "Am I now?" replied Jonathan. "From what it looks like, you were playing around with a tree just now." "Excuse me?" questioned the offended Izumi. "I don't know who you are and I don't care. If you're just gonna berate me, just leave. People like you annoy the crap out of me. Watching little girls from nowhere." Jonathan wasn't even remotely affected by her sly remark. Instead, he pulled out a kunai from his gown and tossed it back and forth in his hands nonchalantly, saying, "Your mother raised you that way?" Angrily, Izumi activated her Sharingan. Staring at Jonathan, she said, "I'll kill you if you mention her again." Jonathan found that side of her interesting. He knew she had undergone a change, but to think that change was more towards darkness amused Jonathan's curiosity. Jonathan scoffed with a smile and rushed towards Izumi. In response, Izumi lunged at Jonathan. The two closed their distance. In the blink of an eye, Izumi twirled her body to kick at Jonathan's face. Jonathan planted his feet and caught her heel. Izumi used her other leg to hop off the ground. When she did, Jonathan saw her fist aimed at his private area. Shameless kunoichi, Jonathan thought. He used his free hand and stopped her fist just moments before it landed. "What?" Izumi bellowed. Jonathan spun Izumi's small body and punched her square inches her diaphragm. The impact caused Izumi to spit out saliva. Her body then crashed into a tree. When she came to, she looked up and saw a running Jonathan with a kunai pulled out. Jonathan tried stabbing Izumi's head, but she managed to duck just in time. Izumi formed a tiger seal and inhaled to release a fireball technique at point-blank range. Jonathan's entire body was seen engulfed by her flames. From atop the same tree, Jonathan was standing with his arms crossed, thinking, not bad for an inch of her age. Izumi was only 7, the same age as Itachi. And though she had the Sharingan, it wasn't fully developed. Not like how Jonathan's was. More so, Jonathan began his training more than a year before her. His skills could match up to Chunin. Izumi was still just at a Gainin's level. As the flame ceased, Jonathan fell backwards with his eyes closed. Izumi looked ahead of her at the results but hadn't seen where Jonathan was. She looked up and saw him coming down. Jonathan twirled his body, but Izumi quickly evaded as Jonathan slammed his knee to the ground, causing the earth to break apart on his land. Jonathan wasted no time in pursuing Izumi the moment she dodged. He closed the distance instantly. Jonathan tried to palm Izumi's face but she deflected it. He tried to palm her again but she deflected it again. Jonathan tried kicking her chin but she ducked. With his legs still in the air, he raised them upwards and smashed them where Izumi was. She managed to dodge by just a hair's length. Jonathan began performing some hand seals. Izumi, after her dodge, looked up frantically to see what he was doing. She quickly began copying it in a hurry. "Fire style, fireball jutsu," they both said. Fire erupted from their mouths simultaneously. The moment the raging flames clashed, it caused a stagnant wind to swarm the area. Both Jonathan and Izumi continued to exhale. Jonathan looked and saw that though he released a regular amount of chakra, his flames weren't overtaking hers. It was a stalemate. Using calorie control, Jonathan expanded his flames to even greater proportions. "Ah!" screamed Izumi. Her entire body had been engulfed by Jonathan's technique. How strange. I used a normal amount of chakra to release that fireball and she was able to match me, thought Jonathan. He slowly walked towards Izumi's fallen body. Flames were scattered across the trees and grass. Due to the destructive force the two caused, Jonathan knew he shouldn't stay here any longer. By the time he reached Izumi, he knelt down and raised her head by the strands of her hair. The face she made looked pathetic to Jonathan. At least your Sharingan didn't deactivate, Jonathan commented. Izumi looked like she was in pain at first, but then she smiled, saying, I saw your chakra increase at the last second. Were you that worried I would win? Ha ha ha. That comment made Jonathan smile. Not a smile of joy but one of amusement. Keep that up and you'll follow in your mother's footsteps. And you know why? Jonathan asked, nearing her face. It's because you'll die like her one day. Jonathan struck her face with an augmented, ferocious fist attack. He held back a little, just enough to knock her unconscious. Izumi's world was dark for an unknown amount of time. A speck of light could be seen in that darkness. By the time she lifted up her eyes, she saw that the light was coming from the moon. A cloud had just passed by it. Izumi could feel that her back was to the ground. When she lifted herself up, she also saw that her surroundings had been burned. What was strange to her, however, was that she didn't feel any pain. She looked at herself and didn't see any injuries either. All she could do was look around before staring at the moon, asking herself, just who was that? Jonathan was in his smoke form from afar. He watched Izumi until she woke up. When he finally noticed he disappeared from the area. Izumi walked into her house feeling confused. She sat down at a table with her head down for almost an entire hour. Jonathan, who was watching outside, understood how she was feeling. When he confirmed things, he completely left the Uchiha district. While he was flying above the leaf back to his place of residence, he thought back to that recent battle. 19 Who are you? The moment Jonathan knocked Izumi unconscious, Jonathan immediately began performing the healing technique. Izumi had multiple burn wounds as well as a broken nose. Throughout their exchanges, Jonathan was holding on. At any time, he could have killed Izumi if he wanted. What Jonathan was aiming for was to see how much she developed over the time he hadn't been watching her. He knew full well how Izumi fought. For a whole week Jonathan had analyzed her movements with his Sharingan. Though she was swift and agile, she wasn't compared to Itachi's brilliance. But neither was she as frail as Sasuke Uchiha when he was around that age. In fact, she was better than most Genin. From what Jonathan experienced, she was more than qualified to graduate from the academy alongside Itachi. He could only think that it was because she hadn't had the proper experience yet that they didn't consider her. Her taijutsu wasn't bad, but she didn't seem to know the real basics of what a ninja needed, meaning, she had aptitude but not enough talent. Despite being an Uchiha. And even though she managed to match Jonathan's fireball technique, this hadn't impressed him. Jonathan's ninjutsu was considered average at best. Perhaps she could graduate from the academy, but she would fail if she took the Chunin exams. To Jonathan, her physical prowess was weak. Too weak, in fact. But all these things were already known to Jonathan. Izumi Uchiha was only 7 years of age. The whole purpose of Jonathan attacking her was to fuel her drive. He needed her to suffer emotionally in order to help advance her Sharingan. Perhaps even use their encounter as a means to grow stronger. Without a best friend or a significant person to attach to, Izumi would never hope to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan. That was Jonathan's only purpose in spending time on her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be worth his effort. His words of provocation were just enough from what he understood. Izumi Uchiha was supposed to be frail and boisterous at times. What Jonathan encountered was more of a tsundere, someone who was cold or closed off. Her responses were shrewd and her reactions fearless. To Jonathan, it felt like he was fighting with someone who had nothing left to lose. Even though it was only his third battle in this world, he had enough understanding to know when someone was fighting with their lives at stake. If Jonathan could direct her to an even greater emotional darkness, she could surely advance her Sharingan. But if Jonathan felt like she was a lost cause, he would slay her with little to no hesitation. The Uchiha clan, for the next several years, should be able to raise her right. And Jonathan's sure she'll go prying around for an unknown Uchiha with a Sharingan named Shikamaru. When she does that, even Jonathan knows she'll come up short on answers. That amount of confusion will cause her to doubt her clan and seek out what really happened to her mother. From what Jonathan collected while spying on the Izumi Uchiha, was told that her mother died from a fallen building during the Nine Tails attack. He believed that story to be a load of horse manure when he first heard it. In approaching Izumi this day, it gave her a purpose in life. To seek out who Jonathan was and what really happened to her mother. After reaching Tuki's residence, Jonathan saw a letter on the table. Tuki must have left it for me, Jonathan believed. When he opened it, he saw it was a letter of confirmation from the ninja tool shop. It said that they were happy to have Taki as a high investor in their business. Attached to that letter was a copy of a contract he signed yesterday. Jonathan left the letter on the table and headed upstairs. Aizen and Taki had been asleep by now. The Chunin exams, Jonathan speculated as he rested his head on a pillow. Once the second or third portions of the exam start, I'll be able to get stronger. 5. There hadn't been much going on within the Leaf since Jonathan last fought Izumi. After this year's academy students graduated, the announcement for the Chunin exam followed shortly. How Jonathan knew this was because he was currently spying at the Jonin standby station while in his smoke form. This year's Geinin should be hot stuff this year, someone said. Are you kidding? No one this generation's gonna top last year's Geinin. Jonathan was chiming in on a conversation between two unspecified Jonin. They hadn't looked familiar to Jonathan. Rather, what they were discussing was what was more interesting. The Chunin exams was a biannual event. After confirming the exams would be announced momentarily, Jonathan used this opportunity to sneak around. Of the many things Jonathan hadn't been aware of, it was his own affinity. Every ninja had a special affinity for one of the 5 basic elements. Back at the orphanage, Jonathan had only tested what his affinity might be. But he never concluded that it was necessarily that. What he discovered back then was that he was more prone to the lightning element. Now that Jonathan had the right means of getting around secure areas in the Leaf Village, he ventured here to the Jonin station. Hearing two Jonin discussing the Chunin exams was only an add-on to his real target, their storage unit. Slipping through many cracks and crevices, Jonathan made it directly to where he needed to be without being noticed. In this area were documents, tools and even wanted flyers. It wasn't a locked room, but it didn't have to be. Jonathan could have easily slipped through a keyhole or even under the door if needed. The Jonin station had many departments, most of which were open offices for ninjas to report to or be assigned their missions. Throughout the day, the station had multiple ninjas scurrying about to conduct their business. Jonathan was in the storage room by himself. He had to search 3 other rooms until he found where he needed to be. It looked no different than a break room back at a business office on Earth. With the door closed, Jonathan opened several cabinet drawers whilst still in his vapor form. Despite being a cloud of vapor, Jonathan could still physically interact with things. After searching the room, Jonathan finally found what he was looking for. Inside one of the cabinets was a stack of neatly cut paper. This paper was known as the Chakra induction paper. Reverting back to his physical form whilst using the transformation technique to appear as one of the Jonin he saw earlier, Jonathan grabbed one of the slips of paper. He didn't need to take it with him, but he did need to hold it. When a ninja with Chakra touched this paper, it would cause a reaction to help identify what element that ninja had the most affinity towards. To no surprise, the paper crumbled towards the center. This meant that Jonathan's main Chakra element was indeed lightning. Jonathan figured this but had to absolutely be sure. For what his plans consisted of required accurate information. Knowing his own affinity was just that sort of thing he needed. Lightning techniques might have looked cool and were powerful enough to cut through tailed beasts, but they hadn't been Jonathan's favorite in the past. Not only that, but he didn't have any lightning techniques in his arsenal. Though things like the Chidori and lightning armor looked astonishing, Jonathan hadn't had the time to practice them. There were more important techniques he planned to acquire. Jonathan stored the paper in his pockets and activated the smoke technique before leaving the Jonin station. With that matter settled, Jonathan made haste to the Uchiha military police station. He was interested to know if Izumi Uchiha had reported what happened to her. When Jonathan arrived, lodging himself in the ceiling, he found this scene interesting. "How is she today?" asked Fugaku. One of our agents verified that she seemed a lot more depressed than usual, Inabi Uchiha responded. "And her behavior towards my son?" Fugaku questioned. Jonathan knew that today was likely a day Izumi was being monitored. He decided not to watch her on account of the many things he needed to do in a single day and night. "It's the same as before, sir. She doesn't seem interested in him or anyone for that matter." Inabi sounded a little concerned. It was almost like he cared for her well-being. "Keep trying. Those two could be our clan's future one day," demanded Fugaku. Jonathan departed from his office after verifying that Izumi had not mentioned anything about their recent fight. Whilst flying high in the clouds, Jonathan considered why she hadn't mentioned anything. Perhaps it's because she's already aware of her mother's strange death. If that were the case, she might not be good for her clan anymore. Either that or her 7-year-old mind was too confused to make sense of her life. Jonathan pondered this thought but didn't want to believe it entirely. If Izumi Uchiha already didn't side with her clan, that would make sense why she was so cold towards Jonathan when he first approached her with his Sharingan active. Jonathan decided to head home to make revisions towards his next plan. Because the Chunin exams were to be held, This was the perfect opportunity for Jonathan to learn the one thing that was oddly easy to acquire around this time. He was going to go pay the Hokage's home an unwelcome visit. Most of the Leaf Village had been empty. There was a reason for that. The third part of the Chunin exams was currently taking place. It had been roughly 2 months since Jonathan fought Izumi Uchiha. Throughout that time, Jonathan had been focusing more on his spiritual energy. Though he had a list of techniques at his disposal, he could only execute a few of them before eventually running out of chakra and exhausting his stamina. After having learned the components of the mind transfer technique, Jonathan had a basis to help him train his spiritual energy. Unlike Naruto Uzumaki, Jonathan did not have the multi-shadow clone technique. He may have seen it a multitude of times, but using one-hand seal wasn't enough to help Jonathan perform it. But this hadn't bothered Jonathan. For more than a year and a half he had been training in seclusion with great results. His rationale training was bound to show. In broad daylight, Jonathan entered into his vapor form and traveled to the Hokage's manor. This was a place that not only Kakashi Hatake managed to sneak into but even Naruto Uzumaki. It's one thing for a talented shinobi like Kakashi to have done it, but for the dim-witted Naruto to have been capable of doing so only meant that it wasn't that difficult. Jonathan easily entered through a closed window with cracks and ventured down a hallway. He recognized this building from his memories. It was not hard to get around. And considering the Chunin exams were taking place, almost everyone in the Leaf Village was at the stadium. Jonathan could have come here anytime he pleased even without the smoke technique. But the more patient Jonathan was, the less of a chance there was of him making a mistake. He couldn't afford to fail. It took several minutes until he finally found a room that housed many scrolls inside. Just like Jonathan recalled from his memories, this was the room that also carried a special scroll, the Scroll of Seals. After looking through many of the scrolls, Jonathan found exactly what he was looking for. He knew this was the correct scroll because the method to perform the shadow clone technique was listed. Without making haste, Jonathan closed the scroll and departed with it while in his smoked form. He left the Hokage's manor and traversed the air, before finding a secluded forest area. Jonathan had waited a long time to acquire this scroll. But he knew he couldn't keep it for long. At most, he speculated that he had about 2, maybe 3, hours before the Chunin exams concluded. Opening the scroll, Jonathan skipped many techniques that may have been valuable to him. He didn't want to learn the shadow clone or the multi-shadow clone technique. Neither did he want to learn any specific seals like the Reaper Death Seal. The reason that Jonathan had been training so methodically whilst learning specific techniques from reserved clans, like the Yamanaka clan, was because he needed the prerequisites to learn the Flying Raijin Jutsu. The Flying Raijin was a technique only known by 2 people in this world. Minato Namikaze and Tobirama Senju. Both of whom were already dead. This technique was beyond advanced. It was so convoluted that even the writers had to make it so unique that it varied on how one could learn it and execute it correctly. For instance, the founder of the technique, Tobirama Senju, has been overshadowed by the perfecter of it, Minato. This technique allowed one to traverse from one area anywhere around the world to another at the speed of light, which was the fastest thing in this world. Jonathan found the section of the scroll that continued the Flying Raijin. Things were written in Japanese kanji. But when Jonathan read it, he saw American English terms. This was no surprise to Jonathan considering that he heard the people in this world speaking English the day he arrived. On top of that, even the medical books he read in the orphanage and the leaf were all written in English. Despite knowing what world he was in, Jonathan had long deduced that his mind, body, soul and spirit had adapted to this world's environment. Whether the world was in English, Japanese or Korean, Jonathan was already created to understand the rules that govern the world of ninjas. Jonathan read carefully and steadily. Though he knew of the technique and its properties, as well as what was needed to perform it, but he had to make sure there was nothing he was missing as he read the fundamentals. Much like Jonathan had learned from Earth, this technique required special seals to be performed. Each seal, however, differed from user to user. Jonathan extracted all that information. After an entire hour of reading, Jonathan collected as much data as possible. There were some things he wasn't entirely sure of until he confirmed it. For instance, to perform this technique, one needs to understand how to sense chakra signatures. Jonathan knew this because both Minato and Obirama had been sensory types. Another hour passed and Jonathan not only read but memorized every single text written regarding the Flying Raijin technique. Naruto Uzumaki spent almost a whole day trying to learn the shadow clone technique. But Jonathan was not Naruto Uzumaki. He had perseverance and a mind to excel at anything he deemed worthy of knowing. The Flying Raijin technique was such a technique that it met his high expectations. The moment Jonathan finished, he didn't practice on the spot. He couldn't even if he wanted to. A technique like that takes far too much chakra control and requires a lot of training to even get the basics down. Thanks to him having already prepared for more than a year for it, he at least had an edge. And Jonathan wasn't like Genma, Raido, and Iwashi Tatami, who only learned the formation. He was learning directly from the scroll itself. Because of that, he wouldn't need to learn just the formation, he could directly practice the technique. Jonathan entered into his vapor form and returned to the Hokage's manor, placing the scroll exactly where he had found it. It's not as though Jonathan didn't want to read other forbidden techniques on the scroll, let alone take the scroll for himself and flee the country. He couldn't. The time it took to read and learn such techniques was too long. And if he took the scroll now, Naruto Uzumaki would never be possible. His very signature technique came from this scroll. And Jonathan was a meticulous individual. The more the story flowed in the direction he needed it to, the more he would always have an advantage in this world. Jonathan left the Hokage's manor undetected. It took an hour and a half to read all the contents regarding the flying Raijin technique. He would have gladly read more, but he decided on saving those infamous techniques for a later date. As far as Jonathan knew, he had plans on returning to the Hokage's manor at a later date. Of the many forbidden techniques that might help him not just get stronger but possibly have some clues as to how to return to Earth, it was the reanimation technique, also known as Edo Tensei. If Jonathan understood that technique, something that brought others back from the dead, it's possible he could understand its derivatives to help him know how he got here, and how he could get back. Jonathan was bent on returning to Earth. He didn't like the world of ninjas. And since Jonathan was planning on slaying every single thing that moved in this world, learning a technique that revolved around death was obligatory. 20 Sharingan vs. Anbu. By the time Jonathan returned home, it was close to sunset. He sat on the table and began calculating how to train the flying Raijin technique. He would have gladly gone to the training grounds to start, but he needed Tuki to purchase him more kunai at the ninja tool shop. Even more, the ninja tool shop had a special gift awaiting Tuki for his large investment. At sunset, Tuki would take a break and return home to check on his daughter if she wasn't near him. At this time, Ion was sleeping. Jonathan had already checked around the house to make sure of it. To bide his time, he sat in the kitchen and accumulated his greatest gain by far that he acquired from the Scroll of Seals. After about an hour, Jonathan felt uneasy. It was close to nightfall and Tuki hadn't once come home. There were times that Tuki didn't come home on time due to how busy the shop had recently gotten, but tonight felt different. The Chunin exams were held today. It's possible that people from their respective clansmen, and other ninjas, were celebrating the results, Jonathan considered. Having nothing to be based on, Jonathan went upstairs to his room. Here is where Jonathan kept a lot of his purchased items. There were shuriken in the hundreds, senbon in the thousands, as well as sealing and explosive tags. One could say Jonathan's room had become an armament hockey for most ninja tools in the Leaf Village. Jonathan looked around and found something peculiar. The way that Jonathan organized his ninja tools was quite abnormal. Because of his perfectionist trait, he aligned everything in the order he thought things should go in. All senbon were stacked together, and all kunai were leaned against the closet, slanted. Jonathan didn't have obsessive-compulsive disorder, but he at least liked things to look neat. But something was off. Jonathan didn't move. He only thought to himself. 100 kunai, 200 shuriken, 2000 senbon, 10 fuma shuriken, 40 explosive tags, 5 katanas, 150 makobishi, 4 knuckle knives, 3 daggers. Jonathan walked out feeling relieved. Downstairs was Iom drawing. She had woken up not long ago. Her illusion was still in effect, so she smiled at Jonathan without uttering a word. Jonathan called her over. He had been sick and tired of Iom as of late. Onyai-chan. What can I help you with? She joyously asked. Jonathan quickly spun Iom around, grabbed a kunai out of his pouch and placed her in a chokehold. Come out or she dies, demanded Jonathan with a smirk on his face. It was quiet for a few seconds. Onyai-chan. Iom may have been under an illusion, but her tone led Jonathan to believe she was nervous. Not a moment too soon and Jonathan saw a shadowy figure walking down the stairs. Let her go, he said. When the figure came to light, Jonathan gave a light smirk. The two gazed at each other for a brief moment. How did you know I was here? The shinobi asked. Unless you want her to die, I'll be asking the questions, Jonathan declared. He held Iom close, kunai ready to pierce her head. Why did the Leaf send an Anbu to what was a simple matter, Shizue Uchiha? He knows who I am? Questioned Shizue. How could Jonathan not? The moment Jonathan felt something was odd, he activated his Sharingan. Almost instantly, he saw Chakra flowing on the stack of explosive tags. And Jonathan knew whose Chakra signature it was. He had spied on all Uchiha clan members. During the Chunin exams, I was watching with my Sharingan and saw something strange in the stands, explained Shizue as he pushed his mask to the side. The shop owner I once visited to order ramen from was under a Genjutsu. Jonathan's smirk disappeared. He stared intently at Shizui. So, we were right. It was you that placed him under that Genjutsu. I informed the Hokage and he gave an order to investigate the ramen shop owner's home. I was shocked to see so much ninja tools in one room. When I reported back, the Hokage gave permission to continue investigating. He didn't say I, he said we, considered Jonathan. Shizui was not alone here. Now answer my question. Who are you and what are you doing? 6. Who am I? Jonathan asked back. He tilted his head slightly, causing a shadow to cover half his face. Shizui grabbed the hilt of his weapon, sensing strong killing intent coming from Jonathan. Onyai-chan. Ayam said. A zombie has no right to question my morals, Jonathan finished. He lifted his head, revealing his Sharingan. Shizui, shocked, activated his Sharingan while unsheathing his weapon. Jonathan, expressionless, slit Ayam's throat before he could move any further. No. Shizui yelled. Jonathan used that moment and threw Ayam's body towards him. Like a flash, Shizui quickly grabbed the airborne Ayam. The two then tumbled to the floor. Jonathan wasted no time to activate high-speed movement and run upstairs. Shizui looked at Ayam. Her throat was split open and there was blood dripping from her mouth. When Shizui tried moving Ayam, he felt something on her back. Two kunai had impaled her spinal cord. Shizui jumped a little in shock after feeling their metal handles. The instant Ayam was thrown, two kunai was thrown exactly in her course. Shizui was to focus on Ayam that he wasn't paying attention to Jonathan's movements. He held Ayam in his arms saying, I'm sorry. Ayam couldn't help but look at the distraught Shizui with a smile. Please. Save my Onyai-chan. Shizui clicked his tongue before looking away. He couldn't bear her say such words from someone clearly still under a Genjutsu. Jonathan, already in his room, grabbed what he could and bolted out the window. The moment he landed on a neighbor's roof, he began concentrating his chakra. At that moment, he heard what sounded like birds chirping. Chidori! Yelled a voice. Jonathan instinctively leapt upwards. Kakashi Hatake was only inches away from impaling him. That's RK, a man from afar said to his group. Jonathan, from above, saw 4 chakra signatures down below. Each of them started rushing towards his area. Immediately, Jonathan formed a tiger seal, inhaled and exhaled a fireball directly at where Kakashi was standing. Kakashi performed a multitude of backflips in order to evade. The moment Jonathan landed, Kakashi rushed at him with a tando in hand. He swung his weapon at Jonathan. Jonathan leaned back, narrowly avoiding it. It was so close to Jonathan that he could see his very reflection from the blade. When he straightened himself, Kakashi tried jabbing at him with his offhand. Jonathan blocked it with his forearms and then used the same arm to uppercut Kakashi's chin. The blow was hard enough to lift Kakashi several feet above ground. Even his Anbu mask fell. First gate, open. Calorie control. Ferocious fist taijutsu. Slowly still rising in the air, Kakashi's body turned into a puff cloud. Jonathan turned around and saw a different Kakashi rushing towards him. The instant he closed the distance, Jonathan lowered his body and spin-kicked Kakashi's legs effortlessly. Leaf whirlwind. Kakashi tried to balance himself in the air by planting his palm on the roof tiles. Jonathan saw this and grabbed both his legs. Flipping Kakashi, Jonathan tilted backwards and kicked him high into the air. Dancing leaf shadow. Kakashi grunted a little on impact. At the peak of his height, Kakashi spun his body and looked down. His face began to glow a bright orange because Jonathan had already unleashed his next technique. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. An Anbu grabbed Kakashi in the air, causing Jonathan's technique to just barely miss him. A dragon composed of fire then combusted in the sky. You okay, Kakashi? Asked the Anbu after landing. Yeah. Thanks. Replied Kakashi. Be careful. He's a tough one. You don't say? Said an Anbu Kunoichi appearing alongside him with 2 other Anbu. Those moves, Kakashi questioned. It was like I was fighting Might Guy. And that Sharingan. Is he from the Uchiha clan? Jonathan's body began to lose its muscular composition. The instant he felt it, Jonathan stared at the 5. He had a blank expression. Immediately from Toki's residence, like a flash, Shizui was seen rushing out from Jonathan's window. Kunai in hand, Sharingan activated, he had a fierce look with tears in his eyes. Not even in the blink of an eye and he managed to close the distance between Jonathan and him. Shizui swung his kunai and it passed right through Jonathan, leaving a trail of vapor. What? Shizui said in alarm. Jonathan smiled saying, you're pretty fast. Seeing Shizui off balance, he extended his arms. Partial expansion jutsu. His arms grew triple its size. Swiping it, Shisui leapt upwards and landed right on top of Jonathan's large index finger. Jonathan released the jutsu, causing Shisui to again lose his balance. Jonathan then jumped and reactivated the partial expansion technique. Before he could hit Shisui, a large boulder swept Jonathan away. The boulder crashed right into the walls of a house along with Jonathan. Not a moment later, and cracks began to form around the boulder before being completely destroyed by Jonathan. Blood was dripping from his lips. He wiped it off with an unreadable face. The person who threw that boulder was no doubt one of the 4 Anbu that just arrived. They weren't just standing there waiting. Kakashi was giving them details about Jonathan the instant he recognized that smoke KK Genkai. The instant Kakashi finished relaying that information, they sprung into action. Jonathan looked to see that all 6 Anbu were surrounding him in a semicircle. The 4 Anbu all had a weapon in hand. Versus Kakashi Hatake and Shisui Uchiha, who had their Sharingan and a hand seal at the ready. Jonathan looked at the 6 slowly approaching. Not a single moment did Jonathan lose his composure. He knew the moment Shisui was in his room, something like this would happen. Or rather, he knew full well a day like this could come. He didn't feel like he made a mistake letting Taki go to the Chunin exams. He understood the consequences but let him do it anyways. If he went, it would make him look less suspicious as a Leaf citizen. Teaching them to observe all things whatsoever I have commanded you, and, lo, I am with you always, even unto the end of the world, Jonathan uttered. The 6 ninjas looked at one another in confusion. What did he say? Jonathan opened his mouth to reveal a giant red pill lodged between his teeth. He bit down saying the words, Amen. Wind began vehemently circulating around Jonathan. So much dust gathered that the other 6 ninjas were forced to cover their faces. With their Sharingan still active, both Kakashi and Shisui saw a bright, blue glow forming where Jonathan stood. When the wind ceased and the dust cleared, they all gasped. Behind Jonathan, shining with a cyan luminosity, was a pair of wings. But they hadn't looked like butterfly wings. They were angelic. Emotionless, Jonathan took one step and appeared in front of an Anbu. Look out! Shisui screamed. Jonathan grabbed the Anbu's face with his bare hand, breaking his mask. He then lifted him slightly before releasing his hold. When he did, there was an explosive tag strapped to his face. Jonathan then kicked him twice high into the air. Butterfly hurricane. At Jonathan's last kick, the force was so intense it caused the Anbu to fly more than 100 meters away. Boom. When Jonathan finished, he looked to see Kakashi, who was only inches away from his face with a Chidori. Jonathan's very facial features were glowing a light blue color. The scene had slowed down so much that the two locked Sharingan together. Kakashi just stared into Jonathan's blank face before slipping right through him. Smoked jutsu. Shisui managed to close the distance with his Tando, attempting to slash at the smoke. No, don't. Kakashi screamed. Jonathan entered into Shisui's nostrils. Shisui coughed before collapsing to the ground. He was writhing in agony. Even though Kakashi informed the other 3 of Jonathan's KK Genkai, he hadn't told Shisui anything. This is what made fighting Jonathan so difficult despite being around both their ages and being outnumbered. Jonathan was thinking several moves ahead of them even when the people facing him were Kakashi the copy ninja and Shisui of the body flicker. What's happening to him? The Kunoichi panicked. Body oxidation. When Jonathan felt Shisui pass out, he released the jutsu and returned to his physical form. Being in butterfly mode excelled the process of Jonathan corroding Shisui's body. But he didn't want to kill Shisui. Even in the most dangerous of situations, Jonathan was thinking far ahead. Ko. Kakashi screamed. Got it. The moment Jonathan manifested himself, Ko placed his hands forward. Jonathan's eyes widened in seeing the technique form. He immediately crossed his arms. A fervent wind raged at Jonathan. Had he not kept his feet attached to the roof with Chakra, he would have been blown away. Without wasting time, Kakashi simultaneously activated the Chidori and rushed towards Jonathan. There was no way he could perform a substitution in this state. Worst of all, he couldn't turn into vapor. If he did, the wind technique would kill him instantly. Jonathan's angelic wings were also quickly dissipating. Kakashi closed the distance and thrusted his Chidori forward. Jonathan had no other choice and caught his forearm with both hands. Kakashi tried forcing his Chidori, but Jonathan held his arm tightly in place. The two looked at each other. Kakashi was seen struggling, but Jonathan had an unreadable, confidence look. Forgive me, Kakashi. The Kunoichi yelled from above. Jonathan's eyes shifted towards her direction. A raging flame traveled in a linear motion, landing right on both Jonathan and Kakashi. Because of Ko's wind technique, the flames exploded on impact. Boom. The dust finally settled. On a now destroyed rooftop, Kakashi was down lying flat on his face. Half his body had been burnt from that attack. Standing several yards away was Jonathan. Half of his shirt had completely burned off and his left arm was badly damaged. It was also bleeding. Had it not been for being in his angelic, butterfly mode, he would have been in Kakashi's position. Jonathan was seen holding his bleeding arm with a blank expression. "It's over." Ko yelled. It was indeed over. Jonathan only had enough of Chakra to perform one technique. Even if he wanted to use that technique, his body was screaming at him. Ko had already seen him perform his smoke technique. If Jonathan tried to enter it into now, he wouldn't be fast enough to avoid Ko's wind attack. The healing technique was also out of the question. The two Anbu in front of him wouldn't give him the slightest chance to perform it. And even if he managed to get the technique off, his chakra would be lowered to dangerous levels. Jonathan had never been backed into a corner like this before. There was only one thing he could do. He stared at the two with an unreadable expression, Sharingan already deactivated. The two Anbu couldn't tell what he was thinking. Jonathan removed his hand from his wound. It was covered in blood. "Stop!" The two yelled in unison in seeing what Jonathan was doing. One of them began dashing towards Jonathan. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Jonathan executed the hand seals perfectly. The Kunoichi wouldn't make it in time. She pulled out 3 shuriken and threw them at Jonathan with all her strength. Jonathan slammed his palm on the rooftop. Summoning jutsu. A puff cloud enveloped where Jonathan stood. When it cleared, Jonathan had completely disappeared. It was a sunny day outside. Many people were seen walking along interconnected sidewalks. Some were wearing backpacks, some were on their phones, some were even riding skateboards and bicycles. Next to a table by the grass were 4 people. One of those people was Jonathan. "All right. You'll know what to do. No bums," a man reminded the group. That man was one of Jonathan's buddies, Tyler. He wouldn't refer to him as his friend. The two, at best, shared similar interests enough to hang out with one another. As long as both parties were relaxed and made the other laugh, they got along quite well. That was the aura Jonathan gave off without needing to try. Jonathan picked up 3 flyers. The two next to him, Jasmine and Priscilla, 2 of Tyler's sisters, did the same. Much like every university, there was always a party being held at some point in time. Tonight, Jonathan and Tyler were going to host one. Because of Tyler's affluent parents, he was able to rent out a whole house without the need for roommates. It was the perfect place to spend the night, host parties or just kick back and relax. A few people walked by, but Jonathan hadn't handed them any of his flyers. Neither did Jasmine or Priscilla. They weren't looking to invite just anyone to their party. That person had to be special enough. For instance, Priscilla found one of her friends on the basketball team. She not only gave him a flyer but also told him to bring half the team. Jonathan knew that specific basketball player would never say no to her, so already this party was going to go viral across campus. When Jonathan saw one of his high school classmates, he approached him. "Sup, John?" This was Jonathan's nickname. "Yo, what's good, Jacob?" Jonathan asked as he shook Jacob's hand. Jacob Singh was a Guyanese student here at the university just like Jonathan. When the two were back in high school, they used to always talk about Japanese animation. Them and their little table group. "Still abstinent from anime?" Jacob rhetorically asked. "Bro, anime's hot trash. How can you still be watching that thing?" Jonathan replied. The two then laughed because neither of them hated each other. Jonathan may have disliked Japanese animation with a passion, but he never let it get to his head. Neither did he let it tear his mutual relations he had with the people he had no animosity towards. After their friendly exchange, Jonathan returned to his group. "Did you just give him an invite?" Jasmine asked. "He's cool. Don't worry," Jonathan claimed. He didn't like the way Jasmine asked that. Around this time, Jonathan had long stopped watching Japanese animation. But that didn't mean he would isolate people. He looked kinda weird, though. "Who was he? What's his name?" Jasmine insisted. "James, you asking a lot of question, right?" Jasmine had really only asked 3, but Jonathan's sly comment was enough to make Tyler and Priscilla find Jasmine in the wrong for pestering Jonathan's decision. She therefore left the matter alone. Even if she asked nicely, Jonathan found her annoying. He found most women annoying. Jonathan may seem like the easygoing type, but he only had 2 friends. Though a lot of people hung out with a new Jonathan both inside and outside the university, didn't mean he valued them as his friends. Some people went as far as even calling Jonathan their best friend. Hearing those words uttered from someone else's mouth made Jonathan feel severely unimpressed. Jonathan never needed to try to make friends. They came to him naturally. The only person Jonathan focused on was himself. When Jonathan lifted up his eyes, he saw sunlight beaming through an object. Jonathan blocked the sunlight's view as his vision became less and less blurry. He had been dreaming. But it wasn't any ordinary dream, it was a memory from his time back on Earth. Jonathan lied there back against the surface. A large leaf was overshadowing his upper body. If someone were to look at Jonathan's face, they would see a blank expression. No one could tell what Jonathan was thinking. 21 Hueco jungle. He closed his eyes, trying to forget the pain. Jonathan couldn't remember the last time he laughed. He had never done so since he first set foot in this world. And how could he? Nothing about what he was going through was funny to him. He didn't find it saddening either, nor did he expect anyone here or on Earth to feel bad for him. The only thing Jonathan felt was faith. Faith to slaughter everything that moved in this world in order to return home. But to do that, he still needed to get even stronger. Jonathan used what little strength he had gained from resting and stood up. He looked around and saw he was in a forestry area. The land was filled with saturated colors. Even without the Sharingan active, he could clearly tell the grass was greener. The area doesn't look like Mount Myabaku. As Jonathan thought about this, he felt something slimy on his foot. It was a yellowish slug. In the world of ninjas, there were 3 unique locations that were quite remote. They were Mount Myabaku, the land where toads resided, Richi Cave, the cave where snakes dwelled, and Shikatsu Forest, an area squirming with slugs that was never seen in the series. There were 3 ways to enter these regions. The first was to be summoned to them. The second was to traverse the secret paths that would lead to their respective places, and the third, which Jonathan used, was to be reverse summoned. However, the chances of the third method working were volatile. If someone performed the summoning technique without forming a contract with a summoning animal, they would be reverse summoned to the animal they had the most affinity for. In the latter series, Boruto, the next generation, it was retconned. Even Jonathan wasn't entirely sure if it would work. He took the chance and performed it. Whether it failed him or not, Jonathan was prepared to be sent to prison, interrogated or even die. He would have had no regrets. Jonathan may have escaped the Leaf Village after fending off 6 Anbu, but he didn't find the fight victorious. Had it not been for his butterfly mode, first gate, smoke, and Sharingan combination, he would have died. When Jonathan looked at his body, it was malnourished. He was severely underweight. On top of that, his entire left arm was badly burned. Taking a red pill from the Akimaki plant was what truly helped Jonathan. Throughout those long periods of training, Jonathan knew the side effects the red pill carried. But because he knew and was proficient in medical ninjutsu as well as had extensive knowledge of most herbs and poisons, Jonathan was able to neutralize that poison within that pill. It was done several months ago. But due to the time it took to rid the pill of that side effect, Jonathan only had 1 pill. Because Jonathan had his weapons pouch on the side where he was hit from that explosive attack, all of his items had been destroyed. Jonathan began walking. His body was weak and drained. What he needed was Chakra to heal his injuries. As he continued, Jonathan surmised he was definitely not in Richi Cave. This was beneficial to Jonathan because he had never watched Boruto, the next generation. That series went into greater detail about Richi Cave. If Jonathan had been sent there, he would have faced the trials without being aware that trials even existed there. When Jonathan stopped by a tree, he noticed a banana on the ground. To say that Jonathan was hungry would be an understatement. Jonathan picked up the banana and looked at it. "Are you gonna eat that?" a screeching voice uttered. Jonathan looked up to see the most peculiar thing. A chimpanzee hanging off the tree's branches was staring at Jonathan. "Well, come on. I can't tell what you're thinking with that blank face of yours," the ape said. Some people would have been alarmed that a monkey was talking to them. But Jonathan kept a straight face. He was well composed and had full control over his entire being. "No. You can have it," replied Jonathan as he held the banana towards the ape. The chimpanzee jumped down and snatched it right out of his hand. "Say, thanks." The ape had a high-pitched voice. His very tone matched what he would likely sound like if he screeched. When the chimpanzee hastily peeled the banana, he held it to his mouth but hadn't yet taken a bite. His eyes darted towards the emaciated Jonathan. "Hey. Wait a minute. What's a kid doing in Hueco jungle?" Jonathan had never heard of such a place before. Whether he thought it was from Boruto, the next generation or an unknown territory not traversed by the people of this world, he couldn't give an accurate answer. "Well, speak up, boy," demanded the chimpanzee. "I was summoned here," Jonathan answered. "Summoned? Here? To Hueco jungle?" The chimpanzee's eyes bulged open. Jonathan remained quiet. "Who summoned you?" "I did," answered Jonathan. "You did?" copied the chimpanzee. Jonathan began to find his game of monkey see monkey do annoying. "You said this place was called Hueco jungle, correct?" Jonathan asked. The chimpanzee took a bite out of his banana and began speaking with his mouth full. "This place is Hueco jungle." Jonathan did not care for his lack of mannerism. He was a quick thinker, calm and always collective. No matter what situation you placed him in, he only needed seconds to understand. "Do you have an elder?" Jonathan asked. The chimpanzee swallowed his banana and threw the peel on the ground, saying, "You're not from here, alright. Of course we have an elder. But how did you know that?" Jonathan was already prepared for him to ask. "It's because I'm a prophetic child that will help liberate troubles between man and ape." The chimpanzee raised an eyebrow and came up very close to Jonathan's face. He stared at him for a second and then eyed him from head to toe. Jonathan remained emotionless. "You're awfully skinny to do that, don't you think?" exclaimed the chimpanzee. "And where'd you get that nasty burn anyways?" "You can call me Kabuto Yakushi," Jonathan said. "I got it from ninjas filled with evil." The chimpanzee backed away a little in seeing how confident Jonathan's demeanor was despite his stature and injury. Though the chimpanzee looked more curiously at Jonathan like he was some type of alien, he couldn't read him at all. "Does our elder know about you?" the ape asked. "No. Which is why I'm looking to meet him." Jonathan's responses were reasonable. The chimpanzee didn't know who Jonathan was but couldn't believe what he was saying because of his meticulousness. "I gave you that banana for a reason, you know. Don't you think you should return the favor?" The ape let out a laugh upon hearing Jonathan's words. "If I wanted, I didn't have to ask. I could have beaten you down and taken that banana," chortled the chimpanzee. "Then why didn't you?" Jonathan asked. The ape stopped his laugh while making a dumbfounded expression. The chimpanzee quickly got into Jonathan's face and eyed him down with a raised eyebrow again. He repeated this gesture of looking at him from head to toe almost 4 times before backing away. "Well, you don't look so dangerous. And I'll be honest. This is the first time I've seen a man-child step foot in Hueco jungle before." The ape grinned his teeth, revealing sharp fangs that could likely tear a man's flesh off if he bit hard enough. But the moment Jonathan heard him say that, he felt as though he had gained the chimpanzee's trust. "Follow me, boy. I'll take you to our elder." Jonathan gave a light smirk as he and the chimpanzee began walking along the path. Hueco jungle was filled with mangroves and an assortment of other tall trees. As the name implied, it truly was a jungle. There was barely a leveled path to walk on. Throughout this moment, Jonathan began to consider where exactly he was. There were 3 known domains belonging to certain summoning animals. Of all the animals, bugs and insects that existed in the ninja world, it hadn't surprised Jonathan that a place for apes would exist. For all he knew, there were likely places for spiders, dogs, or even crows. If these domains were similar to one another, Jonathan narrowed his beliefs to what he'd likely be expecting. This was the reason Jonathan asked the chimpanzee if they had an elder. While the two were talking, the chimpanzee eventually began swinging from the trees due to the grass rising in height. "What's the matter, boy? Monkey got your legs?" "Ah ha ha," snickered the ape. Jonathan's body may not have been fully healed, but his chakra was slowly replenishing during their walk. He leapt up on one of the tree branches and landed with ease. "Ugh." The ape turned around and continued guiding Jonathan. After a few moments, the two arrived at what looked like the foot of a mountain. A few hops along the mountain's steep rocks and the two landed on level terrain. Jonathan felt the temperature increase the further he walked. Steam was beginning to appear. When the ape stopped, he looked at Jonathan and told him to wait. In front of the ape was steam so thick that Jonathan couldn't make out what was ahead. All Jonathan knew was that it was hot enough to make him start sweating. The ape then began screeching. Its voice was loud enough to cause the ground to shake. But when Jonathan understood that it wasn't the ape's screech shaking the ground, he looked and saw water rising from up ahead. A lot of the steam cleared and Jonathan understood what had caused the water to rise up so high. A giant macaque was staring down at Jonathan with its large eyes. The different type of animal species on Earth were not that different than the ninja world's animals. Jonathan had knowledge of apes and monkeys. And what was in front of him was a large, Japanese macaque. They were also known as snow monkeys. Once this giant macaque appeared, a lot of the steam cleared. Jonathan was standing in what most resembled a large hot spring. "Milo Lulu, why did you call me?" the giant monkey asked. His voice was crackly but very deep. He was also slow when he spoke. When Jonathan looked at him, he'd estimate his age to be around 32. This was very old for a macaque. "Elder Babu, this boy. I think he said his name was Kabuto Yaku something. He said he's a prophetic child, so he wanted to come see you." "Ugh. You mentioned something about liberation, right?" asked the ape after looking at Jonathan. Milo Lulu and Elder Babu, Jonathan thought in his head. He would remember those names. Jonathan slightly bowed while looking at the ground, saying, "Elder Babu, excuse my intrusion. I came from the Leaf Village in hopes of learning the ways of monkeys and apes." Lulu was taken aback at Jonathan's sudden sense of respect. Jonathan knew when to lower himself to others. He was not the least bit prideful. Leaf Village? Elder Babu asked. I see. Come here, Kabuto. Let me take a look at you. Jonathan walked forward a little. Despite the size of Elder Babu, he wasn't intimidated in the slightest. Jonathan could estimate his head alone was around 50 feet tall, 15 meters. The two locked eyes for a moment. Jonathan's expressionless face hadn't blinked even once. There is a lot of darkness surrounding your eyes, Kabuto. I cannot see any light coming from you. Jonathan hadn't expected a giant monkey of all things to tell him what he already understood. My darkness comes from the anguish my heart feels for this world. I may be young, but I have seen terrible torments and unfair treatment unto others, Jonathan continued. I have no right to be here, neither have I any desire to murder those that are pure and true. To the listener of my words, I seek righteous judgment. Lulu and Elder Babu had not said a single word. He is telling the truth, Lulu. The ape let out a surprised screech. What? He is? Elder Milo slowly nodded his head saying, I cannot perceive any lies coming from the boy. Lies? Jonathan questioned. He had never heard of an ability or technique that didn't require physical contact or interrogation to detect lies in this world. At Mount Mayabaku, their eldest toad, Gamamaru, had the ability to foresee and give prophecy. It would not be surprising to Jonathan if this elder monkey could see if someone was lying. Though Jonathan wasn't lying. From Jonathan's perspective, no one in this world was pure or true. What do you hope to gain by coming here, Kabuto? Asked Elder Babu slowly. If this monkey elder could tell lies apart from truth, Jonathan was fortunate that Lulu already introduced Jonathan as Kabuto earlier. The world outside is littered with evil. As a boy, I cannot bear to live in it. Allow me to stay here for the time being untrained under the citizens. If you find my words to be false despite seeing the darkness this world has caused, I shall depart, Jonathan answered. There wasn't a single stutter, nor lack of confidence in his words. He meant what he said without the needing to reveal the truth. Sadly, that decision is not mine to make. Go, and speak with Inma. He shall decide your fate. At those words, Elder Babu slowly descended into the hot waters causing steam to erupt. The surface shook a little as Elder Babu laughed. Isn't that great news, Lulu said approaching Jonathan. You get to meet with our king, Inma. This was not good news to Jonathan. He was expecting their elder to accept him and allow him to stay like Jiraiya did at Mount Mayabaku. In doing so, Jonathan could hope to learn and possibly train Senjutsu. Senjutsu was another form of energy in this world. With practice, one could draw out natural energy and mix that energy with their spiritual and physical energy. This type of energy was called Senjutsu Chakra, or Natural Energy Chakra. Though Jonathan wasn't completely sure whether or not Senjutsu could be learned here, he was certain on one thing: he would use this place to practice the Flying Raijin. 322 different from other Senjutsu, or natural energy, was not something everyone could learn. Jonathan, despite how much he knew of this world, possibly couldn't learn to harness Senjutsu. This was because Jonathan didn't possess high enough chakra levels. There were other factors that played into learning Senjutsu, each of which Jonathan was more than aware of. As strong as he might be, it's possible that due to his underdeveloped body, it might not be able to tolerate gathering Senjutsu. It was that rare of a form of energy in this world. We'll get that arm of yours fixed after we meet the king, Lulu said while walking with Jonathan. The two had already departed the mountain hot springs. Jonathan stopped in his tracks and performed the healing technique. His chakra had replenished enough for him to do so, and by no means was he going to approach Monkey King Inma in an injured state. He would ask too many questions because Jonathan had already said he came from the Leaf Village. Inma was the third Hokage's summon. If by chance the third Hokage summoned Inma and Inma ever spoke about Jonathan to him, it would be very problematic. The next time Hiruzen would end up summoning Monkey King Inma wouldn't be until Orochimaru's attack on the Leaf Village. 11 years from now. But it is possible that throughout those unfilled events, Hiruzen could have summoned Inma for any reason. Nonetheless, Jonathan was always prepared. He would be 10 moves ahead of every situation that came his way. Lulu made a strange pose upon seeing that Jonathan knew how to perform ninjutsu. Despite having seen him leap from tree to tree, he still found Jonathan's feat impressive enough to say, ugh. Never mind. Less than a quarter mile later, Jonathan reached what looked like a mini village. There were huts and wooden homes within the trees. There were even inhabitants here. Whilst Lulu and Jonathan walked along the streets, Jonathan saw a variety of species. You don't talk much, do you, Kabuto? Asked Lulu. Jonathan hadn't been paying attention to him. He was intrigued by the various apes and monkeys around. There were orangutans, baboons, proboscises and, the largest of the animals, the gorilla. Jonathan had watched movies with giant apes before, but he never grasped the meaning of what a giant ape really was until now. These gorillas were more than 100 feet tall, 50 meters. They were undoubtedly the size of a tailed beast. "Hey!" Lulu screamed. "What is it?" Jonathan asked. "You ignored me the whole way here." Lulu smacked his forehead. "Anyways, we've made it." Jonathan looked to see a giant hut in front of him. Lulu let out a sound like an ape. Not a moment too soon and the doors flapped open. Jonathan would have recognized this ape anywhere. "Lulu, did you gather the food supplies already?" asked Inma. Lulu smacked his forehead again. "Ugh. Listen, my king. Let's say that something more important came up. How would you feel?" Inma growled, "How dare you not finish the task I gave you?" "My excellence, please forgive me," screamed Lulu. The two hopped around making ape noises. Anyone watching this scene would have believed they were going to fight. "Look, my king," said Lulu. "It's a boy from the Leaf Village." Elder Babu tested him and said he told the truth. Then he said that if the boy would like to stay here, the decision would have to have made by you, your excellence. Elder Babu said that? Inma curiously asked. "Yes," replied Lulu. Inma rubbed his chin before speaking. "That does not excuse you from gathering the food like I instructed. Leave my sight this instance, Lulu." At those words, Lulu ran away yelling, "My greatest apologize, my king. Hope to see you around, prophecy boy." "Prophecy boy?" questioned Inma. He turned to look at Jonathan, who had not said a single thing. "Who are you?" "You can call me Kabuto, Monkey King Inma. I would like to dwell in this land and be away from the ninja world," replied Jonathan. He didn't spend any time telling Inma why he was here. Inma stared at Jonathan. The Leaf Village headband was always worn by Inma. When he noticed the headband strapped to Jonathan's right biceps, he asked, "How did you get here?" Jonathan spent the next few minutes explaining how he mysteriously arrived and then later spoke with Elder Babu, who tested him. Not once did he mention to Inma what happened back at the Leaf, nor did he mention that he performed the summoning technique to be reverse summoned. He did, however, reveal what Elder Babu stated. Inma looked at Jonathan in wonder. It was the first time he could ever recall anyone coming to Hueco jungle. He himself could not determine what to do with Jonathan. "Let me tell you this, child. Elder Babu was the previous Monkey King before me. You addressed me with respect, so you must already know of my prestige," exclaimed Inma. "Never have I met someone like you before, but, you bear the Leaf's headband. I can only assume you're an ally." Jonathan remained silent. "I will not allow you to stay here in our home, but I won't deny you the right to dwell on the outskirts. At least until I figure out what to do." When Jonathan heard those words, he smirked. "Thank you, Monkey King Inma. You will find that I am not a threat, but am here to find peace." Inma was a stern ape. Had it not been for the fact that Jonathan spoke with Elder Babu, a monkey who could possibly detect lies, he may not have believed what he was seeing. Not letting Jonathan stay in their abode but on the outskirts was the same as saying Jonathan would have to fend for himself. If he died, the blood would not be on their hands. This was exactly how Jonathan expected Inma to act. Inma, specifically primates, is a solemn and territorial creature. As long as their land wasn't being threatened, they wouldn't care where someone was lodged. "Now, just wait a minute," screeched someone from within the hut. The tent doors burst open to reveal a more feminine gorilla. She hadn't worn the Leaf Village headband, but Jonathan could already tell she was related to Inma. "I heard everything, honey," the female gorilla said. Inma stared at the gorilla. "If we're letting people stay here and not even test in them, we might as well let those snakes come to our land." "But, dear." This boy spoke with Elder Babu, Inma tried explaining. Inma's earlier tough personality seemed to have changed after this gorilla arrived. Jonathan could only think this was likely his wife. "Elder Schmulder. Who is this boy?" "Let me see him," the gorilla responded. Jonathan stood still, not having moved an inch. Neither had he found their interaction the least bit amusing. The female gorilla eyed Jonathan down. "What's your name?" she asked. "Kabuto Yakushi," Jonathan replied. "Can you fight?" "Yes." "Will you fight me then?" "If it means I can stay here, then yes," replied Jonathan. "Inma, my love. Do you hear that? This boy can fight and will do anything to live in Hueco jungle," laughed the gorilla. "Kiki Liz, be reasonable," announced Inma. The gorilla called Kiki Liz ignored him. "Come then, boy. Let us go to the square and have a match." When Jonathan heard that, he squinted. To have a match after barely recovering his chakra was asking for him to lose. On top of that, most summoning animals were proficient fighters. They weren't like ninjas who used chakra, they fought with senjutsu. I have no problem in fighting you. But my chakra is low. Perhaps you can wait a month and I'll accept your challenge, Kiki-Luz. Behind those words, Jonathan would have had no problem choosing to eradicate both her and the rest of these creatures. That's Queen Kiki-Luz to you, boy! Screamed the gorilla. Jonathan did not hesitate to bow and apologize with a steady demeanor. Right. Your parents taught you manners, replied Kiki-Luz. Jonathan ignored this comment. I will give you 2 months. If you cannot defeat me in battle, you must leave Hueco jungle. Inma just sat there and waiting to see what Jonathan would say. It was at this point Jonathan understood his circumstance. It's not that Inma nor any of the monkeys and apes didn't want him here. It was a test. Primates weren't just territorial, they were creatures that would become hostile if they deemed someone a threat. Despite having leaders and such, they reveled in the idea of newcomers. Very well, Jonathan smiled inwardly. Jonathan knew full well that being given even 1 week would have been more than enough. After their words, Jonathan left their habitat. From what he agreed to was, that Jonathan was given 2 months to adjust himself and prepare. This was their first mistake. The second was lengthening the time frame. Jonathan only asked for 1 month but they raised it to 2. As for their third mistake, it was letting Jonathan dwell amongst them. If they knew of Jonathan's true nature, they would have tried to kill him on the spot. It was, however, thanks to Jonathan that he passed Elder Babu's test. An elder among animals was more than enough to convince their kingdom whether someone was a threat or not. Jonathan would dwell not with the primates specifically, but he would most certainly be around their land. He had already known how to fend for himself alone in a forest. Jonathan left Inma's tent. But he wasn't looking to leave their village just yet. He was still malnourished. While Jonathan was observing their inhabited area, he took notes on where their food was located. A monkey wearing a chef's hat was actually cooking meals not far from Jonathan. That area was crowded with many apes and monkeys jumping up and down. In the midst of their confusion, Jonathan snatched a loaf of banana bread. His body was so weak. He immediately ate the bread on the spot, not caring who saw him. It was all he needed to feel a little rejuvenated. When he did, Jonathan decided that staying here was no longer important. He had recently made a deal with the Queen of Primates to battle her. After that, he was on his own. The inhabitants of Hueco jungle were very territorial. Though Jonathan wasn't related to their species, they didn't seem to care as long as he wasn't causing trouble. This was advantageous to Jonathan. Their behavior was similar to the primates on Earth. The only real difference was they could speak and fight strategically. Jonathan walked out of their inhabited area and wandered to the forest. After just 1 day, Jonathan had fully recovered. Though he didn't have any clothes, his chakra and body had replenished. His muscles regained their composition and his chakra healed. The first thing Jonathan did was perform his sensing technique. Much like he believed, the inhabitants of this land were nowhere to be found in his vicinity. His sensing technique could sense even those with natural energy, so he was confident that none of the primates were spying on him. Jonathan therefore entered his smoke form and made his way back to their habitat. It was nightfall as Jonathan was flying across the plains. He arrived at their habitat and went straight to Inma's hut. While in his smoke technique, Jonathan was quiet. Not even animals with keen senses could tell him apart from natural vapor. Jonathan managed to search all around the hut but didn't find anything. He went on to search the entire village. After half an hour, Jonathan discovered what he was looking for. Like all places, there was always written transcription somewhere. And Jonathan happened to find that place. In this hut were scrolls with information. Jonathan skimmed through several scrolls before coming across an important one. Hueco jungle, the beginning. Jonathan read the scroll and discovered that Hueco jungle was no different than the other areas such as Mount Mayabaku. This land was a separate area that could be discovered through secret passages. None of this surprised Jonathan. If there were dog summons, there was likely a land for dogs as well. Jonathan continued reading. In the beginning, Hueco jungle consisted of only one primate living within the land. That primate was our previous king, Babu. He did not bother the other creatures like those dastardly snakes or the humble slugs. Babu was a stony fellow, ensuring that his newly acquired land would be a safe haven for our people. Once Jonathan thought he was done reading, a line caught his attention. Hueco jungle would eventually become the home of all primates. To stabilize the ecosystem, kings, queens, princes and princesses were forged. The first king was Babu. Once he grew old and retired, the title passed down to Inma. Those in royalty would be subjected under the king and queen. In order for a king and queen to be established, the former king would have to grant the current king access to the sacred waters to understand its natural properties. When Jonathan read that, he considered what those two words meant. Not long and Jonathan heard loud footsteps approaching. He quickly entered his smoke form and exited the tent. Passing through a couple of monkeys, he left their habitat completely. Jonathan had gathered all the information he needed. And because he was given 2 months to dwell here before his battle, he would use that time to his advantage. That was something Jonathan needed. The more time he had to nurture his plans, the easier it would be for him to reach his goals. Had it not been for Shishui, however, things would be a lot smoother. But this hadn't bothered Jonathan in the slightest. Discovering a whole new territory that was never mentioned was a gain for Jonathan. The current people who knew about sages, like Jiraiya, likely weren't aware of Kyoikaku jungle either. Jonathan would be one of the first people with knowledge in this territory. Jonathan did not spend his time just training. He would often sneak into the primates' habitat and see if any of them had something Jonathan could learn from. His idea was not in vain. Kiki Liz mentioned earlier there was a square. Jonathan found that square and witnessed fights being held there at times. It wasn't anything incredible. Just sparring sessions. But Jonathan watched the monkeys and apes intently. He had been doing these things for the last month. Their fighting style was similar to the ferocious fist. It dealt with trying to maximize one's strength while preserving as much stamina as possible. The only difference was the way they used their paws and feet together. Their constant skipping made it hard for opponents to predict their movements. Jonathan recognized this fighting style as kickboxing back on Earth. Using his Sharingan, Jonathan watched intently at how it was performed. Much like how toads knew the fighting style, Fragita, primates in this land had a fighting style of their own. Though Jonathan could not tell if they were using senjutsu or not. He could only assume so. When Jonathan wasn't trying to learn from them, he focused on his next goal, perfecting the flying Raijin. This technique was more complicated than Jonathan first anticipated. For instance, the amount of chakra required to form a seal was large. Jonathan couldn't just try to practice it, he drained more than half his chakra doing so. If the seal had even a single flaw, it wouldn't form at all. Jonathan spent the first week trying to form a seal. Because he couldn't mimic Minato Namikaze's seal, he instead used Obirama Senju's which he knew by heart. The second week was spent trying to connect the seal to his chakra. This is where Jonathan's sensing ability played a crucial role. Once the seal was formed, Jonathan had to be able to keep a connected link between himself and the seal. After that was done, he had to recall the seal's location, pinpoint where his chakra signature was and then form a connection with it. That entire process took Jonathan 2 weeks. And even then, he still had not fully learned the flying Raijin technique. Whether it took him a year to learn it, Jonathan was not going to give up. He didn't want the technique anyways. He needed it. 23 Simian Sage Mode. An entire month went by and Jonathan still hadn't learned the flying Raijin. The amount of chakra needing to perform it was considerable. Though Jonathan met all the prerequisites and even had high levels of chakra control, he still needed a lot more time to truly perfect it. Jonathan took a break from his training and went to go visit Elder Babu in the mountains. Because Jonathan's clothes were burned, he cast them away. For an entire month, Jonathan had lived with his undergarments. Not a single moment was he fazed by this. Clothes mattered, yes, but Jonathan would have spent the entirety of his time naked if he needed to. The last time Jonathan ventured here it was with Milo Lulu. Whilst he was traveling, he made sure to take a mental note of his surroundings. That's who Jonathan was, someone who never overlooked the minor details. When he reached the foot of the mountains, he quickly jumped to flat surface before climbing up to the top. Just like before, the temperature increased. Jonathan, with chakra this time around, activated his Sharingan. He couldn't see any chakra signatures but still knew he was in the right place. At the thickest spot the fog was in, Jonathan stopped after deactivating his Sharingan. Like an ape, Jonathan let out a screech loud enough to be heard. After a few seconds, the ground started shaking. Water rose up and the steam cleared to reveal Elder Babu's face. "Kabuto. Why are you here?" asked Elder Babu. "I come with questions needing to answered," smiled Jonathan. "Please." At those words, Jonathan stared into Elder Babu's eyes while activating the Sharingan Genjutsu. "Enlighten me what you know about Sage Chakra." Elder Babu's eyes reflected Jonathan's Sharingan. If there's one thing Jonathan knew, it was that the Sharingan Genjutsu was a very powerful technique. It could even place tailed beasts under its influence. Much like Sasuke Uchiha placed a snake under a Genjutsu, Jonathan had done the exact same thing. Elder or not, all animals would be under Jonathan's strict dominion. Senjutsu is an art only known by me. I have not passed it down to the current king, Inba yet. But he is more than capable of harnessing it once he becomes a true sage, responded the elder. "How can I learn it?" asked Jonathan. "Only this. One must bathe in these hot springs and allow the waters to mix with your chakra. But be warned, oh child. If your body cannot withstand the pressures of the waters, you will be turned into the likeness of us. Jonathan knew what this meant. If he could not harness senjutsu, he would be turned into a monkey or ape. Considering his size, it would likely be a monkey. I see. Jonathan considered. Is there a way you can prevent this? Yes, answered Elder Babu. If you desire not to turn into a primate, I can remove you from the waters before the transformation takes place. How old are you? Jonathan asked. I am 810 years of age, Elder Babu obediently responded. That's not old enough for him to have met any of the Otsutsuki brothers or their father, Jonathan thought. Nevertheless, he persisted to ask anyways. Do the names Azura, Indra, Kaguya, Hamura, or Hagormu Otsutsuki mean anything to you? They do not. This is my first in hearing of such names, replied the elder. Then, do you know of other worlds that exist besides this one? This was the first time Jonathan had ever spoken of this matter since he came from to the world of ninjas. I do not. Jonathan squinted his eyes in disappointment. This is my last question. How could you tell whether I was lying or not when we first met? Elder Babu gave his answer. When a person lies, their body and chakra give a certain reaction. My eyes are able to perceive those subtle reactions. This only caused Jonathan to slightly smirk. On top of having advanced chakra control, he always kept himself well composed, insomuch that not even the eyes of a sage could discern him. At those words, Jonathan felt complacent. He then stepped forward and felt the waters under his feet. Jonathan kept his Sharingan active in hopes it could be of help. When he took the first steps, he ran before diving into the waters. Deep within the waters, Jonathan tried holding his breath. He couldn't feel anything different aside from the water's piercing heat. Let the waters enter your lungs, Jonathan heard Elder Babu say. Jonathan released his nostrils and breathed in the waters. His lungs filled and he felt as though he was drowning. Calming himself, he opened his eyes and floated there. The waters were dark underneath but he was unafraid. After only a second, a strange type of energy began flooding Jonathan's body. He tried to balance it but it began to overwhelm him. His hair therefore quickly started growing. He could feel it everywhere. His back was growing hair as well. The moment Jonathan tried to concentrate, he was lifted out of the waters by Elder Babu. Jonathan coughed the water out and all the hair began to shed. Water dripped from Jonathan's hair. He raised his head with an expressionless face saying, again. Elder Babu closed his palms where Jonathan was resting on and then slowly submerged it down below. Naruto was a strange world created by men from Earth. Its science and religion mixed together formed various characters with plot devices to keep its viewers entertained. What would happen if a man entered that world? Waters flowed between someone's hair as they swam upwards. Bubbles were left in his trail and he finally surfaced to dry land. The man had no clothes on save his now wet undergarments. Despite being at the most 7 years of age, he had long, curly hair on his forearms, legs and even chest. The person waved the hair from his face to reveal a black sclera with golden Sharingan eyes. That man was Jonathan Yuan. About 7 days ago, a chimpanzee named Milo Lulu informed Jonathan that his fight with the queen was to take place. Today was that day. Behind Jonathan was none other than the giant macaque, Elder Babu. He was under Jonathan's Sharingan Ganjutsu. For some time, Jonathan had been practicing how to harness senjutsu. There were many complications to this. Just like at Mount Mayabaku, which used oil, and Ruchi Cave which used the elder snake's venom, here at Kyoikaku Jungle, one had to bathe in hot waters. Once Jonathan acquired the ability to harness senjutsu after a lot of failures, he obtained a sage mode called Simian Sage Mode. In Simian Sage Mode, Jonathan's physical perimeters multiplied exponentially. He also gained the ability to sense great distances away, and had an incredible reaction speed. But there was major setback. Jonathan could not maintain Simian Sage Mode for long. Neither could he enter into it naturally without the need for the hot spring waters. Though his aptitude for learning to balance and gather senjutsu took less than a month, he didn't have enough chakra to keep the form active. This was similar to Jiraiya who needed Fukasaku and Shima to help him enter into his Toad Sage Mode. Because the oil at Mount Mayabaku evaporated if it left the land, Jonathan hypothesized that the waters in this land would do the same. He was wrong. These waters had been a mixture of Elder Babu's Sage Chakra and regular waters from the outside. Though he was still at a disadvantage in entering Simian Sage Mode, Jonathan always thought ahead. He knew what he needed to help remove that major setback. That plan was Orochimaru. 6 years, Jonathan estimated. It would be 6 years for a certain event to happen if Jonathan could not find what he was looking for. Jonathan was a very patient man. Be it months or years, he would use his time wisely. As such, these days were also spent training his body. Using what he watched from Shizue Uchiha during their last encounter, Jonathan was practicing his teleportation technique, or body flicker technique. Shizui was regarded as the fastest ninja capable of using it. Jonathan incorporated what he saw with his Sharingan and used that as a foundation to train. His results weren't in vain. Executing the technique was faster, but to have gained Shizui's exact movement speed was not an easy feature. Jonathan estimated he would still fall behind, but not so much that he couldn't at least keep up. Since the time of Jonathan's arrival to the ninja world, many things were changed. For instance, Izumi Uchiha. She was no longer the same as in the original timeline. Jonathan's intervention after slaying Hazuki Izumi Uchiha's mother caused this. Afterwards was Taki, the proud owner of a ramen shop, the main character of this world, highly favored. Jonathan slew his daughter. He slit her throat and impaled her with multiple sharp kunai. Taki was surely to experience a change now that his daughter died. But even this didn't trouble Jonathan. What he considered was the Uchiha clan and how the Leaf would handle them. Because Jonathan was seen by 6 ninjas using the Sharingan, one of whom was likely dead, they would assume he was an Uchiha of the village. If Shizui doesn't relay the matter that he's never seen Jonathan in the Uchiha clan, it might cause the Uchiha massacre to occur earlier than expected. Jonathan would have gladly gone back to the Leaf village to spy on them. But when he searched around Hueco jungle, not once did he find a secret portal to do so. Not even Elder Babu had knowledge of one's existence. If Jonathan was looking to leave Hueco jungle, he would have to take walk out of it normally. Turning around while in his simian sage mode, he looked back at the still Elder Babu. Jonathan's entire body condensed into pure smoke. He then traveled upwards to enter Elder Babu's nostrils. Sage art, body oxidation jutsu. Using senjutsu chakra, Jonathan had also increased the effectiveness of his ninjutsu. Elder Babu struggled intensely, practically crashing into the mountain rocks. Jonathan's control over him was a lot greater thanks to the senjutsu chakra. After less than a minute, Elder Babu fell forward. Jonathan exited his body through his nostrils. Still in his simian sage mode, he kicked Elder Babu's face, sending him right back into the waters where his body began slowly descending. The thought of having monkeys and apes as a summoning wasn't such a bad thing for Jonathan. The issue was that he was already seen by ninjas from the Leaf village, the village whose ally was the primates king. But the main thing that kept Jonathan from wanting a summoning animal was his desire to slay any living thing in this world. He had no desire to attach his blood to an animal. It was on this land that Jonathan survived on his own. He didn't need to think about food due to the size of the prey. He also didn't need to worry about dangerous predators because he was strong enough to fend them off. Only once did someone visit him, and that was Lulu to report that his fight with Kiki Liz had approached. Aside from that, Jonathan was accustomed to the land. When he wasn't here eating or training, he was with Elder Babu learning to draw out senjutsu. And when he wasn't doing that, he was learning about the inhabitants of Hueco jungle. More specifically, he was gathering supplies. If there was one thing Jonathan was, it was a machinator. Jonathan always thought ahead for everything. At Jonathan's hideout were small gourds. These gourds were taken from the primate's habitat while Jonathan was in his smoke form. Jonathan didn't just take gourds. He also took apparel. Much like what in the war, Jonathan acquired a sleeveless kimono with tiger stripes and white fur trimmings on the shoulders. They fit him well, but the most important thing on Jonathan were his gourds. He had 6 strapped around his chest and back. These gourds were filled with water from the mountain's hot springs. By no means was Jonathan going to fight their queen. Jonathan was going to fight their whole race. When nightfall approached, Jonathan ventured to the area where the primates lived. He stopped just outside their territory. After spending a couple months in Hueco jungle, Jonathan understood their patterns. Around this time, a few giant gorillas stood guard against any threats like jungle cats or serpents. Jonathan sat there after drinking water from the gourd and began gathering his senjutsu. Unlike those who knew sage mode, Jonathan had to spend a lot of time standing still in order to gather natural energy. Almost half an hour passed before he fully entered into sage mode. Smoked release. Immediately, Jonathan traveled at great speeds to the nearest gorilla. There were 3 guarding the borders. And Jonathan chose to enter the nostrils of the one who looked the fiercest. Though the gorilla was massive, it didn't matter. Jonathan's KK Genkai was amplified by being in sage mode. Rather than corroding the giant ape's body from the inside like he did with Elder Babu, he took control of it. Drawing close to the second ape, Jonathan pulled out the gorilla's weapon and stabbed the ape from behind. "Murdoch, what are you doing?" hollered the dying gorilla. His own kind just stabbed him in the back. The third gorilla pulled out his weapon in shock, seeing what Jonathan had just done. Jonathan immediately left the gorilla's body and found a safe haven to watch. "Murdoch! How could you?" screamed the gorilla. He rushed at Murdoch and the two clashed over weapons. Stop this. Why would I do such a thing? That was my friend, Murdoch tried to reason. The two were in a stalemate. Jonathan rushed from underneath and reached Murdoch's foot. He then performed the leaf whirlwind technique. Amplified by Sage Mode, Murdoch lost his balance. The third gorilla took his weapon and impaled Murdoch's chest. Ugh! Murdoch panted. Before the last gorilla could relax his instincts, Jonathan quickly activated his smoked form and entered his body. Sage Art, Body Oxidation Jutsu. Jonathan's Sage Mode amplified the technique with Senjutsu Chakra, causing the gorilla to writhe in pain. In but mere moments, his body collapsed and he was dead. Jonathan exited through the gorilla's nostrils. When he reformed, he could feel his Sage Chakra running out. Jonathan quickly drank another gourd and tried meditating. Since Jonathan was already in Sage Mode, he needed less time to replenish the natural energy. 5 minutes later and Jonathan stood up. An alarm from the primate's habitat began to sound. Trouble! Screamed the monkey. There's trouble outside, everyone. Jonathan quickly ran and jumped from tree to tree until he was by the habitat. When he made it, he climbed up another tree and sprung high into the air. Sage Art, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Massive flames erupted from Jonathan's mouth, encircling a large area within the habit. As Jonathan exhaled vigorously, he could hear monkeys and apes screaming in pain. The sound nearly pierced his ears. By the time Jonathan finished, he landed softly with his head down before raising it. Sharingan. Jonathan's pupils remained golden as the three tomoe formed. He could see various primates being burned alive. When he noticed the more prevalent ones, the fighters, trying to save people, he quickly rushed to the scene. Where did this fire come from? Quickly put it out, gosh darn it. Ordered a proboscis. Jonathan appeared right behind him and impaled him from behind with his hand. Blood dripped from Jonathan's fingers. The other primates gasped in horror after seeing their comrade fall. Jonathan retracted his hand and pushed the ape aside. You monster! I'll kill you! Screamed Kiki Liz. Oh! Jonathan said. He found himself surrounded by 3 primates. Kiki Liz performed hand seals while cocking her head back. The other 2 managed to close the distance. Jonathan swerved his body around one of the primates and struck his spine twice in succession. Kiki Liz released a lightning technique familiar to Jonathan. It was lightning style, false darkness. Jonathan grabbed the primate from behind and used him as a shield. Protecting himself, he used one hand and threw the electrified primate at the monkey nearby. In alarm, the monkey dodged to the right. But just as Jonathan predicted with his Sharingan, he had already beaten him to the spot. Sage Art, Chakra Dissection Blade. With an amplified version of the Chakra Dissection Blade technique, Jonathan caused the Chakra blade's range to lengthen. They were like 2 swords extending from his hands. Jonathan elegantly swung his arms, slicing away at the monkey. When the monkey's severed body dropped dead, Jonathan released the jutsu and looked at the last primate, Kiki Liz. She was anxious, and Jonathan could see the sweat dripping from her fur. Sorry for being late. Jonathan was left with only 2 gourds. Flames raged across the habitat where monkeys and apes lived in peace. There was blood on Jonathan's face. He was still in Sage Mode and his Sharingan pierced the glorious scene. Not a single moment did Jonathan feel an ounce of remorse. Not even for the animals of this world. Jonathan had never heard of Hueco jungle before. The only person he was aware of was Inma. As long as he left him alive, he didn't care what happened to the others. You monster! Inma screamed. He was in a hunched position, staring angrily at Jonathan. In one of his hands was a staff. Jonathan knew how dangerous that staff was. It was modeled after Wukong, a Chinese mythical creature. What was dangerous about it was its material, adamantine. It was strong enough to push back an entire tailed beast. My liege, what happened here? Screeched an approaching chimpanzee. Jonathan took his eyes off the 2 primates and started looking around. Lulu, where were you? Yelled Inma. No. That's not important right now. Do you see what you did by bringing this boy into Hueco jungle? He's killed all our people. Jonathan then turned to correct Inma. Not all your people, King. There is still one left. Jonathan began dashing towards the 2. Inma swung his staff horizontally. Jonathan slid his 2 feet while lowering his body backwards. Dodging the first swing, he sidestepped to the left to dodge the already incoming second. Jonathan then planted his feet on Inma's staff and backflipped off of it. In the air, Jonathan in motion turned his body upside down. Sage Art, Fireball Jutsu. Seeing Jonathan's target was Lulu, Inma quickly performed the transformation technique. Colossal flames drilled into a cage made out of Inma's adamantine staff. When Jonathan landed, he saw his senjutsu amplified technique did hardly a single damage. A puff cloud appeared showing that Lulu and Inma were both unscathed. This only caused Jonathan to smirk. "Lulu, get out of here while you can," ordered Inma. "No, my king. I will stand by your side until the end," he declared. Inma, enraged, turned to Lulu and screamed, "Idiot. For once just do as Inma finished, he saw that Lulu's eyes had the Sharingan in them. By the time he turned back, Jonathan's fist was already covering his vision. Ferocious fist. Bang. Inma took a brutal punch right to the jaw. His very fangs were knocked out on impact. His body then flew into a hut which collapsed on top of him on impact. That punch was not just a regular attack. The combined power of Simian Sage Mode and Ferocious Fist could have killed him if I wasn't holding back, Jonathan said to himself. Before performing that backflip, he managed to gaze into Lulu's eyes to immediately cast a Sharingan Genjutsu without Inma noticing a thing. Inma climbed out of the rubble, his face mangled from Jonathan's attack. His vision was blurry, but when it started clearing, he saw Jonathan holding Lulu in the air by the throat. "Stop!" screamed Inma. Jonathan turned to look at Inma as he continued choking Lulu with his bare hand. "I said stop!" Inma screeched as he rushed towards Jonathan. Snap! Lulu's neck broke. Inma dropped to his knees in horror after seeing the last of his kind die before him. Jonathan threw Lulu's body like a ragdoll before walking towards Inma. Only the sound of flames brushing past his now destroyed land could be heard. When he looked up, eyes at a loss for words, he saw Jonathan staring down at him with his Sharingan. He was no longer in his sage mode. But that hadn't mattered. The last two fighting creatures in all of Hueco jungle were just Jonathan and him. "Do not sully for your fallen world," Jonathan announced. He grabbed Inma's mouth and looked at him in his lifeless eyes. When Inma came to, it was already morning. He stretched his body and grabbed his staff. He felt strange. It was almost as though he woke up from a nightmare. Jonathan watched as Inma left his bed made of leaves before swinging away on the tree branches. Jonathan then returned to where the primates' habitats were. The area had been completely destroyed. Only a few huts and buildings remained. Jonathan specifically spared those areas because of what was inside them. Like a thief in the night, Jonathan slew the primates and erased their beloved king's memories of ever existing. 24 Cellular Regeneration Warning: this chapter depicts self-harm. If you or a loved one is suffering from suicidal thoughts, or commit self-injury, please do not read this specific chapter. Jonathan sat down on a table inside one of the untouched huts. Last night, Jonathan successfully eradicated an entire species. Had it not been for his Simian Sage Mode, it might not have been possible. Even without Sage Mode, Jonathan would have found another way to deal with them. And Jonathan did not want to eradicate them so suddenly. But the instant Jonathan felt threatened, was the moment he was ready to slay them all. That threat was Inma's relationship with Hiruzen Sarutobi. And even though Jonathan cleared the land, he was still not ready to leave. There were far too many techniques he needed to learn. On top of that, he didn't have as much time as he had hoped for. From what Jonathan recalled, the next year, several events would occur. That was the year Kabuto Yakoshi is meant to leave the orphanage for root. If Jonathan didn't make sure that he did, he would have had too many complications. After slaying an entire race, Inma should still be of aid to Hiruzen Sarutobi should he ever call him again, Jonathan considered. More importantly, my Sage Mode ability is nowhere near the other users. Without this water, I won't be able to enter it. Jonathan sat there with his eyes closed, thinking about what he benefited from in slaying a bunch of primates. There was one thing he gained, and that was a place to train in solitude. Without the need of hindrances, Jonathan would be able to try and perfect his unlearned techniques. And the first thing he was going to start on was the Flying Raijin. It would be the longest technique to learn out of the rest. And the reason for that was Jonathan's Chakra reserve. Jonathan arose from his seat and left the hut. In Jonathan's hand was a small, dead monkey being held by its head. There were many primates like this in the habitat. Jonathan's new duty was to get rid of the corpses. With the entire area uninhabited, Jonathan used this precious time to practice the Flying Raijin. Despite having slaughtered an entire race of animals, Jonathan was not the least bit flustered about achieving his goals. He disposed of each dead corpse without feeling a single ounce of remorse. Though Enma was still in Hueco jungle, Jonathan would simply need to rewrite his memories if he ever approached the habitat again. Standing in the town square, Jonathan continued where he left off. The Flying Raijin technique required one to be proficient in sealing techniques known as Fuinjutsu. This was something Jonathan had not practiced. Him trying to learn a highly advanced technique like this one was like a newborn trying to run. But Jonathan knew a way around his lack of chakra. By entering into Sage Mode, Jonathan used Senjutsu Chakra. His first attempts at creating the perfect seal, known as the technique formula, was done not long ago. It was connecting his chakra and pinpointing it to that seal, which required a high amount of chakra and chakra control. A week was spent until he finally completed that stage in his training. His next week, he had to draw out that chakra and form a dimensional portal. This portal was what allowed ninjas to teleport. More specifically, it was the basis for space-time techniques. On Earth, teleportation was described as transferring matter from one space to another at an instant. Though Jonathan couldn't mix Earth's science with someone else's imaginative belief in what they deemed as science, he instead applied what the scroll of seals instructed. Using senjutsu, Jonathan opened his eyes after making the connection to the seal. When he looked, he could both feel and see a small space in front connecting to exactly where the seal had been placed. More so, he could see what was around the seal as well. Jonathan had placed this seal on the walls of a burnt hut. Even with his eyes closed, he could still feel his chakra around the space created and the seal. Jonathan attempted to keep this flowing connection open for as long as he could, but once he reverted from his simian sage mode, he was unable to control the chakra and was instantly drained. The portal he was seeing faded away and his connection was lost. Jonathan was not confident in traversing through the connection just yet. If he had, he could have been stuck through the wall and wound up killing himself in the process. What Jonathan needed to do now was concentrate his chakra and control the space made until he could accurately find the correct location to appear in. And even afterwards, he would have to repeat that process but without using sage mode. Transportation techniques were not simple. To try and use chakra in order to manipulate a specific point of space took an immense amount of chakra and chakra control. If it had not been for Jonathan's foreknowledge, he would have never attempted practicing it. At times when Jonathan performed the flying Raijin, he'd teleport to his technique formula without any clothes attached. When he learned to teleport with objects attached to his body, he would appear several inches away from his desired location. When he learned to teleport objects separately, without teleporting himself, those objects would be halved. In total, it took Jonathan an additional 3.5 months to fully perfect the flying Raijin technique. At most, I can use this jutsu 3 times before my chakra runs out, Jonathan speculated. As fast and reliable the technique was, Jonathan still lacked the necessary chakra reserves to perform it consistently like Minato Namikaze or Dobirama Senju. If he were in his sage mode, however, he could use that technique any way he deemed necessary. Throughout that time of training, Jonathan was incapable of focusing on any other techniques or skills because of the time it took to perfect the flying Raijin. When he wasn't training, he was monitoring Inma's movements. There was only one moment Inma wandered into Jonathan's territory. Jonathan hid himself and watched at how he reacted. Like a monkey in a zoo, Inma found the land unpleasant due to how charred and destroyed it looked. As such, he went away. Had Inma recalled what Jonathan did, Jonathan would have gladly appeared to put him back in his rightful place. The reason why Jonathan kept Inma alive was because of events that would unfold with Hiruzen Sarutobi and Orochimaru. To say Jonathan wasn't thinking that far ahead would be downgrading his meticulous nature. Once Jonathan finished perfecting the flying Raijin, he managed to sneak to Inma's location and mark him with a technique formula. What was beneficial about these technique formulas was that they were essentially permanent. Even if the performer died, the seal would remain in its place. This is why Jonathan was so cautious when he first met Minato. With Jonathan's extensive practice in the flying Raijin, he was forced to also learn how to perform seals. But his skills in sealing techniques was still not sufficient enough. On top of all this, he still had an array of techniques that he needed to perfect. Considering his next goal dealt with Orochimaru, Jonathan wasn't planning on wasting any time. Of those many techniques, 2 techniques piqued Jonathan's interest. With his extensive knowledge in medical ninjutsu, he would expand on those techniques. The first was cellular activation. Jonathan spent an entire week purposely harming himself. As he did this, he had to wait 2 days within that time period for his body to naturally heal. When it did, Jonathan would use his refined chakra control to further activate those white blood cells responsible for healing his injuries. This method, though unorthodox due to his self-inflicted wounds, profited Jonathan much. Both on Earth and in the ninja world, Jonathan understood the body's anatomy on a scholarly level. By adding a source called chakra, which was capable of acting as a healing substance, Jonathan would acquire the thing that most ninja had no clue of how to perform, regeneration. Jonathan speculated that his form of regeneration would not be as fast or efficient as Hashirama Senju's ability. Strangely, only Hashirama cells allowed for that sort of healing. When Jonathan discovered that Hashirama Senju had that ability because he hadn't developed it but was blessed with it, Jonathan knew he himself had to create his own version of that trait. But it wouldn't be a trait, it would be its own technique derived from others. These techniques comprised of cell activation, cellular activation and body activation. The first 2 was used by Tsunade and Kabuto Yakushi respectively. Their knowledge in medical ninjutsu allowed them to perform such feats. Jonathan was by no means behind them in research or knowledge. In fact, he surpassed them. The last technique, body activation, was created from a movie character named Shinno. From Jonathan's understanding, both novels and all forms of animation, including some of the renowned video games, were within his grasps. To perform these highly advanced medical techniques, Jonathan needed to injure himself and then let the body naturally heal. Once it was in that process, Jonathan would have to inject his chakra to his own cells to aid in the repair. Jonathan's flaw in this healing method, however, would be limited. If the body took on an injury that was deemed too great to repair on its own, Jonathan wouldn't be able to heal himself. And if Jonathan lacked the necessary chakra, his body also wouldn't heal. For Jonathan to effectively use this technique, he more than just injured himself, he carved deep wounds that drew a large amount of blood. Jonathan suffered physically. His small body would scream at him due to the pain he inflicted on himself daily. When Jonathan healed, he would injure other areas the same. He did not wish to wait for the naturally healing process for just one wound. He had multiple severe wounds to practice his cell activation technique on. No matter the suffering, no matter the hurt and the struggle Jonathan felt, he did not show that grueling pain on his facial expression. It wasn't until the pain from his inflicted wounds intensified that he passed out. "Yo, John. This party's lit, bro." Jonathan's close friend, Tyler Singh, was jumping up and down in excitement. Around him were other young individuals, boys and girls alike, dancing or simply chatting with one another. Jonathan kept a calm face and congratulated Tyler's behavior. Tyler wasn't out of place and everyone was having a relaxing time. Jonathan, however, did not drink like the others. He disliked the taste of alcoholic beverages. A girl managed to spot Jonathan and Tyler conversing. She approached the two. Jonathan had never seen her before. "Hey, Tyler. What are you doing here?" she asked. "I thought you didn't like parties." She had to raise her voice on account of how loud it was inside the house. "Nora, this is my buddy Jonathan. He invited me," Tyler introduced. "Nice to meet you," Nora said in reaching out her hand. Jonathan never favored new people, but he knew at times when to be courteous. "Pleasure," Jonathan responded in shaking her outstretched hand. "How do you two know each other?" he asked. "We're in the same anime club," Nora replied. "Already you're not my type," judged Jonathan. "You two get to know each other," Tyler insisted. Jonathan could tell what he was doing. He slipped through and left Jonathan with a girl he had just met yet hardly knew anything about. "What about you, are you into anime?" Nora asked as Jonathan watched Tyler leave. Jonathan could already feel his dislike brewing for Nora. It wasn't that she wasn't fair to look upon. Neither did she give off signs of being a glamorous woman. Her tan skin even made her look attractive. "No, I think anime's garbage," Jonathan replied while smirking. "Ahaha. Oh, come on. You should give it a try." Nora laughed. This woman can't take a hint, Jonathan thought. She definitely had some type of goal in mind when she saw me talking with Tyler. This was what Jonathan was used to after entering the university, girls willing to give up themselves anytime. Not all girls were the same, but most had similar thinking patterns. "You know, you're pretty cute. Wanna go upstairs?" Jonathan suddenly asked. But he wasn't asking. He using psychology. She would say yes to him because he first called her cute. "You move a little fast, don't you think?" Nora said amorously. "Are you saying you can't keep up?" Jonathan responded. That one line caused Nora to grin. By the time Jonathan brought her upstairs and into an empty room, he first locked then shut the door behind her before walking away feeling unimpressed. 1 year later. Jonathan lifted up his eyes after having another dream. He knew it couldn't just be a dream, but a memory from Earth. Here, Jonathan felt pain, anguish and had a loathing desire to eradicate anyone and everyone in his sight. But Jonathan wasn't foolish. He understood this world. To make a change, he needed power. And something Jonathan was going to change was his fate here. Jonathan rose from his bed. For a whole year, he spent his time in Hueco jungle, a land where primates of all sorts once dwelt. Because of their ecosystem, Jonathan had more than enough food. He also had houses that he hadn't yet destroyed to sleep in. When Jonathan wasn't tending to his daily necessities, he was expanding on his foundations.